Zhu Kong frowned and glanced at the chaotic battlefield and said coldly, "Go." As his voice fell, cultivators from all the major clans stepped out once again. In no time, more cultivators of the Saint Plain descended onto the battlefield. Xia Qingyuan frowned, although their side also had quite a few doctrine saints, but not as many as those other tribes. As many figures came through the air, the cultivators in the first realm of the divine path started moving, and Situ Yen also stepped into the battlefield. "You go too," Shin Tianzhan said to Xinjun, who nodded in agreement, then walked toward the battlefield. An overbearing breath bloomed from Yi Futian's body, and he wanted to take action himself, but heard Xia Qingyuan say, "I'll go." As soon as she finished speaking, she marched on and went toward the battlefield. Yi Futian was the city lord of Qinya City. He could not make his appearance in the conflict so easily. Even Xia Qingyuan had come out to fight now. No one who was of the first realm of the divine path from Emperor Xia's realm dared to stay behind. For a moment, this vast space seemed to be completely inadequate for the battle between these people. As they continued to move the conflict toward higher altitude, the scene was becoming chaotic. In the distance, other cultivators kept coming. Saint Lord of Jiang of Jemu City had arrived in person, and also Shi Chan, whose eyes directed toward the battlefield. Next to them was Chong Clan, another principality of Jemu City, and Chong Huai was also there. His eyes were directed toward Yi Futian. There was a slight coldness in those eyes. Yi Futian glanced back and saw not only the Saint Lord of Jiang, but also the cultivators of Xiang City. Xiang Nan was also there. On this first day of the beginning of the year, Qinya City was truly lively, with top figures from all walks of life coming together. These top figures also looked toward the battlefield and saw many acquaintances of the same level. "Saint King of Gai has arrived, too," the Saint Lord of Jiang said while looking in a particular direction, where a group of shadows descended from the void. The person who headed the group was a man wearing a magnificent golden robe, appearing extremely majestic. Even standing there casually, he seemed to possess an authority that could rule the world. A pair of thick brows slightly curved like swords, showing a sharp and authoritative aura, his hands folded behind his back as he looked on at the battlefield. Many people's eyes were looking at him, and their hearts were shocked. They did not expect Saint King of Gai to come here for the occasion. Many people also looked at the person next to Saint King of Gai, a peerless young man with an extraordinary temperament, who had only the breath of the beginning of Saint Plain. But even before this, he was someone famous and well known. It was just that someone else had stepped upon his name to enter the regional palace, Xing Qiu of the ancient imperial city. During the Battle of the Crimson River, witnessed by everyone, they thought that he would be like his older brother, Xing Kai, who swept aside all other cultivators and elevated to the regional palace to cultivate. However, in that battle, Yu Sheng surpassed all others, overpowered every single competitor, and entered the regional palace. It was rumored that after entering the regional palace, many geniuses in the palace tried to intercept Yu Sheng during the welcome ceremony. Yu Sheng fought his way into the regional palace and pushed forward in such an invincible manner so that in a few short months he was named in the regional king ranking. Saint King of Gai and Xing Qiu came together. Even though Saint King of Gai was not from the ancient imperial city, there was no doubt in anyone's mind. The relationship between Saint King of Gai and the ancient imperial city was known to everyone in the Crimson Dragon realm. Very few in this realm of divine path would deserve the respect of this peerless Saint King, and he was almost at the peak. The only exception was the ninth servant, who was said to be the first person under Ren Huang, who was respected by someone as powerful as Saint King of Gai. Rumor had it that Saint King of Gai once received a favor of the ninth servant, the city lord of the ancient imperial city, and there were also rumors that Saint King of Gai was once a seeker at the door of ninth servant. Now, Saint King of Gai personally accompanied Xingqiu to Qinya City, and it was unclear if he was here simply for the excitement or he had some other agenda. The assemblage around Qinya City was getting scarier. Zhu Kong also frowned slightly. He clearly felt that there were many people of the Nirvana plane around him, which was a threat in itself. It would be a tough situation if these people were also to compete for the relics left by Emperor Kwa. Yi Futian, do you want to compete against us, the 9 major tribes, with the power of Qinya City? In the void, Zhu Xian said with a clear voice while upon the sun carriage. The bright sunlight shone down, and hot air currents oppressed heaven and earth. Don't involve the others. If you retreat now, I will not pursue what had happened today. Yi Futian glanced at the other, responding. Zhu Kong, Chong Lu, and the others frowned. Their majestic look was even colder. This guy didn't know when to quit while he was ahead. What made you so sure of yourself? Zhu Kong uttered. The brilliant divine sunlight directly beamed in the direction of Yi Futian. Wu Yong appeared in front of him, with flames burning on his body, and the sunlight directly fell on him as if he was bathing in the divine light. What about you? Yi Futian cast a glance at the other cultivators other than Zhu Kong and Chong Lu. Think clearly. If you insist on participating in this matter today, and if you are not able to take me down, you will be responsible for whatever happens next. And if anyone from my Qinya City perishes today on account of this, I will most definitely take all of you out of the 9 tribes of Emperor Kwa. Everyone stared at Yi Futian. He was way too presumptuous. The 9 major tribes in the west, except for the Wu tribe and the 7 tribes outside of the Bailey tribe, were here to join in the kill, and he dared to speak of such outrageous words. Could there really be a wild card? The 7 characters of Nirvana were present, even if it was just like the last time when the 3 great Nirvanas of Emperor Xia's realm descended. Shen Tianzhan and Wu Yong perhaps were not going to be enough. Furthermore, many top figures did not detect traces of other Nirvana characters in the city lord's office. The war between Dali Dynasty and Emperor Xia's realm last time had caused discords between those 2 Renhuang realms. Where did Yi Futian get his confidence from? The brilliance on top of the sun carriage was getting brighter and brighter, and a hot glow shrouded the vast, endless space. It seemed that Zhu Kong wished to take him down in person. The battle of the first stage of Divine Path that erupted out front was not going to be finished in a short time, and there was no way to touch Yi Futian in a hurry. Just as he was about to start, a strong breath came from afar. Zhu Kong frowned and directed his gaze at the distance. He saw a group of people come through the void. They instantly descended into this space. He saw a familiar figure, and it was the cultivator who had cooperated with the Zhu tribe previously, Wuhuang Princess Yin Tianjiao. However, Yin Tianjiao later went to Yi Futian's aid instead. Yin Yinjiao was not alone but came with many people. The person who headed the group was an elder clad in a flaming robe, who possessed a terrifying aura. The appearance of this person was recognized by many and attracted many suddenly exclamations. Even the top figures of the regional palace were present, but he was surrounded by youngsters. Yu Sheng. Many people's eyes fell in one place. There was a stalwart figure standing next to the old man from the regional palace. He stood there, a head taller than everyone else, and his entire body seemed to be full of explosive power. Qinya City, Yu Sheng. Xingqiu's eyes instantly looked over there. After seeing Yu Sheng, his pupils contracted slightly, and his body was filled with the intention of war. In the Battle of the Crimson River, after he became a saint, he was suppressed by Yu Sheng, who had also broken into the divine path. The name of Xingqiu was destined to be less than that of his older brother, and the rest of the world would always only see him and be reminded of Yu Sheng. Although Xing Kai had counseled him on that day that no one who cultivated in this world could be undefeated, Seeing Yu Sheng's name becoming more well-known, and now among the regional king, ranking just like his older brother, one could only imagine his feeling. One of the cave masters from the regional palace, Saint King of Gai, said to Xing Qiu while glancing at the old man next to Yu Sheng. Although Xing Qiu looked nothing out of the ordinary, his heart was extremely unsettled. Was Yu Sheng traveling with cave masters in tow? At the regional palace, there were some special places of blessings. Each cave master would have several very powerful characters under their tutelage, who were responsible for instructing the disciples of the regional palace daily. In other words, even if one had entered the regional palace, one may not be so easily accepted in the house of a cave master. Every cave master was someone who was the epitome of the Saint Plain. But Yu Sheng was accepted directly into the house of a cave master to cultivate. This was what he had wanted, but now all the limelight was on Yu Sheng. Xing Qiu, even though he has a cave master to instruct him in cultivation, you have the teaching of the 9th teacher, not any inferior than him. Don't be too obsessed. Saint King of Gai seemed to have read Xing Qiu's mind and was reasoning with him. Well, I will do my best, Xing Qiu nodded. It was difficult not to care about these things completely. Although I don't know what Yi Futian obtained, if it could persuade the chiefs of the 7 major tribes to come in person, it must be something quite extraordinary, Saint King of Gai whispered. Just as they were speaking, Yu Sheng stepped out and walked toward the battlefield. He did not look at those who were defeated by him, such as Xing Qiu and Xiang Nan, who were not important in his eyes. Zhu Kong and his people had noticed when the cultivators from the regional palace had arrived, and he now frowned when he saw Yu Sheng stepping out. He looked at the cave master, saying, "Today's matter is between our 9 major tribes and Yi Futian. The regional palace will not be interfering?" It was the Crimson Dragon Emperor who was behind the regional palace. Generally speaking, he did not like to interfere in the affairs of the outside world. "No," the cave master said lightly, which comforted Zhu Kong somewhat. He heard the other party continue, "But Yu Sheng is from Qinya City. If he wants to participate in the battle, the regional palace will not restrain him, so you are free to do as you please. However, we do not want to see people of higher realms from the 9 major tribes to bully disciples of the regional palace." Everyone who heard his words expressed a look of curiosity. Yu Sheng was someone who had already entered the regional king ranking, which was a clear sign that he was going to be the one doing the bullying. However, the words of the other could not be refuted either. If they deploy those of the higher realms to fight Yu Sheng, then the people of the regional palace would have a reason to butt in. Zhu Kong frowned slightly without saying anything further. He directed his gaze at Yu Sheng. Yu Sheng stepped outside of the battlefield and ran in one direction. Someone of the Saint Plain from the 9 major tribes directly attacked him. The flames were soaring high into the sky, and the violent handprints pressed down. Yu Sheng glanced at the other, his footsteps slamming into the void. The world roared, and demonic might tumbled and rolled without ceasing as if it donned the demonic armor. Boom! With a loud bang, everyone saw that Yu Sheng did not block the attack at all, but instead opened wide to allow the other's palm print to descend and blast it on his chest. The terrifying flame of the way intended to burn up his body, the fire soared into the sky, drowning Yu Sheng's body within it. The armor of the demon god seemed to ignite flames, becoming even more radiant. That man had never dealt with Yu Sheng before and had no idea how terrible Yu Sheng's defense was. By the time he realized that something was wrong, it was already too late, and Yu Sheng struck out. Boom! With a loud noise, his chest was punched through from a single strike. This kind of power, many people looked at the battlefield where Yu Sheng was after seeing his moves. After all, he was an existence new to the regional king ranking, and with the cave master of the regional palace accompanying him, it was natural that he attracted all the attention. People wanted to see just how strong his combat power was. This strike gave everyone a clear sense of the wild, explosive power contained in his stalwart body. His opponent was of the Saint Plain from the 9 major tribes, whose strike seemed to have done nothing when blasted upon Yusheng. But as he took a hit from Yusheng, the fist will directly punch through his body, and he fell from the sky. Without allowing them much time to think about it, Yusheng continued to walk and shook the void. His palms stretched out, and they instantly transformed into the palms of a demon god, grabbing toward someone of the Saint Plain. That cultivator of the Saint Plain waved with both hands. Endless divine fire surrounded his body. It erupted directly, blasting toward Yusheng. Boom! A shocking demonic might descended, and everyone saw a sheltering demonic shadow appear behind the giant palm print of the demonic way. This palm print seemed to explode out of the hands of this demon and getting larger and larger. The great path of heaven and earth echoed each other and suppressed this space. The cultivator of the Saint Plain felt that it was difficult to move. The dazzling divine fire collapsed and was pulverized underneath the palm print, and he quickly retreated. But before his very eyes, the demonic shadow continued expanding. The more he fled, the more he found the insubstantiality of his body, still under the palm of the demonic way. It felt as if there was no way up and no way down. Boom! A loud bang, and an immense palm print drowned him, slamming down on him from the sky to the ground. With a violent outburst of sound, an extremely clear giant handprint appeared on the ground, surrounded by rippling cracks. The hearts of many trembled. Such an aggressive, offensive force was merely hopeless. The regional king ranking, as established by the regional palace, was not specific in the kind of ranking it pertained to. Without exception, anyone who was on the list was almost invincible in his realm and surpassed their peers. Unless there was conflict with others who were also on the list, it was hard for the others to reach. Before Yu Sheng got on the list, there were still others who doubted his strength. Now, many had witnessed just how strong those on the regional king ranking were. Xing Qiu stared the battlefield that Yu Sheng was in. Now that he had entered the regional palace, he was much stronger than when he had first entered the divine path. The intent of battle surrounded his body, and he seemed to want to battle again. Saint King of Gai next to him seemed to have perceived the intent to battle from Xing Qiu, saying, "Do you want to go?" Xing Qiu did not respond, but he did want to fight again. However, this time was not the same as the Battle of Crimson River. In the last Battle of Crimson River, he thought he would win. But now he had not a bit of confidence. "You don't have any confidence," Saint King of Gai continued, knowing that one shouldn't but still does so. It is the same tempering of the mind. As long as you release attachment to the outcome, treating it as a test, victory or defeat is irrelevant. He could see that the last battle had cast a shadow on Xing Qiu, who had just entered Saint Plain. This was unlike Xing Qiu from the past, full of self-confidence, and had the conviction of looking forward as if he was on top of everyone who was excellent and worthy. Before that, he and Xing Kai were very much alike. The two brothers were exceptionally talented. The younger generation admired him a lot, and his achievements would not be lower than this brother's in the future. Therefore, Saint King of Gai wanted to help Xing Qiu overcome this mental block. Xing Qiu nodded, then really started walking straight toward the battlefield. On his body, a horrific glow bloomed, and the aura of the great path shone between the heaven and the earth. His body seemed to resonate with the birth of this firmament, and an immense body of the god of war appeared behind him. Xing Qiu at this moment turned into a war god. He raised his hand and launched an attack on a cultivator of the Saint Plain from Qinya City. It was Situ Yan. Situ Yan felt a terrible coercion of might. Her face changed as her strength bloomed in defense. But Xing Qiu's attack was aggressive and boundless. The strike of his palm was one with the great path, capable of destroying everything. With a loud sound, her body was thrown back, and blood spurted out of her mouth. Her body trembled violently, and the blood boiled within her body. Xingqiu has made his move. In an instant, countless eyes fell on Xingqiu, and many still remembered the end of the Battle of the Crimson River last time. Yi Futian frowned and looked up at the battlefield. Was Xingqiu using this battlefield as his place of trial? Once again, Yu Sheng crushed another person and blasted him away. He then headed straight to where Xingqiu was. Likewise, Xingqiu also approached him. After the Battle of the Crimson River, the two met once again. The power of demonic mighty kept rolling, and Xingqiu concentrated on condensing the seal, resonating with the great path. A supreme coercion exploded out of his body, and above it, there was a faint trace of the glory or Renhuang. Seeing that Yu Shang was approaching, Xingqiu's body and his life spirit blended together, and a rumbling sound was heard. He transformed himself into the great path and became a true god of war. Streams of light lit and surrounded his body, resonating with heaven and earth. With his body as the center, there was an overwhelming coercion of might. So strong, many in the Saint Plains secretly exclaimed as they felt the coercion of Xingqiu. After Yu Sheng was named on the regional king ranking, everyone understood that Xingqiu's defeat was not due to his weakness, but was because his opponent was even more terrible. Now those who were witnessing the will of battle on Xingqiu would agree that it was indeed terrifying. Moreover, now that Xingqiu had entered the same plane, he must be able to fully exert the unique method inherited from Emperor Zhan, Taishan will. This technique could use the body itself to resonate with heaven and earth. The practitioner was required to practice martial arts also from an early age. The body must also be able to be sanctified until the spiritual will and the body could resonate with one another to communicate with the heaven and the earth, so that one's own body could release battle power far beyond one's combat power. This technique held extremely high requirements for the spiritual will as well as for the physical body of the practitioner. Once upon a time, Emperor Zhan relied on this method to crush the peers of his generation. He fought everywhere with strength so great that he was named Emperor Zhan when he entered Renhuang realm. Centered on the body of Xingqiu, a terrible storm seemed to be formed and rolled toward Yu Sheng. Yu Sheng stepped in the void, and the demonic might above the void was immense. Behind him, there appeared the illusion of a mighty demonic god whose pupils were cold, and his domineering eyes seemed to want to make Xingqiu submit at his feet. The method practiced by Yu Sheng was perhaps not less powerful than Taishan will. The might of authority was terrifying. Before the two of them even made a move, two forces roared and clashed. Boom! Accompanied by a loud bang, the handprints of the demon god in the great path above the void blasted down from the sky. Xingqiu let out a scream, and his body soared into the sky. The aura of the great path above his body resonated with heaven and earth, and illusions of the god of war appeared. He raised his hand to launch the method and rocketed into the sky. It seemed that it was a repeat of the battle of the Crimson River in the past. Boom! The palms that could crush all crushed the space. Many fists' aura of the war god broke into pieces. The arm that was the incarnation of Xingqiu reached out, and thousands of fists shattered the space as he attempted to raise the sky with his hands. Dong! Yu Sheng stepped out and crossed the void, stepping down directly. As he looked down from the sky, his arms raised, and the figure of the Demon King smashed toward Xingqiu, who was below. Another loud boom, and Xingqiu's body fell from the sky. He moaned and spat out a mouthful of blood again. "Help him," Zhukong said. Suddenly, cultivators of the Saint Plain flickered forward and launched an attack at Yu Sheng. They wanted to gang up on Yu Sheng. Xingqiu's mouth was still bloody as he looked up into the sky. His will to battle remained strong as he rose into the sky once more. Saint King of Gai looked at this battlefield and glanced at Yu Sheng. It seemed that this time Xingkai and Xingqiu had found their match. It was pressure, but it could also become motivation. Zhu Kong stepped forward, and an incomparably dazzling divine power descended. It was as if the sword of the sun fell straight down in the direction of Yi Futian. Wu Yong was still standing in front of Yi Futian. His palms blasted into the void as the sword fell, disappearing bit by bit under the flame in his palm. The top figures of all 7 major tribes stepped forward. Zhu Kong said, "Those who have nothing to do with this, leave, lest the innocent are hurt." What a terrible scene when the powerful cultivators of Nirvana Plane get involved. Many cultivators below the Saint Plane all retreated into the distance, fearing that they, too, would be destroyed by the ripples of the aftermath. Cultivators of various major tribes came forward. Zhu Kong stepped out of the sun buggy overlooking Yi Futian Road in the city's main government. "If we shoot, it might affect the entire city's main government. You really want us to do it ourselves?" Until this moment, he did not know where Yi Futian got his confidence. He even threatened him with these wild words. The 7 major tribes, how many tyrannical figures, this coercion came down. An entire city's main house seemed to be shrouded in a coercion of coercion. "You'd better not hurt anyone else. Otherwise, your tribes will be responsible." Yi Futian looked up at the figure in the void and said, "Elder Wu Yong, please take the way of Emperor Kwa." Wu Yong lifted his eyebrow and was puzzled, but he still nodded and said, "All right." Zhu Kong and cultivators from the other tribes were equally puzzled. What was the meaning behind Yi Futian's words? In Yi Futian's life palace, the branches and leaves of the ancient tree of the world wrapped around the dazzling fire spirit orb as traces of horrifying flaming will diffused. This spirit orb drifted toward the life spirit of the sun in the life palace. Suddenly, that life spirit of the sun became brighter and brighter. In an instant, terrible flames lit up on Yi Futian's body. Above the firmament, the clouds changed color, and it seemed to turn into a world of the flames. The sun's rays fell on Yi Futian's body, and an infinite fire came toward him. The flames between heaven and earth also poured wildly toward Yi Futian's body. Boom! Yi Futian seemed to transform into a sun, bathed in the fire of the sun, which drowned his whole person within it. "Don't resist," Yi Futian said. For an instant, the brilliance of unparalleled flames poured into Wu Yong's body. What was more terrible was that there were not only flames, but also will that flowed wildly into Wu Yong's own will. At this moment, Wu Yong seemed to perceive a figure of Ren Huang, who was like a peerless god of war. "The inheritance of Emperor Kwa," Wu Yong murmured. His heart trembled. Did the sun that was devoured by Yi Futian contain the will left by Emperor Kwa? "Forge Chonglu battle form," Yi Futian said. Wu Yong nodded, and with a bang his body grew taller. He intended to become a god of war. "What's going on?" Stares that were like sharp swords, all directed toward Wu Yong, and then at Yi Futian, who was behind him. Above the sky, heaven was branded crimson red, flowing toward the distance, trying to envelop all of Chinya City. The sun above the sky seemed to become one with Yi Futian and Wu Yong, shining straight upon them. Boom! Wu Yong's body continued to grow taller, more and more powerful, wanting to shelter the sky. Zhong Lu, the chief of the Zhong tribe, stared at the scene playing out in front of him. He couldn't be more familiar with this method. He was named after this method. Zhonglo battle form. Zhonglo battle form had 13 phases, and each was stronger than the one before. If it reached the 13th phase, it could be considered the battle form of Ren Huang, and even become the war emperor of the sun. By now, he had reached the realm of nirvana. But out of the 13 phases of the Zhonglo battle form, he had still only reached the 11th level, and it was only accomplished a few years ago. But at this time, Wu Yong's body continued to rise, becoming stronger and stronger. His aura was so imposing. It was as if he was a Run Huang reincarnate, and the battle form of Zhonglo was transformed and sublimated. Soon, Wu Yong's battle form had reached the 10th level. This was the level that Nirvana levels could enter. Although Wu Yong entered Nirvana not long ago, he never practiced heavy building battles before. The body, perhaps in the relics, would have to be passed on that day. At this moment, it broke through the 10th phase. Alas, Wu Yong did not stop there. He was still getting stronger. Yi Futian seemed to be transformed into a sun that had devoured heaven and earth. All the fires were surging toward Wu Yong, lending all power to Wu Yong. Boom! Wu Yong's body pulled taller again, and the Zhonglo battle form now reached the 11th phase, the same level as that of Zhong Lu, the leader of the Zhong clan. But what shocked Zhong Lu was that he did not stop there. Wu Yong was bathed in the infinite flame, and an illusion appeared in his mind. He saw a majestic body standing between heaven and earth. It was Emperor Kwa. At this moment, he truly felt the will of Emperor Kwa. Break! With a thunderous shout, the fire emitted by the sun above the sky turned into a storm. Wu Yong's body rose again. The world roared, and the flames turned into a sea of fire. Many cultivators retreated into the distance. The entire city, Lord's office, was burning, but beyond that, even the sky was burning. In the vast area centered on the city lord's office, countless people looked up at the sky, looking at that tall and immense figure, the flaming god of war. The battles of many cultivators of the Saint Plain were interrupted, and everyone was retreating to evacuate from the battlefield. At the moment, the will upon Wu Yong's body was far too terrible. It seemed intent on burning the sky, and it was difficult to bear the heat in close range. 12th phase. Zhong Lu, the leader of the Zhong clan, was lost for a moment when he looked at the scene in front of him. The 12th phase could be considered to be at the top of Nirvana Plain, the real peak of the Saint Plain. Even he did not reach it, and now Wu Yong had done it. However, Wu Yong had achieved it by borrowing the way. Yi Futian had indeed gotten everything left by Emperor Kwa, as they had suspected. No wonder the ruins had disappeared. But what exactly did he get? According to the elders of the Wu clan, it was a terrible sight when Yi Futian devoured the flames throughout the ruins. But it also seemed to corroborate the scene they were witnessing. He was devouring the flames of heaven and earth, and at the same time, releasing the infinite flame into Wu Yong's body to lend him the way. Above the sky, a face appeared. It seemed to be the face of Emperor Kwa that then merged with Wu Yong's body. It was as if Wu Yong at this moment represented the will of Emperor Kwa. Not only was the attention of the cultivators of the 7 major tribes fixed on this scene, but many of the cultivators here also stared at Yi Futian and Wu Yong. What a terrible flame! What exactly did Yi Futian inherit? No wonder the major tribes of the western region had gathered here today. They were intending on getting back whatever it was. Even if Emperor Xia's realm should be offended in the process, it was worth it to get back the inheritance left by Emperor Kwa. But now it seemed that it was not so simple to get it back either. 9 major tribes all belonged to Emperor Kwa. Now that the will of Emperor Kwa has made itself visible, the likes of you still have not bowed down in worship. What are you waiting for? Yi Futian stood behind Wu Yong, bathed in the radiance of flames, and said in a clear voice that resounded through the space, to ask the 9 tribes bow down and worship at this moment, the will of Emperor Kwa appeared and descended upon Wu Yong. But no one worshipped. Zhu Kong and the other 7 tribes were here today to arrest people. Even the appearance of Emperor Kwa's will did not have much effect. They were here to recapture, not to worship. The will of Emperor Kwa should be returned to the 9 tribes, Zhu Kong said. Sacrilege! Yi Futian shouted. Today, those who violated the will of Emperor Kwa are to be regarded as traitors. As the heir of Emperor Kwa, I will mete out the punishment later. For now, you still have one last chance to repent. There is still time to obey the last testament of Emperor Kwa. I don't know what you are talking about, Zhu Kong said coldly. His eyes were directed at the others. He said, since he is stubborn and unwilling to follow us back to the west, let's make him. Obviously, he still decided to fight Yi Futian. As the situation had deteriorated to this point, how could it be possible to turn back now? The leaders of each tribe belonged to the Nirvana plane. They were resilient and would not retreat easily. With the 7 cultivators of the Nirvana plane surrounding Yi Futian, the whole world was burning. Everyone get back, Yi Futian said to his people. This battle was a battle among those at the peak of Nirvana. For those below Nirvana plane, it would be difficult to intervene. Unless those in the front had no doubt, only Shin Tianzhan was still guarding next to him. He was also an expert at flaming ability. If Wu Yong did not come this time, and someone from the Crimson Dragon realm came to plunder, he might have to fight using Shin Tianzhan. But Wu Yong, who was originally from the Wu clan that belonged to Emperor Kwa, was much more suitable. Zhu Kong looked down, and the sun's divine rays sprinkled downward. He lifted his palms. Suddenly, the flames of heaven and earth condensed into a terrible vortex, which directly condensed into a solar fireball and burned all existence. Go! Zhu Kong waved his palms downward, and suddenly the sun dropped. It chased toward the immense body of the towering flaming god of war, the 12th phase of the Zhonglo battle form achieved by Wu Yong. At the moment Zhu Kong made his move, the 7 cultivators of the Nirvana plane gathered a terrible flame of the great path at the same time, all of which had the power to destroy. Zhong Lu, head of the Zhong clan, between the opening and closing of his eyes, an extreme might descended between heaven and earth. He stepped into the void, and it seemed that a flaming war god would come from the sky and kill Wu Yong. The cultivators of Raven tribe stepped forward, and suddenly golden sun birds appeared between heaven and the earth, whistling down and drowning the void. 7 cultivators attacked simultaneously. The attack of each contained a different flame, but they all contained a terrifying force of destruction. Wu Yong lifted his eyes and looked at the sky. Between the sky and the earth, things had changed. The infinite flames in the sky converged and spawned a terrible storm this immense. The 7 characters of the Nirvana plane looked at Wu Yong's eyes and saw that between the blinking of the eyes, a solar storm descended. The suns went toward the people in attacks, colliding in the void as if it was the flame that would destroy the world. Boom! Wu Yong reached the sky in one step. His eyes were terrible. At this moment, he seemed to have been transformed into a god. Those eyes were the divine eyes of the sun that hid the method and ways within them. Looking afar, a solar storm was born. The terrible solar vortex storm swept out toward the 7 Nirvana cultivators, trying to bury them in the solar storm. Witnessing this terrible storm, the 7 Nirvana cultivators looked badly. This was the method of the Zhu clan, divine eyes of the sun. Now, it was blooming on Wu Yong with a power that was extremely scary. Compared with Zhu Kong, it could only be stronger, not weaker. The cultivators in the distance were shocked when they saw the scene before them. Was Wu Yong going to fight the 9 major tribes, 7 Nirvana figures, with his own strength? At this moment, Wu Yong's breath climbed almost to the extreme of Nirvana plane. Some other Nirvana figures, who were also there, stared at the battlefield. Saint King of Gai looked indifferent, focusing ahead. Borrowing the way, borrowing the will of Emperor Kwa, he said in his heart. He did not expect Yi Futian to work in tandem with Wu Yong to showcase such combat effectiveness. Zhonglo battle form at the 12th phase was already at the top of the Nirvana plane. Wu Yong himself was of the Nirvana plane. Yi Futian had swallowed the power of heaven and earth in order to lend the power to him, thus making him even stronger. that, combined with the will of Emperor Kwa and his inheritance of the Wei, all contributed to the making of Wu Yong at this moment. Wu Yong, under such circumstances, was stronger than any one of the 7 great Nirvana figures, and was much stronger. Therefore, even if the 7 great Nirvana figures joined forces, it would be difficult to kill Wu Yong. But to take down Yi Futian, it was necessary to pass over Wu Yong. Zhu Kong and the others naturally understood this as well. Zhong Lu, Raven, we will be the main attack. The others can take down Yi Futian, Zhu Kong said. Inside the solar storms, there was a sun god sword penetrating the storm. Zhu Kong's body went downward with might authority. Zhong Lu and Raven moved at the same time with him toward that peerless Zhonglo battle form, trying to hinder Wu Yong. The other 4 Nirvanas bypassed Wu Yong in an attempt to take down Yi Futian. Wu Yong's strength was given by Yi Futian. If Yi Futian was to be taken down, Wu Yong would lose without a fight. Seeing the 7 Nirvanas coming closer, like gods diving down, Wu Yong's countenance remained unchanged. The flames kept burning on his body, and at the moment when the 7 Nirvanas descended, an infinite golden raven manifested, drowning the sky. It came out attacking. This golden raven seemed to possess torrential breath that seemed to be transformed by his will. The 7 Nirvanas attacked at the same time. Wu Yong stared at one person in particular, the relatively weak chief of the Shang clan among the 7 great Nirvanas. 1,000 divine arms. Yi Futian commanded. Wu Yong understood. Suddenly, on top of the towering and terrible Zhonglo battle form, infinite arms suddenly appeared, and each one of them was surrounded by terrible flame. It was as if there were thousands of arms being extended at the same time, grabbing at the 7 cultivators of the Nirvana plane. Boom! Wu Yong stepped into the air, suppressing the firmament above. The shadow of Emperor Kwa appeared to become solid. At this moment, the 7 Nirvana figures had an illusion. It was as if Emperor Kwa had returned for this battle using Wu Yong's body. These abilities were all abilities of Emperor Kwa. The head of the Shang clan, Shang Yen, saw thousands of arms blasting toward him and retreated rapidly. The 1,000 divine arms stretched out. Each arm turned into a storm of vortex, wrapping the space within it as if there was nowhere to escape. Shang Yan's hands condensed the seal. He stopped in his tracks. His body was radiant all over. The light of flames surrounded his entire body, protecting him. The storm came in a great gulp as the 2 flames collided together, and he was directly sucked into the storm of the 1,000 divine arms. Boom! A horrific vortex of devouring power descended, and Shang Yen felt that the flames around him had now turned into currents of flames toward the other, and was swallowed up and melted madly. The expression on his face was terrible. How could this be? He thought. He was of the Nirvana plane, and his flame was extremely overbearing, capable of melting everything. Every attack that came near would be destroyed. But the flame of the other swallowed and refined his flames. It was as if its ranking was higher. Unless it was because it had borrowed from Emperor Kwa and inherited the secret of his treasures. When his thought turned to this, his look was gloomy. The flaming currents over his body were swallowed up madly as he was buried in a vortex of flames. This vortex turned into a sun, and he seemed to be in the center of the fire of the sun. The infinite fire of the sun intended to burn him into nothingness. Boom! Shang Yen himself had a flaming body. The fire of the sun refined his body, but could not burn it up within a short time. He bathed in flames as if he had turned into a god of flames. Elsewhere, great battles erupted, but while Wu Yong was defending and attacking, his focus was on Shang Yen. Among the leaders of the 7 major tribes, Shang Yen was the weakest. Now that he had come upon the opportunity, he would rush in and get rid of one of them first. This way, it could destroy the confidence of all other tribes. Shang Yen had already been shrouded in a solar sphere, and the flame in the center of the sun appeared crimson red, like blood, which was shocking to behold. Even Shang Yen felt a sense of danger. Yi Futian was manipulating the sun's spirit orb, and rays of true solar fire condensed and manifested, following Wu Yong's body. It flew toward the space where Shang Yang was. The true fire fell and sprinkled on him. At this moment, Shang Yen felt a sizzling sound from his flaming body. It was being burnt and melted. Impossible. As Shang Yen sensed this change, his face was filled with shock. It was impossible. He was of the Nirvana plane. Even if Wu Yong had borrowed the way, it was not possible that he could have melted him. As the light of true fire continued to fall, the sizzling continued, and a series of even stronger crimson beams fell down. They pierced his flaming body so that his body became unreal under the flames. Then a sharp pain was felt. Boom! He took one step, his body soared into the sky, brought the flames into the heavens above. He was trying to escape. From the outside, Wu Yong, as a Zhonglo war god, glanced over the space where he was. Divine fire shot out from his eyes, falling wildly. The fire of the great path was madly flowing above the immense torso. From the outside, Shang Yan's body could be seen within the sun. As they saw this scene, Zhu Kong and others were greatly shocked. Zhu Kong manifested a giant sun god sword, pierced through the void, and headed in that direction, trying to save Shang Yen. After all, the 7 major tribes came together. Their honor was bound together. From the solar storm, countless lines of true fire were shot out, swallowing Shang Yan's body little by little until, with a final loud bang, the sun exploded. Shang Yan's body disappeared into the endless flame. He was burned and killed. Sir, in the distance, the faces of the cultivators of the Shang clan had significantly changed. Zhu Kong and the others also changed. Wu Yong was now able to vanquish the existence of Nirvana cultivators. Although Shang Yen was a weaker existence among the leaders of the 7 tribes, he was once stronger than the former leader of the Wu clan. Among the 9 major tribes, now only the leaders of 8 major tribes remained. If Wu Yong were removed, then there would only be 7 major tribes. Moreover, too many of the Bailey tribes seemed to be a little too uncertain, waiting to see which way the wind would blow. They didn't expect that when the 7 major tribes came to arrest people that they would lose someone from the Nirvana plane among them, or that Yi Futian was able to lend the way to Wu Yong. This disturbed him extremely. After the death of Emperor Kwa, even though the 9 major tribes continued to fight amongst themselves, they still maintained the same stance against outsiders, which was the reason why they could rule the Western Territory for such a long time. Now, with the 9 major tribes finally about to usher in major changes. Of course, beside disturbance there was also anger. Zhu Kong stared at Wu Yong and said, "The 9 major tribes were as one, and you killed Shang Yen." Wu Yong glanced at him, indifferent. The instigator was Zhu Kong. What sense did it make to accuse him now? If they could have killed him to plunder the inheritance of Emperor Kwa, would they have shown mercy? Absolutely not. I am cleaning house for Emperor Kwa. You have moved against the heirs of Emperor Kwa and betrayed the Emperor's will. You are already rebels, Wu Yong said. Since both sides had already chosen different positions, the only way was to keep going. Zhu Kong's body soared into the sky, and the bright sunlight above the firmament showered on his body. An endless sun god sword was suddenly created between heaven and earth, covering the vast and immense space in it, sheltering the sky and shielding the sun. Chenya City, countless many looked up, and all were able to witness this shocking scene. Many continued to retreat away from this battlefield. It had become too dangerous here. Zhu Kong, it seemed, was not intending to approach but attacked toward the distance and along the borders. Not only him, but the other 6 Nirvana figures had all released their power. With Zhu Kong's finger pointed downward, the infinite sun god's sword fell down, destroying everything. In the distance, a sacred flaming dragon came roaring. These magnificent dragons appeared as true dragons that had descended upon the world and rushed toward those sun god swords. Along with the great roars, a figure came along. The man was holding a scepter. It was Bailey Chiu, the leader of the Bailey tribe. "Zhu Kong, are you still so obstinate?" Bailey Chiu said to Zhu Kong, who was in the void. "Are you also on his side?" Zhu Kong stared at Bailey Chiu and said, previously, Bailey Chiu's attitude was ambiguous. He had helped Yi Futian when Yi Futian and his party came out of the ancestral lands. Now, seeing that Yi Futian could lend the way to Wu Yong, had he come out and chosen his position? You have delusional thoughts and wanted to plunder what was not yours. Have you ever considered that the relics of Emperor Kwa had existed for many years, and if the 9 major tribes were not able to obtain them, it was because they were destined not to belong to the 9 major tribes? City, Lord, ye entered the ancestral lands and inherited Emperor Kwa's last will and testament, even if you don't recognize his status and are unwilling to follow him. Why can't you give City, Lord Yi, some time? Perhaps he could lead the 9 ancestral lands? Bailey Chiu said out loud clearly. He was on Yi Futian's side, and there were public and personal reasons. Yi Futian was able to obtain the inheritance because his talent was recognized by Emperor Kwa, creating history. His future was unlimited, and he may become the next Emperor Kwa. As for personal reasons, it had been proven that the 9 major tribes were having difficulties taking them down. So why not follow the trend and make friends with Yi Futian? Zhu Kong's look was indifferent. Right now, there were already 3 nirvana figures around Yi Futian: Wu Yong, Shen Tianzhan, Bailey Chiu, and it was unknown whether or not more nirvana figures were hiding within Emperor Xiao's realm. But what really frustrated them was that Yi Futian was able to lend the way to Wu Yong to exert the fighting power of Nirvana's peak, so that they could not approach him and were unable to take down Yi Futian. Today, all 7 majors tribes were here. What should have been a simple and easy battle turned out to be so incredibly difficult. And a nirvana existence was killed because of it. But now, the 2 sides were like water against fire. It was a state of conflict that could not be easily avoided. Even if they did not kill Yi Futian, the other would come and find them sooner or later in the future. If Yi Futian took Wu Yong to break them down one by one in the future, it would be a great disaster for each of the major tribes. Under such circumstances, they had to succeed today, no matter what. When his thoughts turned to this, Zhu Kong looked around the people surrounding heaven and earth. Those who were still nearby were all top influencers, and there were existences of nirvana on the sideline guarding. He said loudly, "You have all witnessed this battle. Yi Futian possesses the treasures passed down by Emperor Kwa. According to the eyewitnesses of the Wu clan, they have seen the gates of the ancestral lands of our 9 tribes, and at the time of the inheritance, Yi Futian had used the things inherited by Emperor Kwa to devour the entire ancestral land in fire, which caused the ruins of the ancestral land to disappear. Now, the power he lent to Wu Yong was likely only part of the power from the ancestral lands that were devoured. Use your imagination. What do you think that would be?" Everyone who heard the words of Zhu Kong revealed a strange look. They understood. No wonder the 7 major tribes arrived together and had already determined his crime, intending to take Yi Futian away forcibly, even if what they did would enrage Emperor Xiao's realm. What a terrible thing Emperor Kwa's inheritance was, in addition to the secret treasure that could devour the whole ancestral land. Seeing was believing. At this moment, Yi Futian's lending the way to Wu Yong had also confirmed Zhu Kong's words. If they could get it, would they have a chance to take it one step higher on the way of the flames, or would they comprehend the will of Emperor Kwa and impact the realm of Renhuang? When their thoughts turned to this, the eyes of even more people were burning red hot. Yi Futian was in the flames of the sun, indifferent, merely staring at Zhu Kong, who was in the void. Was this to incite everyone to fight against him? Zhu Kong knew that it was difficult for the 7 major tribes to achieve, so he began to use the power of the Crimson Dragon realm to make him the target of public criticism. It was quite vicious. Even if they could not obtain it, they would cut him off, so he had nowhere to go. Everyone who came here today must have heard about it. Now, why not get together, and whoever can get it, it will belong to that person. How about it? Zhu Kong continued, urging everyone to take a shot. Many of the top figures were tempted. In another direction, Xing Qiu had already returned to the side of Saint King of Gai. He had suffered major injuries. Yi Futian's battle had forced a stop between their fight with Yushang. "Uncle, do you want to try?" Xing Qiu said to Saint King of Gai. "Are you interested?" Saint King of Gai asked Xing Qiu, "The relic of Ren Huang that could devour the ancestral lands. It does sound interesting. Even if I do not practice the art of flames, I can comprehend. Not to mention, this thing is bound to be valuable," Xing Qiu said. "Very well, then. Since you are interested, I'll take it for you as a present," Saint King of Gai said softly, as if he decided to make a move. The treasure must be his. The Saint King of Gai had been in the debt of the 9th servant, city lord of the ancient imperial city, since he was young. He was subsequently taught by the 9th servant, resulting in his legendary status in the Crimson Dragon realm. His plane could have easily made him the lord of a city. However, he had not done so. Instead, he'd spent his days either traveling the land or training in the ancient imperial city. Everyone who knew him saw him as a member of the ancient imperial city. Due to his close relationship with the 9th servant and the others, even though they were not related by blood, Xing Kai and Xing Qiu called him their uncle. The Saint King of Gai nonetheless valued Xing Kai and Xing Qiu very much. Everyone in Crimson Dragon Realm knew that to be true. The Saint King of Gai did not have any descendants, so he nurtured the Xing brothers as if they were his own. The 9th servant, who is known as the number 1 holiness of Nirvana, hardly needed his help with anything. As such, he was still unable to repay his debt to the 9th servant. Furthermore, he had not worried about the 9 tribes of Emperor Kwa coming after him when he'd taken it. The Saint King of Gai naturally knew that Zhu Kong had instigated others to take out Yi Futian because he was unable to do so himself. This would get rid of Yi Futian and give them all the chance to take the secret treasures of Emperor Kwa once Yi Futian was dead. However, only 6 of the 9 tribes stood together at the moment. Their allegiances were divided. But then again, he would not have to concern himself with those Western tribes once he got his hands on the treasure. Even if the 9 tribes stood together as one, there would still be nothing for him to fear. In the eras that followed Emperor Kwa's passing, the 9 tribes lost their former glory. The 9 tribes, which still reigned over the Western region nonetheless, hardly concerned him. He saw the 9 tribes as nothing compared to the ancient imperial city. If the 9th servant made a move, not even holiness of Nirvanas would be able to stand in his way. The Saint King of Gai stepped forward, bursting with dazzling golden light. Many pairs of eyes turned to him in an instant. All those looking shuddered intensely. No one had anticipated that the first to act would be the Saint King of Gai. There were many top-notch figures present that day. No one knew if they would act against Chinya City. They all waited to see what would happen. Someone would make a move after Zhu Kong spoke. What surprised them all was that the first to make a move was the fearsome Saint King of Gai. All of them wondered what would happen to Chinya City and Yi Futian after that. Would they be able to escape this ordeal? Yi Futian shot a glance at the Saint King of Gai. Many people behind him made severe expressions at the sight. Shen Tianzhan's pupils contracted somewhat as he said, "Be careful, the Saint King of Gai is an extremely renowned holiness of Nirvana. His art at manipulating space is second to none. He is an extremely dangerous threat. Yi Futian, who was basking in the light of the sun, looked coldly at the Saint King of Gai and Xing Qiu as they walked toward him. Was this the Saint King of Gai's will or Xing Qiu's? But then again, that hardly mattered. The Saint King of Gai stepped forward. Frightening storms of space whipped up around them as he threw his palm forward. Terrifying whirlpools appeared near Wu Yong and Yi Futian in an instant. Wu Yong, who had taken the form of a god of war and fire, shot a look at the Saint King of Gai, feeling extremely threatened. The will of the great path wielded by the Saint King of Gai was indeed second to none. His eyes turned into the divine eyes of the sun, terrifying will of the flames transformed into the sun, shrouding the Saint King of Gai. The Saint King of Gai responded by grabbing them with his hand. The space around them was twisted until the will of the great path was crushed. One wave of his hand was all it had taken to destroy it all. The Saint King of Gai continued to walk forward. It took only a single step to close in on Wu Yong and the others. The surrounding mighty beings were all shocked by the move. The Saint King of Gai was indeed a legendary, fearsome figure. His attacks were able to shake Wu Yong, who had borrowed powers to use as his own. The space around the Saint King of Gai warped as the will of the great path of space emerged, conjuring terrifying whirlpools to devour everything. He extended his hand again. The space between both Wu Yong and Yi Futian was twisted. Yi Futian sensed that a terrifying will of the great path was indeed intending to separate him from Wu Yong. It was apparent that the Saint King of Gai had realized that Wu Yong was currently at the pinnacle of holiness of nirvana level, making it difficult to find attacks against Wu Yong. As such, the only thing he could do was sever the connection between Yi Futian and Wu Yong. Zhu Kong and the others undoubtedly knew that as well. They were, however, unable to pull this off. However, the Saint King of Gai's manipulation of space made it possible nonetheless. If the connection between them was severed and the borrowed powers failed, Wu Yong would only be a common holiness of nirvana. If that happened, any of the 6 tribes' holiness of nirvanas would be able to fight him. Yi Futian would have no way to resist the incoming attacks then. Wu Yong's expression changed when he realized what the Saint King of Gai was trying to do. His eyes turned into divine eyes, intending to trap the Saint King of Gai in the fires of the sun. However, the Saint King of Gai was extremely perceptive of space. He simply took one step forward and blitzed through space at blinding speeds. It was as if he was trying to tear space itself apart. The attack was unable to even touch his body. The 1,000 divine arms burst out and covered out the sky in an instant, blocking out the sky. Countless flaming hands shot forth, bearing the space with a flurry of attacks. A warped storm of space appeared right before the Saint King of Gai. He stepped into the air and extended his hand forward. The devastating storm twisted and tore the incoming hands of the great path. Will of the great path of space then shrouded Wu Yong's Chonglu battle form at the same time, separating him from Yi Futian. A twisted storm of space shot at Yi Futian at the same time. Look out! Shen Tianzhan stood before Yi Futian and launched a palm attack, sending the incoming attack reeling backward. The aura around Wu Yong dwindled rapidly. His boundless flames of the way seemed to have been extinguished. The space whirlpool caught his humongous body and severed the connection between him and Yi Futian. Terrifying, tearing powers of space appeared between the two men, preventing Yi Futian from borrowing Wu Yong's powers. The Saint King of Gai sent a palm attack forward. It turned into boundless blades of space that tore through the air before him, clashing with the attacks from Wu Yong. Wu Yong's battle form was being wrecked bit by bit and rapidly reducing back to its original form. Terrifying indeed. Such is the power of the Saint King of Gai. His powers of space are indeed at their very pinnacle. Many shuddered deep down. He had separated Wu Yong and Yi Futian, directly diminishing Wu Yong's combat prowess. It also rendered Yi Futian completely helpless. Zhu Kong and the others all paid close attention to the battlefield. They had been watching the battle even before the head Saint King of Gai acted. However, at the exact second when Wu Yong and Yi Futian were forcibly separated, they finally stepped out. 6 holiness of nirvanas emerged instantaneously. Their bodies descended from the sky and headed straight for Yi Futian. All 6 of them had terrifying powers. Their pressure permeated the space around them. Yi Futian sensed stifling pressure and nothing else. Shan Tianzhan, who was by his side, felt their intense, looming pressure as well. Bailey Qiao, the leader of the Bailey tribe, frowned. The Saint King of Gai was nothing short of a nightmare when he attacked. The Saint King of Gai shot a cold glance at Zhu Kong and the others when they moved. They had instigated him to make a move. They wanted to take Yi Futian away from him. Did you think that was possible? What are you people taking me for? He stepped forward, zipping through space. The 6 holiness of nirvanas descended within an instant, lashing out at Yi Futian. Boom! Terrifying, pulling power grabbed at Yi Futian from below, sending him reeling back. Zhu Kong and the other 5 clashed with Shen Tianzhan and Bailey Qiao, sending the 2 of them flying backward. The 6 went straight for Yi Futian. However, there seemed to be a terrifying matrix of the great path lying in wait. A figure appeared behind Yi Futian. He stepped forward and stood before Yi Futian. The image of the matrix continued to grow and become extremely dazzling. Qian. The figure extended their hand and conjured an ancient symbol. It then transformed into a wall of the heavens, blocking out the sky. Boom! The attacks from Zhu Kong and the others bombarded them. The matrix began to crack. They all looked at the handsome figure standing before Yi Futian. They were surprised to find yet another holiness of nirvana on the battlefield. Yi Futian turned to look at the figure before him and felt just as shocked. He'd been wondering where his elder brothers and Fei Shua had been training in the Crimson Dragon Realm. Yan Yuan was standing right before him. Yan Yuan had appeared in front of him when he was in trouble. It was apparent that he'd known about the commotion. The fact that he was able to come to offer support meant that he had been observing from behind the scenes all the while. There had been many holiness of nirvanas around on that day. Many members of top forces were already there, so no one had paid extra attention to him as he'd lurked in the shadows. If Yi Futian had been able to take care of the fight himself, Yan Yuan probably would not have appeared. Elder brother, Yi Futian called out. I'm no longer your elder brother. Yan Yuan brought the powers of the deed of thorough comprehension to the very extreme. Wills of the great path coursed about in a frenzy across the image above them. The attacks from Zhu Kong and the others caused more and more cracks to appear on the image. Yi Futian did not say anything else. It did not matter what their relationship was anymore. Boom! The matrix shattered with a rumble, sending Yan Yuan's body reeling. He then grabbed Yi Futian and retreated. However, when he touched Yi Futian, he vaguely felt an eerily formidable power that sent tingles throughout his body. That was probably the thing that Yi Futian had acquired from Emperor Qua's ruins. He'd borrowed it to allow Wu Yong to fight at maximum capacity. Boom! The sun god sword zipped past. Run on your own. When Yan Yuan saw several holiness of nirvanas appearing, he knew that his hands were full. They would prevent him from guarding Yi Futian. He struggled to conjure a matrix of the great path again as he moved, but still managed to seal his surroundings for a moment. Move, a faraway voice said. Someone else appeared. It was yet another holiness of nirvana. It was yet another holiness of nirvana from Xiang City, as well as the Saint Lord of Jiang and the leader of the Chong clan from Jemu City. They were all there to claim the relic of Emperor Kwa. Things were clear at that moment. No one could have seen the eventual outcome. With so many holiness of nirvanas attacking, there was simply nowhere for Yi Futian to go. The relic of Emperor Kwa would fall into the hands of whoever managed to get to him. The mighty beings all ganged up on Yi Futian. Their auras were simply terrifying. He was done for. That was the thought that occurred to many who were watching from afar. There was simply no way Yi Futian would be able to escape in one piece under such circumstances. It seemed that the lineage of Emperor Kwa would prove to be his downfall. Yi Futian, who was basking in the divine fire of the sun, looked up at his pursuers. His eyes, which were wrapped in flames, looked extremely cold somehow. The imperial will within his life palace infused into his body. The fire spirit orb inside his life palace burst with dazzling light, resonating with his surroundings. Towering, dazzling lights burst out of his body in an instant, igniting a terrifying firestorm. Raging flames swept around Yi Futian's body as his might was felt throughout his surroundings. Those who were pursuing him halted in their tracks right away. All of them glared at the figure basking in the divine fire before them. All of them felt a shuddering aura emanating from him. Yi Futian slowly rose to the air, hovering in the sky as if he was a lotus with its root severed. It was as if he was weightless. Flames burst in his eyes as his blood boiled within his body. The spinning sun spirit orb in his life palace burst with extremely brilliant light as if it was about to burn his life spirits up. Boom, a raging aura of flames swept out from Yi Futian's body, flooding the entire sky and rolling far away. In that instant, the sky above Chinya City was drowned with auroras of flames. Everyone felt their hearts racing as they looked in Yi Futian's direction. It felt as if time had stopped altogether. Yi Futian seemed to be able to do more than lend his powers to Wu Yong. He seemed to be able to tap into that power, making use of the power of Emperor Kwa. Yi Futian, who was drifting in the air, looked up slowly and eyed the holiness of nirvanas who were there to kill him. He took a deep breath and said, "What does the lineage of Emperor Kwa have anything to do with you people? Why don't you leave a way out for all of us?" His eyes were burning as he spoke. Afterward, his body burned as well. His surroundings turned blood red. The sun in the sky shone on his body. Boundless auras of flames flowed into him from thousands of miles away. Yi Futian's body seemed to have turned into an extremely terrifying whirlpool, as if he had become a black hole of the sun, out to devour everything. His body seemed to be burning. Everyone around watched Yi Futian's twisted expression. He looked as if he was being subjected to painful torture in purgatory. He felt all of his organs enduring the intense burning from the flames. A low-pitched noise was heard coming from Yi Futian. Frightening flames shot from his eyes as he looked up at the boundless sky. "I'd like to call upon Emperor Kwa." A roar was heard as Yi Futian's body was buried in the towering flames. Boundless flames of the way coalesced into a solid form. The resulting enormous being that took his place was a legendary Renhuang. The hearts of many those present were racing, especially those from the 9 tribes. Zhu Kong looked up in awe at the solid form coming into view. The extremely towering body belonged to Emperor Kwa, who was emerging into the world again. Emperor Kwa descended upon the world using Yi Futian's body. "This can't be." Zhu Kong's face was incredibly twisted. What he was seeing right there was unbelievable. He was not the only one. Everyone from the 9 tribes trembled violently. Even the holiness of nirvanas were incapable of keeping their hearts from racing. Emperor Kwa had perished many years ago. It was simply impossible for him to descend into the world again. However, what was taking place before their eyes was undeniable. Yi Futian had summoned Emperor Kwa. He had conjured the form of Emperor Kwa using the boundless flames of the way. This is insane. The people watching the battle from afar felt their hearts race as they wondered what they were seeing at that moment. Mighty ones from all over the Crimson Dragon realm had gathered at the battle that day, including many of the top-notch forces and holiness of Nirvana figures. They were all caught in the storm after fighting fierce battles. The storm became increasingly intense. Emperor Kwa was standing right before them. The battlefield turned silent all of a sudden. All the holiness of Nirvana who had been fighting stopped to look up at that figure. Flames continued to roar as the Emperor's body high in the sky. He was like some bottomless hole. Yi Futian was somewhere within that incredibly tall and mighty figure. His entire being was being buried in flames. His world, tree life, spirit spread out in threads that enveloped his body, seeping into his veins as the Imperial went into full bloom. The blood in his veins continued to boil. He knew right away that he would have been able to make use of the borrowed powers as soon as he inherited the ruins of Emperor Kwa. However, he was simply too weak to do so effectively due to his current plane. As such, he had deliberately lent his powers to Wu Yong when the fighting broke out to let Wu Yong do the fighting, while Yi Futian had been unable to lend it all to Wu Yong. Due to the man's holiness of Nirvana level of powers, he'd been nonetheless able to bring his powers to the pinnacle of the holiness of Nirvana plane. Yi Futian simply had not expected the Saint King of Gai to make a move and sever the connection between the two of them. He'd run out of options and had resorted to summoning Emperor Kwa, using the power of the great path in his surroundings. His current plane meant that borrowing such terrifying powers would cost him greatly if he wasn't careful. He could die without even knowing how he died. There was no way he would have gone that far unless his hand was forced. This is not Emperor Kwa. It is simply a will left behind in the ruins, Zhu Kong said with a brimming voice. Everyone had been shocked by the scene before them. However, the Emperor had indeed passed, and there was no way he could have been resurrected. Everyone came to their senses after hearing Zhu Kong's words. They understood that Zhu Kong was making sense. If Emperor Kwa had indeed come back to life, he would have been able to tear them to shreds with just one hand. Furthermore, he only has powers at the first level of sainthood. He could suffer from the recoil at any given moment. No one expected that the thing he acquired would allow him to summon the Emperor again, Zhu Kong said as he walked. The greed in his eyes was becoming increasingly apparent. He had to get his hands on it. He deemed it a terrible waste to leave something like that with Yi Futian. If he inherited those powers, he would be able to tap into them during battle. If that happened, no one in Crimson Dragon Realm under Ren Huang would be able to fight him. If Zhu Kong harbored such thoughts, it was no surprise that others were thinking the same thing. The opportunity to become invincible among saints was right in front of them. So long as they were able to gain everything Yi Futian had acquired, they would be able to stand at the pinnacle of the saint plane. Other than that, it would also give them a chance to tap into the will of Ren Huang, making it possible for them to move towards that plane in the future. It was a temptation like no other. Those who were of the holiness of Nirvana level, especially those who were adept at fire powers, coveted it. Mightier ones felt their hands getting itchy. Somewhere far away, Xia Qingyuan and the others looked concerned. They no doubt understood that Yi Futian was borrowing the power of Emperor Kwa's lineage. If things got out of control, the consequences would be dire. Xia Qingyuan's eyes were ice cold as she shot a glance at those attempting to make a move. It was incredibly frustrating for her. Despite having become a saint, such a level of battles was only capable of being fought by the very pinnacle of holiness of nirvanas. There was no way she would be able to interfere. The aftershocks of the fights between those people alone would have sufficed to destroy common saints. They were not even qualified to even get near the battlefield, let alone fight in it. The scorching rays of the sun were intense high above the sky. Zhu Kong gathered the flames of the great path from his surroundings. High above the sky and below the sun, an immensely huge divine sort of the sun appeared. He roared as he looked beneath him. The divine sword of the sun descended from the sky, heading straight for the enormous figure of Emperor Kwa. That tall and imposing figure lifted its arm and extended it toward the sky. Its arm turned into a terrifying whirlpool that began to tear everything in its immediate surroundings apart. It didn't even bother to block the sword coming down on it. Instead, it went on consuming the flames on the sword. The sword slashed into its arm, attempted to cut it down as the blade swung at the Emperor's enormous body. However, gleaming flames of the way were conjured to melt the sword. The sword was gradually consumed by the huge figure. Zhu Kong's probing attack was consumed right away, causing him to look glum. The materialized figure of Emperor Kwa had developed the way of the flames, making flames entirely ineffective against it. While it was the true Emperor Kwa, it was nonetheless a construct conjured out of flames of the way. Boom! At that moment, the tall, imposing figure suddenly stepped down. That enormous figure's head reached the heavens while its feet touched the ground. One step forward caused the ground to burn immediately, overwhelming the city in flames. The flames rushed into the sky. They were out to bury the entire battlefield in flames. The huge landmass was lifted and thrown through the air. That attack was imbued with boundless flames of the way, capable of melting everything. The flames in its palm burned as hot as the sun. The holiness of Nirvana who were closest to Yi Futian were not those from the 6 tribes, but the 2 from Jinmu City. They were the Saint Lord of Juyang of the Shi clan and the head of the Chong clan. As such, the terrifying attack had been launched first and foremost at those 2 holiness of Nirvanas. The Saint Lord of Juyang was surrounded by 9 suns, all of which burst with boundless light. They moved forward and continued to split, turning into millions of suns and heading straight for that huge palm attack. He wanted to see just how powerful the figure of Emperor Kwa was. Boom! The suns all crumbled as the palm attack devoured the flames before continuing to press forward. The Saint Lord of Juyang's expression turned severe, wondering if flames would be entirely useless against that being. Boundless spears of the sun appeared behind the leader of the Chong clan, intending to pierce the huge palm. However, the result was the same. The spears were devoured, altogether useless. All flames were being devoured, regardless of type. Both of them stepped into the air and retreated. At that very moment, the huge palm attack quickly engulfed everything in their vicinity. A devouring whirlpool appeared at the center of the palm. Boom, the flames conjured by both men rushed at the whirlpool on the palm. Both of them felt as if they were about to be devoured by that palm. Both men turned glum and retreated even more quickly. The palm continued to extend forward, blocking out the sky as the flames on their bodies roared. They were being sucked into the whirlpool in a frenzy. It was as if the whirlpool was trying to suck their flames dry. The situation was so severe that even the sun life spirits around the Saint Lord of Juyang were about to be devoured. Melt, a cold voice said from within figure of Emperor Kwa. Its huge palm trembled as boundless flames of the way shot out from the devouring whirlpool, engulfing the place and shrouding the 2 holiness of Nirvanas in boundless flames of the way. That huge palm seemed to be spitting flames from the body of Emperor Kwa. The bodies of the Saint Lord of Juyang and the leader of the Chong clan were buried by the flames. "Be one!" the Saint Lord of Juyang shouted as he took his divine body of 9 suns form. A dazzling sun shot out of the flames and flew into the sky. However, his heart continued to race. Even his arms were trembling. His divine body of 9 suns had almost been devoured. The great elder of the Chong clan was not as fortunate. He let out shrill, eerie shrieks as he was buried in the flames. He wanted to burst out, but the palm continued to spit flames of the way, burning away his body and soul. "I give up!" the great elder of the Chong clan shouted. His body began to disintegrate. He was about to disappear at any moment. Too late. The voice that replied was a cold one. It sounded like the voice of death itself. Countless eyes turned in that direction. Boundless flames of the way burst from the enormous palm, sealing the great elder of the Chong clan within. The great elder of the Chong clan let out a shrill howl as rumbling noises were heard from within the flames. He took the form of a huge god of war. However, he was still being consumed. His body was rapidly losing its form. It was as if he was no longer a being of a solid body. Instead, his body was made of flames. Clan leader! All the people of the Chong clan turned pale at the sight. Chong Huai, who had once entered the ruins of Emperor Kwa, was the palest of them all. Their clan leader's body was gradually turning to nothing. Everything around him was on the verge of melting down. The flames bursting from the clan leader's body were being consumed. An ethereal being was about to burst from the flames with a howl. However, bursts of golden divine flames were descending, causing that specter of a being to howl again. No! The great elder of the Chong clan continued to howl. He looked at Yi Futian with a terrified expression. He could only see Emperor Kwa's silhouette, tall and proud. The clan leader was a top-notch figure in Crimson Dragon Realm, as well as a holiness of Nirvana. He was the clan leader of a very renowned clan in Jimmu City. He was about to die. A young man on the proving holiness level had tapped into external powers, taking the form of Emperor Kwa to cook him to death. The treasure was left behind by Emperor Kwa, but you nonetheless need to be alive to take it, the tall, imposing figure said in a voice that reverberated throughout the space, causing the hearts of countless people to race. Even the holiness of Nirvanas felt this threat to their lives. Yi Futian was terrifying, even more than when he had been lending his powers to Wu Yong. It was no wonder that he had been so confident before. He was able to lend his powers to Wu Yong, but he was also fully capable of fighting alone. If the leaders of the former 7 tribes, Wu Yong and Shen Tianzhan, had been there would not have been any problems. However, given that so many mighty beings were joining the battle, and even the Saint King of Gai making a move, Yi Futian's hands were indeed being forced. Boom, a raging rumble was heard. The body of the great elder of the Chong clan was completely consumed in the frightening flames. His body was reduced to a ball of fire. No! The mighty members of the Chong clan yelled. Their faces were very pale. Their clan's leader had been killed. Their eyes fixed on those flames. They wondered what being a holiness of Nirvana meant to them anymore. Having a holiness of Nirvana in their midst meant that they had the chance to bag a city and become lords. It would have enabled them to create their own clan and establish a top-notch force. The reason why the Chong clan had been able to gain such prestige in Jimmu City was simple. They had the greatest power backing them, a holiness of Nirvana. In the world of cultivation, having top-notch combat prowess meant everything. Their clan leader had been killed. This meant that the Chong clan was now off the list of top-notch forces. All the industries they had in Jimmu City would be taken away by others. There was no way for them to keep control of all their industries. Furthermore, there would be other dire consequences to deal with, such as the many enemies that would be eyeing the wealth of their clan. Every single person and force that they had offended before was waiting to do them harm. The death of their clan leader represented nothing less than a disaster. The Saint Lord of Jiang looked down on the vanishing body in the air and felt a chill running down his spine. He wondered what would have happened if he'd been the one getting cooked to death. The fighting stopped all of a sudden. Yuan turned around to look at where Yi Futian was. He sensed a harrowing aura in Yi Futian when he was near. The power emanating from his now gave him the same feeling. It surprisingly felt like the mysterious power residing within Feishue's body. He wondered if the treasure that Yi Futian had acquired from Emperor Kua's ruins was something similar to whatever was inside Fei Xue's body. His teacher had sealed the power in Fei Xue's body, never letting Fei Xue use it for training. His teacher had been afraid of the consequences that would result, fearing that it would exceed what Fei Xue could endure. At present, Yi Futian was cornered enough that he'd had to tap into such powers to do battle. If the recoil was more severe than expected, the consequences would be dire. Read the next chapter on our VIP novel. Come, Yan Yuan wondered how Yi Futian was able to endure using such powers. If Fei Xue tried to pull off what Yi Futian had pulled, he was sure that the likelihood of her death would have been over 90%. He'd been able to deduce that from how Fei Xue tapped into the power of that thing inside her to train. Yi Futian had to be severely cornered by the many holiness of nirvanas to perform such a feat. Things would not have come to this otherwise. An elder appeared in the distant sky. He looked down at the battlefield with a faint smile on his lips. He found it interesting that Yi Futian had succeeded in inheriting Emperor Kua's ruins. However, he found so many holiness of nirvanas ganging up on their junior to be rather unsightly. Even after stepping into the holiness of nirvana level, they still wanted to become invincible on such a plane. If they succeeded in becoming invincible on the holiness of nirvana plane, they would probably want to get to the Runhuang plane next. The further one's journey into cultivation went, the greater their yearning for greater planes would become. It was because they had already seen things that were so beautiful that they wanted to reach higher heights to see more. This is not Emperor Kua. This is just a specter that he conjured using the treasure's power. Do not get near him, Zhu Kong said. He too felt a tinge of fear and panic inside him. If they gave up them, it would be a catastrophe for the tribes. There was simply no way Yi Futian could just let the 6 tribes go, especially not after all the fighting they had done that day. Their only way forward was to kill Yi Futian. Yi Futian's continued existence would pose a great threat to them. They needed to take him out. Yi Futian glanced at the leaders of the 6 tribes. The eyes of Emperor Kua turned to the leader of the Vermilion Bird tribe. A terrifying aura of sharpness emanated from him. You wretched beast. You see your emperor in front of you, and you refuse to submit? The huge figure shouted. He fired a terrifying will into the mind of the being. The clan leader felt a chill run through him, making him balk. He felt rather dazed at that moment. It was as if he was facing the emperor himself. You once served as my steed. You should have stuck with your mission and aided the one inheriting my powers. I shall give you one more chance. If you're willing to serve me and kill Zhu Kong, all of your crimes of the past shall be absolved, another voice said, reverberating throughout the place. The look in the eyes of the leader of the Vermilion Bird tribe suggested that he was struggling with the decision. He naturally understood that the one speaking was Yi Futian. He realized that Yi Futian was pretending to be the emperor by mimicking the emperor's tone. However, Yi Futian was attempting to spare him as well. If he changed his stance right there and then, it might be possible for him to come out in one piece. He hesitated. Can't you see that he is playing you for a fool? Zhu Kong asked, looking at the Vermilion Bird tribe leader. He was surprised to see that the other tribe leader was hesitating. The Vermilion Bird tribe leader was still hesitating. Wu Yong had been the first one to submit to Yi Futian, and Wu Yong had become a holiness of nirvana. The Bailey tribe decided to do the same and stand together with Yi Futian. Why were they all doing this? Yi Futian had been able to inherit the ruins of Emperor Kua. After the battle they had fought that day, there was no doubt that Yi Futian's talents were immense. He would probably become the next Emperor Kua. The reason that they had all thought only of taking the power from him instead of submitting was that he was believed to be too weak to be the new emperor. However, that thought seemed to be changing. Furthermore, Yi Futian was giving him a chance to change his mind. While he was able to tap into Emperor Kwa's powers and bring this much combat prowess to bear at the moment, it is obvious that he is duping you because he is not confident in his ability to fight any further. Don't fall into his trap, Zhu Kong said to everyone with a brimming voice. The power of Yi Futian's side continued to grow. If the Vermilion Bird tribe leader decided to balk and switch sides, then the 9 tribes would have only 5 left. Yi Futian would have 3 tribes on his side. You now have a chance. If things were already set, what use would I have of you? Emperor Kwa said yet again. The eyes of the Vermilion Bird tribe leader kept shifting. If he were truly able to take Yi Futian down in such a situation, would he be able to get anything left behind by Emperor Kwa? That wasn't certain. Among the 6 remaining tribes, the Zhu clan and the Zhong tribe were the most powerful. Furthermore, others might also be getting a share. However, helping Yi Futian would be risky. He was considering what would happen if Yi Futian's side lost in this tug of war. He was considering if the Zhu clan and the other tribes would still want to settle the score with him by then. All right. The Vermilion Bird tribe leader gritted his teeth and made his decision. He flashed and lashed out at Zhu Kong in the air. He'd made his decision, and now he needed to show that he was sincere. Zhu Kong had not expected yet another tribe to switch sides. He stepped forward and headed straight for the Vermilion Bird tribe leader. Other than the Zhu clan and the Zhong tribe, are there any who wish to submit? Yi Futian asked. If any tribe wishes to submit, each side will have 4 tribes each. Regardless of how the battle ends, there will always be 4 tribes standing on one side. If that were the case, there wouldn't be any need for further concerns. After the Vermilion Bird tribe, there were still the Nonli tribe, the Raven tribe, and the Zhu tribe left. There is still one place left. Any tribe that decides to submit to me will receive the powers of Emperor Kwa to aid their training, Yi Futian said. Despite having killed a holiness of nirvana to shock everyone, there were still too many enemies for him to take on at once. The situation was still dangerous for him. Even if he could defeat all of his enemies, it would be impossible for him to kill all of them. There was also the future to consider. As such, he needed powerful forces to submit to him. His powers at the moment were shocking. That, coupled with the lineage of Emperor Kwa, made this a very good opportunity for him. He realized that most of the tribes were simply being forced to commit at the moment. As such, what he wanted to do now was give them a push and an opportunity. Xia Qingyuan, who was watching Yi Futian from the distance, found that Yi Futian was being far more composed in dealing with matters than he'd ever been in the past. Even at such a critical moment, he was thinking not of slaughtering his enemies, but of giving them the choice to submit to him. That would benefit his future endeavors in Crimson Dragon realm a great deal in the long run. If he were to be able to get command over greater tribes of the western region, then there would be fewer forces capable of shaking him in the future. What was happening on that day would not happen again. She understood that there was no way Yi Futian could simply fight like this every time. If he recoiled, it would be extremely devastating. I have witnessed Emperor Kwa's lineage today, and I believe that you, Lord Yi, have earned the late Emperor's approval. We of the 9 tribes have always belonged to Emperor Kwa. As such, the Nonli tribe is willing to submit to you, and to aid you in bringing the former glory of Emperor Kwa's era into reality again. The leader of the Nonli tribe made his decision right there and then. The expression on Zhu Kong and the rest's faces were extremely gloomy and ugly. Out of the top figures of the 9 tribes, 1 had been killed by Yi Futian. 8 of the top figures remained, with the Nonli tribe leader and the Vermilion Bird tribe leader submitting to him. For tribes were choosing to side with Yi Futian and acknowledge his place as the successor to Emperor Kwa. They were willing to work with him. The powers of both sides were almost equal, with 4 tribes standing on each side. No one had anticipated that things would turn out this way. When the 7 tribes led their armies to attack Yi Futian, everyone had thought that the battle would be a slaughter. Furthermore, with more and more people joining the fray and ganging up on Yi Futian, it seemed as if he had made enemies everywhere. A man's ruin was brought by the wealth he possessed. The relic of Emperor Kwa that Yi Futian had should have been his downfall. However, no one could have anticipated what had transpired. The forces on Yi Futian's side were actually growing stronger. Furthermore, Yi Futian had tapped into the will of Emperor Kwa and come to possess some extremely formidable combat abilities. Everyone present understood that, if not for Yi Futian putting up such a show of force, he would have never gotten to other holiness of nirvanas to switch sides. The Vermilion Bird tribe leader fought with Zhu Kong. At the same time, the Nanli tribe leader headed straight for Zhonglu. The Bailey tribe leader fought with the Raven tribe leader, while Wu Yong turned his attention at the Zhu tribe leader. Wu Yong began walking toward his opponent. The upcoming battle was no doubt going to be a civil war between the 8 tribes. Regardless of how the battle would end, one thing was clear. The 9 tribes of Emperor Kwa would be no more. There would definitely be one side reigning supreme after this fight. The balance of things that had been maintained for ages was about to shift completely. All of this was due solely to the presence of Yi Futian. However, no one knew yet if it would be the Zhu clan annexing the Wu clan, or Yi Futian leading 9 new tribes to rule over the western region. The raging battles continued to be fought. The Saint King of Gai watched the events unfold with a glum expression. Indeed, nothing had happened as expected. Someone like Yu Sheng had emerged out of Crimson Dragon Realm in that generation. There was Yi Futian to consider as well. It became apparent that the Xing brothers had met their rivals. Xing Kai, who was in the regional king ranking, might not have been as stressed in this situation. Xing Qiu, on the other hand, had lost to Yu Sheng in the Battle of Crimson River. Both Yi Futian and Yu Xing would have become quite a pair of obstacles in their journeys of cultivation. The Saint King of Gai took one step into the air, heading towards the Emperor Kwa Spectre without the slightest bit of reservation. It was a show of absolute confidence in his own powers. Gai Huang, you dare to bully a member of the younger generation despite your level of training, and yet you still call yourself a holiness of nirvana. A lazy voice was heard from somewhere in the air. Gai Huang's brow twitched as an elder appeared before him. It was just an unassuming old man. Gai Huang frowned when the old man narrowed his eyes and smirked. The star-plucking saint, Gai Huang said, recalling the name. He condescendingly asked, "So you have recovered? And you dare stand in front of me again? My injuries are none of your concern. At the very least, I have no problem taking you on." The old man who'd appeared was the star-plucking saint, a figure who was extremely versed in the art of transformation. He was known to be peerless in both transformations and speed. The star-plucking saint. Everyone who was listening to the conversation between these 2 figures shuddered deep down. Yet another legendary figure of the Crimson Dragon Realm had appeared. The name of the star-plucking saint was known everywhere. It was also apparent that he was siding with Yi Futian. Many wondered when the star-plucking saint had gotten acquainted with Yi Futian. The Saint Lord of Juyang and Xichan, who was watching from afar, sported glum expressions. They knew that the flames of the way belonging to the Shi clan had been stolen by the star-plucking saint. Furthermore, he'd then given the flames to Yi Futian. That act led to the scene taking place. If it had not been for the star-plucking saint handing the flames to Yi Futian personally, he might not have participated in the event, which in turn meant that he would not have entered the ancestral land of the 9 tribes and acquired the lineage of Emperor Kwa. As such, it could be said that the star-plucking saint was the one who had single-handedly brought forth what was happening. First, he handed the flames of the way to Yi Futian. Then he showed up on the battlefield again. Many wondered what was he up to by doing all of that. Furthermore, what the Saint King of Gai said meant that the star-plucking saint had sustained injuries before. That probably had a lot to do with the ancient imperial city. They were wondering if the rumors had been true, if the star-plucking saint had fought with the ninth servant, the city lord of the ancient imperial city, and was injured in the fight. Read the next chapter on our VIP novel. Come, that's so. Gai Huang said condescendingly. He stepped forth and grabbed the air. An enormous golden handprint shot forward, heading straight for the star-plucking saint. The handprint shrouded the entire place, filled with terrifying shredding powers. It was as if the entire space was about to be torn to pieces. Boom! A loud rumble was heard as the star-plucking turned into a body of stars. A holy ring of the great path glittered. Dazzling lights of the stars coursed about and merged with his body. Terrifying space-shredding powers tore away, crushing the external shell of stars and tearing at the star-plucking saint. It was still unable to crush all the stars in one go. As holiness of nirvanas, their plane had long ago melded with the great path. Death could come with only a single thought. Both attacks and defenses were done at harrowing magnitudes. Stars burst out around the star-plucking saint all of a sudden. All of them were of great size. The place seemed to have turned into a world on its own. Rumbling noises were heard as extremely harrowing powers were born, causing even people standing quite far away to tremble. As implied by his name, the star-plucking saint was able to pluck stars with his hands. Boom! Gai Huang zipped past in the air, ready to escape the place right there and then. The star-plucking saint extended his hand and grabbed at the air. The entire vast area seemed to be literally within his grasp. His body disappeared unbelievably quickly. It was worth noting that the star-plucking saint was peerless when it came to speed. Boom! Both figures moved at extreme speeds, arriving high above the sky, right from the ground within the blink of an eye. The Saint King of Gai's plane made it so that he was able to traverse extremely vast distances within a moment. However, when he reached his destination, he still found the stars all around him. Gai Huang glared at the star-plucking saint and said, "So, by plucking the stars with your hands, you can get the world in your palm. Not bad. You've apparently heard of what I'm capable of. If you're interested in becoming my student, I could teach you," the old man said with a smile, sounding unbridled. "You lost at the hands of the renowned ninth servant, yet you are offering to be my teacher," Gai Huang jabbed sarcastically. Boundless golden lights burst through the air, shooting all around his surroundings. "Why are you bullying a kid?" The old man smirked without care. He waved his hand around, and an enormous star appeared, seemingly conjured by the great path itself. It charged straight at Gai Huang. Their surroundings rattled. The extremely huge star wanted to kill everything. Countless people in Chinya City looked up and saw the star falling from the sky. All of them were extremely shocked. The star-plucking saint and the Saint King of Gai were both top-notch figures known throughout the Crimson Dragon realm. The battle between them was nothing short of horrifying. The storm in Chinya City was also getting increasingly frightening. Humph. Gai Huang smirked coldly. He stood tall and proud as dazzling light coursed over his body. The will of the great path of space shrouded their surroundings. Even though that huge star was about to crash down on him, he stood his ground without any intention of evading or blocking. He lifted his arm and pointed just as the star was about to fall on him. Boundless, dazzling wills of the great path of space enveloped their surroundings, slowing the star down. The body of the star seemed to be engulfed by the light of space. Gai Huang stepped out again and pointed at the star directly. The will of the great path burst into the star immediately. Boundless, dazzling lights caused the star to emit a blinding brilliance, crumbling apart with a loud rumble. The star-plucking saint was unfettered as he looked on calmly. He then waved his hand, causing all the stars to fall toward Gai Huang like comets. Gai Huang's body looked quite puny and insignificant when compared to the vastness of the area of stars around him. That attack! The hearts of the people watching raced. The aura of both men fighting high above in the air felt stifling to all of them. There was hardly anyone paying to the other battles happening below by then. Yu Sheng and many others who were not fighting were ignoring everything else. However, at that moment, Yu Sheng turned to look in another direction. Xing Qiu sensed something from far away. He frowned when he noticed Yu Sheng glaring at him. Yu Sheng's stout frame burst into the air at the very next moment. Rumbling noises were heard all over the place. On the chaotic battlefield where holiness of nirvanas fought, Yu Sheng charged straight at Xing Qiu. The outcome of the Battle of Crimson River was final. Still, Xing Qiu instigated Gai Huang to participate in the battle. Furthermore, Xing Qiu had fought in that battle in the past. As such, Yu Sheng saw no need to hold back against Yu Sheng. Xing Qiu's expression changed slightly. He was there for the Saint King of Gai that day. His status and the Saint King of Gai's strength meant that no one dared to make a move against him. However, at that very moment, someone was making a move against him. Boom! Raging auras burst forward in an instant. Xing Qiu resonated with the Great Path as rings of the Great Path dazzled above him, generating extremely potent power. Boom! Another rumble was heard. Yu Sheng moved like a devil of unparalleled strength as he traversed the space. A huge shadow of the devil appeared behind him, looking imposing and brimming with energy. He then threw a punch that could tear through space itself. Countless wills of the fist burst from the huge, imposing devil, tearing through space and landing on Xing Qiu's body. Yu Sheng's fights had always been straightforward and overwhelming, lacking the slightest hint of flourish and fluff. All there was to him was power and overwhelming strength. He burst forward with raging strength. He was about to tear through anyone who dared to stand in his way. Xing Qiu roared and brought his will of the fist down on Yu Sheng. He threw a palm attack at the same time, feeling a god of war, attempting to block Yu Sheng's advance. Boom! Raging rumbles were heard. The defense crumbled altogether as Yu Sheng's raging body continued to burst forward like a bolt of lightning. Everyone saw Xing Qiu's body go flying away a moment later. Xing Qiu rose from the ground and wiped the blood off of the corner of his mouth, looking at Yu Sheng, who continued to press forward. A ritual implement was seen in his hand, emanating a brilliant ring of light that melded with his arm. Rings of light swept through his surroundings in an instant. Will of the great path of an even greater magnitude descended. A stifling pressure permeated throughout the space with Xing Qiu's body as the center. Even though he had been defeated by Yu Sheng before, he had never used ritual implements to do battle with him. However, he deemed Yu Sheng to simply be too much to handle, what with the other party targeting him specifically. The way Yu Sheng came at him suggested that Yu Sheng wanted him dead. Xing Qiu was born and raised in ancient imperial city. Few in the Crimson Dragon realm would dare to try to take his life. There was a handful who dared to get on the bad side of the city, lord of ancient imperial city, the #1 city outside of Crimson Dragon City. However, Xing Qiu could feel that Yu Sheng was simply a lunatic and an absolute exception. He had trained in the regional palace and was ranked in the regional king ranking. The fact that he was daring to pull something like this off was insane. Going about business the way he saw fit, leaving behind reservations and restraint, was just how Yu Sheng did things. Towering demonic might swept all over the place. Xing Qiu then saw a huge demonic palm print bearing down on him. He stepped forward as lights burst from both of his arms, colliding with the incoming attack. Boom! A huge rumble was heard as the huge palm print was severed. Yu Sheng took a look at Xingqiu with his pitch-black eyes. He knew that the other party had made use of powerful ritual implements, amplifying the attack's power exponentially. However, he charged forward without the slightest hint of hesitation. Demonic might rolled over and shrouded the place. His eyes turned pitch-black like a bottomless pit. When Xingqiu saw Yu Sheng's eyes, he felt as if he was looking at a devil. This was the world of the demons, and there seemed to be demonic generals standing around the devil itself. All of them submitted to the devil without question. Xingqiu actually felt an urge to kneel and worship the devil before him, as if Yu Sheng was the true manifestation of the devil itself, demanding that he lay prostrate and submit to it. That feeling was insulting, but also one that inspired awe. None of that was an illusion. Xingqiu's level of training allowed him to determine right away that Yu Sheng had been born as a demon. He was destined to become a demonic lord reigning supreme. This being had also trained in the terrifying demonic arts, causing him to feel what he felt. It was worth noting that Xingqiu was a descendant of a Renhuang, yet he was nonetheless overwhelmed by Yu Sheng in a match of wills. Xingqiu was wondering about Yu Sheng's background. Yu Sheng did not pay any heed to the thoughts in Xingqiu's mind. His raging demonic aura conjured multiple devilish halberds. He then roared and brought the halberds tearing through the air with overwhelming might. Every single halberd streaked through space and caused a series of sonic booms. Their devastating might as they streaked through the air inspired nothing but dread. Xingqiu also roared and took his battle form, stepping out and clashing with the attacks. He had already brandished his ritual implement. There was no way he could simply back away. Furthermore, there was nowhere for him to back away to. Both men fought ferociously. Countless pairs of eyes turned to look at the battlefield where the two of them fought. The battle between Yu Sheng and Xingqiu was not even remotely as astonishing as the one going on up in the sky, where the star-plucking saint and the saint of king were fighting. The power being wielded on both battlefields were of different orders of magnitude altogether, but both Yu Sheng and Xingqiu were extremely renowned members of the younger generation nonetheless. They would probably become figures like the Saint King of Gai or the star-plucking saint in the future. Yu Sheng might become stronger than both of them in the future. He was, after all, ranked in the regional king ranking. Anyone at his plane who ranked on the regional king ranking was considered a nigh-invincible being. Even the likes of the star-plucking saint and the Saint King of Gai had never made it into the regional king ranking. Such was the testament to the difficulty of getting ranked in the regional king ranking. At present, including Yu Sheng, there were only 18 saints ranked in the regional king ranking. The Saint Lord of Jiang took a look at the other battlefields. He flinched at what he was seeing. He had never anticipated that things would turn out like this. He thought that the scene would spiral downwards, devolving into a fight between many for the lineage of Emperor Kwa and the treasure. Chenya City would have been insignificant in comparison. There was no way Yi Futian would have been able to keep what he had gotten intact. Even the members of the 9 tribes would have been able to get rid of Yi Futian easily, let alone the many mighty figures from all over the Crimson Dragon realm joining the fray. Even if the forces of Emperor Xia's realm were to join in the fray, unless they were able to mobilize all of the realm's powers, there would be no way for them to keep things in their favor. That was something that would have been impossible to pull off. No one would have anticipated something like this happening right before their eyes. Even the star-plucking saint had made his move, fighting the Saint King of Gai. He was utterly incapable of predicting what would happen from then on out. The outcome of the battle was utterly uncertain. No one knew how things would turn out. He'd once thought that Yi Futian would end up dead as a result of this confrontation. It would not have mattered even if he was unable to take the treasure. It was an opportunity, and he saw fit to seize the chance. The consequences didn't matter, even if he failed. However, things had changed. If he were to continue fighting and Yi Futian's side emerged as the victor, the consequences would certainly matter, judging by the powers that Yi Futian would be able to wield by then. Consequences would actually be very severe for the losing side. Every single holiness of Nirvana who was as powerful as the likes of the Saint Lord of Jiang felt shaken at that moment. All of them hesitated. They couldn't decide if they should press forward or retreat. If they retreated and left Yi Futian large, they would have to worry about him coming back to settle the score with all of them. "Father, let's retreat," Shichan said telepathically to the Saint Lord of Jiang from a distance. With events having taken such a turn, there was simply no need to continue fighting. The Saint Lord of Jiang was still hesitating. A figure stood before him. It was Yen Yuan. He was standing guard before the Saint Lord of Jiang. Yi Futian, who had taken the form of a god of war flames, turned around at that moment, looking at the holiness of Nirvana, who had ambushed him before. That holiness of Nirvana from Xiang City had arrived with Xiang Nan. He was a mighty figure from Emperor Xiang's realm. He had apparently intended to join the fray without revealing himself, killing Yi Futian and taking the treasure of Emperor Kwa for himself. That towering god of war of flames turned to look at the holiness of Nirvana from Emperor Xiang's realm, causing him to frown as he sensed a threat looming over him. Yi Futian summoned the will of Emperor Kwa before the holiness of Nirvana was able to retaliate, conjuring the form of Emperor Kwa. The holiness of Nirvana cursed deep down. If he had been able to foresee all of this, he would not have decided to join in the fray. From the looks of the figure's eyes, it was clear that the holiness of Nirvana had been marked. They still had scores to settle from the last round. During the battle between the forces of Emperor Xia's realm and Emperor Li's realm, Xiang Nan had brought people to Qinya City, seemingly to threaten Yi Futian. At that moment, it was a case of scores piling up on top of each other. Xiang Nan, who was far away, seemed to notice what Yi Futian was up to. He frowned. Yi Futian at that moment was no longer himself. He had summoned Emperor Kwa, which posed a grave threat. At that very moment, Yi Futian in Emperor Kwa's form turned into the divine eyes of the sun, casting a gaze that caused the holiness of Nirvana from Xiang City to feel as if he was being engulfed by a dazzling sun. The rays of the sun rained down as flames of the way descended, burning him to nothingness. Boom! A loud rumble was heard as lightning crackled overhead. His body zipped by like a bolt of lightning. Yi Futian was the only one who knew what he was getting himself into. The pressure of summoning a being like Emperor Kwa at his current plane was immensely stressful. The greater the powers that he wielded, the greater the burden it was on him. It was as predicted by many. Any mishap could easily cause him to be destroyed by the recoil. That was why he'd allowed the Vermilion Bird tribe and the Nonli tribe to side with him. If he was able to kill everything before him without restraint and suffer no repercussions, he might have actually done so. However, he knew that even though summoning the will of Emperor Kwa had given him formidable powers, at the end of the day, those powers were not his to keep. At the very least, he needed to leave some holiness of nirvanas behind to serve as deterrents to people eyeing the lineage of Emperor Kwa. At that moment, he cranked the powers into a frenzy. The sky and the earth scorched red hot. The fire spirit orb in his body emanated brilliant light. The flames of his surroundings howled as if they were burning like the sun. Countless people looked at Yi Futian and felt rattled to the core. That power was nothing short of harrowing. Let's get out. The holiness of Nirvana from Xiang City sensed how terrifying that power was. He then shouted at Xiang Nan and the others. Your Highness, let's go. Some mighty figures made a snap decision and took Xiang Nan away. Xiang Nan's expression changed somewhat and he looked very glum. He couldn't believe that he was about to run away. He turned around and looked at the battlefield, finding an enormous face appearing in the sky. It was the face of Emperor Kwa. An arm descended from above. The boundlessly huge arm seemed to be a manifestation of flames of the way. It blocked out the sky and swatted at the holiness of Nirvana. That mighty being roared. His entire body was clad in lightning as he burst through the clouds. Brilliant light burst from his body as he moved faster than a bolt of lightning. Still, that destructive will was getting closer. Boom, a huge pillar of lightning shot into the sky, tearing everything apart. The extremely huge flaming hand clapped down from above, causing rumbles to be heard everywhere. The beam that shot into the sky clashed with the flames. The beam had actually torn an opening in the hand from above, intending to disintegrate the attacking hand. The hand of flames continued to solidify, scorching the sky red-hot like fire from lava. It continued to press downward, overpowering the pillar of lightning by sheer brute force. "Get lost!" the holiness of Nirvana roared. His body burst with 9 dazzling beams and blasted at the power that was pressing him down. That scene was extremely harrowing. The spirit orb in Yi Futian's body burst with extremely formidable powers, causing Emperor Kwa's body to resonate with his surroundings. Raging fires were brought forth with a rumble. The 9 beams of lightning transformed into beams of lightning and fire, burning together with the conjured flames. Intense flames scorched the sky in an instant. The holiness of Nirvana from Xiang City looked despaired as he said, "Please have mercy, Lord Yi." Boom! Terrifying powers washed over the area. Eerie shrieks were heard as the holiness of Nirvana was flooded by the destructive light. "No!" Xiang Nan, who was running, turned around just in time to witness the harrowing scene. His face was ashen. How could this have happened? The holiness of Nirvana, who had followed him from Emperor Xiang's realm, had died in Qinya City. "Your Highness, let's go." The mighty ones at Xiang Nan's side took him and continued moving forward. Despite being a considerable distance away from the city lord's office by then, the flames on top of their heads remained. The sky above Qinya City had been tainted red. It seemed that they would only be safe if they left Qinya City. Xiang then turned around to look at the face in the distant sky. His expression was bone-chillingly cold. Yi Futian had killed their holiness of Nirvana. The Xiang City was still backed by Emperor Xiang's realm, meaning that it was still, without a doubt, an imperial realm. Even if Yi Futian was able to tap into Emperor Kwa's will, he was nonetheless still at the proving holiness level. However, he dealt the killing blow without hesitation, killing a holiness of Nirvana from Emperor Xiang's realm in Qinya City. A holiness of Nirvana was of extreme importance to their respective imperial realm. Without that one holiness of Nirvana around, Emperor Xiang's realm would not be able to keep Xiang City in the Crimson Dragon realm intact, unless Xiang Nan was to assign another holiness of Nirvana from Emperor Xiang's realm. However, he would lose all face in the imperial court back home if he were to do so. His father would probably be immensely disappointed with him. Xiang Nan's fists clenched at that thought. He looked increasingly grim. He vowed to get revenge for what had happened. Everyone around the city lord's office had seen yet another holiness of Nirvana die. All of them were incredibly shaken. That was a holiness of Nirvana after all. While there were indeed many holiness of Nirvanas found in the Crimson Dragon realm, the realm itself was not so big that the loss of one was insignificant. Furthermore, the Crimson Dragon realm itself was the primary realm of the Crimson Dragon region, where powerful figures from all the realms gathered. Even so, holiness of Nirvanas were still at the pinnacle of powerful beings. They were figures capable of stabilizing a region, serving as city lords, or even establishing top-notch forces. At this point, Yi Futian had killed 2 holiness of Nirvanas, adding the one that Wu Yong killed before, the Shang tribe leader, to the count. 3 holiness of Nirvanas had fallen in battle. That battle had truly made any mighty figures who had not yet joined the fray think twice. The tables had turned completely. Yi Futian's forces had gone against the odds. They seemed to be the ones with the advantage. If Yi Futian went into battle personally, it would be disastrous for anyone taking him on. The Saint Lord of Jiang finally made his decision after seeing the holiness of Nirvana from Xiang City fall. He turned his eyes toward the god of war and fire, gritting his teeth as he charged. Yan Yuan wanted to stop him, but he quickly realized that the Saint Lord of Jiang was not heading toward Yi Futian. Instead, he was heading towards another battlefield. He was heading toward the battlefield where Wu Yong was fighting the Zhu tribe's leader. However, Yan Yuan nonetheless made a move and followed him, concerned about the Saint Lord of Jiang acting against Wu Yong. Extremely dazzling rays of the sun appeared. The divine body of 9 suns, form taken by the Saint Lord of Jiang, burned brightly. His body seemed to be a manifestation of the sun itself. Boom, the space rattled as he threw a punch, as scorching as the sun itself. 9 suns shone brilliantly as they bombarded someone. The aura bursting from Yan Yuan was terrifying as it tried to stop the Saint Lord of Jiang's attack. However, he was baffled by the target of the Saint Lord of Jiang's attacking, causing him to pause and cease interfering. In yet another area of the battle, the Zhu tribe leader's face changed. He was fighting full force against Wu Yong and was the one at an advantage. Wu Yong had not made a breakthrough yet. Despite receiving help from Yi Futian and inheriting the lineage of Emperor Kwa, he was unable to process the powers enough to enhance his combat prowess. However, when both men were still locked in an intense battle, a formidable sense of crisis looming over the Zhu tribe leader, he turned around immediately, intending to leave the battlefield. But Wu Yong quickly took the form of divine eyes of the sun and threw his arms out, blocking his way. "Get away from me!" the Zhu tribe leader roared as he clashed with Wu Yong. He was sent reeling back again. However, at almost the very same moment, the dazzling fist will of the sun came down. The scorching heat of the sun quickly engulfed him. The Zhu tribe leader turned around, intending to retaliate, but his arm was still being penetrated by the incoming fist will, hitting him hard on the chest. He felt as if his chest had been punched through by the flames at that instant. At that very moment, he sensed another looming danger behind him. Wu Yong saw no sense in letting the opportunity slip through his fingers. He threw a handprint down on the Zhu tribe leader's head. At that very moment, the Zhu tribe leader felt as if his entire body had been set on fire. He out a terrified shriek. The Saint Lord of Jiang did not stop there. He launched another fist shortly after, preventing the Zhu tribe leader from recovering. The Zhu tribe leader glared at the Saint Lord of Jiang. His eyes were filled with intense hatred. As the leader of the Shi clan, the Saint Lord of Jiang was a renowned figure in Jinmu City. However, the Saint Lord of Jiang had switched sides during the battle, ambushing the Zhu tribe leader and trying to kill him. The Zhu tribe leader hated him for that. Boom! Raging flames swept into the Zhu tribe leader's body, burning and killing him right away. The 4th holiness of Nirvana perished in the battle that day. Yan Yuan watched the scene unfold from the side and looked at the Saint Lord of Jiang. He'd thought previously that the Saint Lord of Jiang would have attacked Wu Yong. However, things had turned out to be completely opposite, as he'd chosen to help Wu Yong by killing the Zhu tribe leader instead. It was apparent that the Saint Lord of Jiang behaved like some of the Western region's tribe leaders, betraying their allies and switching sides on the fly. Furthermore, he did not simply give up and leave. He'd opted instead to land a killing blow out of nowhere, thereby adding yet another holiness of Nirvana to Yi Futian's kill list. He was extremely decisive. His method was extremely brutal. Countless people who were watching from far away were shocked by the scene. What the Saint Lord of Jiang had just pulled would probably be used against him in the future. However, the decisiveness and brutality he'd shown had no doubt served as the best way for him to get out. He did not want to get involved in the mess any further. The head of the Chong clan had been killed, so it was only a matter of time before the Chong clan was no more. He did not want to see the same thing happen to the Shi clan. City Lord Yi, I participated in today's battle out of greed, and I have atoned for my mistakes by killing a holiness of nirvana for you. I hope you will forgive what I did today. When the dust settles in Chinya City, I shall get someone to visit you again, the Saint Lord of Jiang said with a brimming voice as he looked at Yi Futian. He was actually rather unlucky. Yi Futian had summoned Emperor Kwa before he was even ready to truly make a move against Yi Futian. He would not have gotten himself in this mess if he'd known things would turn out this way. Yi Futian looked at the Saint Lord of Jiang and thought about what he'd done. They'd acted extremely decisively when the opportunity had arisen to take Emperor Kwa's lineage for themselves. Now that the opportunity was no more and the tide had turned, this man had turned around and killed the Zhou tribe leader instead. With that, the game was set. The western region's tribes were no longer able to cause great disruptions. Furthermore, he knew that Yi Futian would continue to get rid of the remaining opposing tribes. As such, the Shi clan would be able to get out in one piece. You despicable son of a B*****ch, Zhu Kong berated. His voice was cold. The Saint Lord of Jiang was, after all, a renowned figure. He'd never expected the Saint Lord of Jiang to pull off something so despicable. The Saint Lord of Jiang turned to look at Zhu Kong with a plain look, thinking that Zhu Kong and the rest of his gang were not any better for showing up just to rob Yi Futian of Emperor Kwa's lineage. The two of them were having the same thought patterns. They had each only considered what was in their own best interests. I shall take my leave. Seeing that the Saint Lord of Jiang was not going to bother replying, he cupped his hands and excused himself, then turned around and flew away. The Saint Lord of Jiang then headed towards the mighty figures of the Shi clan and said, "We shall head home now." They did not stay around to watch the rest of the battle, so the Yi Futian would not think that they were simply there to observe how things would turn out. Instead, they took the chance to leave immediately instead. The game was set, and the outcome of it would be heard soon enough. As the Saint Lord of Jiang had speculated, due to his defection and the death of the Zhou tribe leader, the outcome of the battle was already foreseeable. On the first day of year 10,025 of Divine Prefecture calendar, the 7 tribes of the western region appeared in a great show of force. The Saint King of Gai and many other top figures came to attack Chinya City, yet they failed to take the place. Furthermore, for holiness of Nirvanas perished in the battle that ensued. At present, Zhu Kong and the others were no longer able to turn the tables around. Their fates were sealed. Wu Yong stepped away after the Zhou tribe leader was dead, helping the Vermilion Bird tribe leader fight Zhu Kong. At present, there were only 3 holiness of Nirvanas left at Zhu Kong's side: the Zhu clan, the Zhong tribe, and the Raven tribe. All the others had either defected or died. No one had foreseen any of that before the battle broke out. Boom! A rumble was heard. Zhu Kong blasted with his hand and then retreated at great speed, not giving Wu Yong any chance to get close. He then yelled, "Retreat!" He understood that the game was set by then. The chance of turning the tables was nearly non-existent. The 9 tribes of the western region intended to take back Emperor Kwa's lineage and the secret treasure of Emperor Kwa that Yi Futian had inherited, but the endeavor was destined to fail. Worse still, they paid an extremely heavy price for the endeavor. Yi Futian and the tribes that submitted to him would probably not let them go. Between the 2 sides of the 9 tribes, it was destined that one side would disappear from Crimson Dragon Realm for good. The Zhong tribe and the Raven tribe retreated and left as well. It was apparent that they knew they were no longer able to turn the tide. The opportunity to get Emperor Kwa's lineage was gone. Emperor Kwa's form that Yi Futian had taken remained standing tall in the sky, but he did not pursue the ones that ran away. He knew how things were at the moment. The stress that he was enduring at the moment was no longer worth fighting any longer. The battle between the Saint King of Gai and the star plucking Saint high up in the air was still incredibly terrifying. The stars completely surrounded them. The intensity of that battle exceeded any of the others fought between the holiness of nirvanas. It was apparent that the powers of both men were of considerably higher than the other holiness of nirvanas. In truth, the Saint King of Gai was unable to do anything to turn the tide so long as the star-plucking saint was around. Worse still, Xingqiu was having a hard time below. Yu Sheng's raging bursts of attacks caused Xingqiu's aura to continuously weaken, despite Xingqiu having brandished a ritual implement to aid him in the fight. One stunning attack after another caused Xingqiu to feel like he was about to crumble. A loud rumble was eventually heard. A large handprint landed on Xingqiu's body, intending to break him apart completely. PFFTD. Blood spilled from Xingqiu's mouth as his limp body was sent flying. However, Yu Sheng refused to let him go easily. A terrifying power of will burst from Xingqiu's body at that moment. The power of will overwhelmed everything around him. Yu Sheng immediately sensed an intense pressure when he drew near. Xingqiu's eyes seemed to have changed. There seemed to be another aura coming from his body that was extremely terrifying. Yu Sheng glared at his opponent. His eyes seemed to penetrate the other party, seeing yet another scene within. A figure was standing with his hands behind their back inside a tall, magnificent city, glaring at him with imposing, overbearing eyes, as if the entire space was looking down at him. It was none other than the #1 city outside of Crimson Dragon City. The #1 city of Crimson Dragon City, the ancient imperial city. The 9th servant stood with his hands behind his back at the tall, majestic palace within the city lord's office. His sharp, imposing eyes gazed forward. His will seemed to have shot through the vast space before him and descended upon Qinya City, bursting through Xingqiu's eyes. The 9th servant was lauded as the #1 city lord outside of Crimson Dragon City, so much so that he was even known to be the #1 figure below Renhuang and half a Renhuang. That was a plane like no other. However, to the 9th servant, he had only someone per his namesake, a servant. Xingkai and Xingqiu were both the young masters he served. The 9th servant's greatest wish in his life was to see both of his young masters make it into Renhuang Plain. He was extremely concerned about the safety of Xingkai and Xingqiu, much more than other Renhuang would have only their offspring. He disallowed anyone from threatening the lives of both Xingkai and Xingqiu, which was why he became the #1 figure outside of Crimson Dragon City and had his name known throughout Crimson Dragon Realm. A powerful aura burst from the 9th servant, shooting into the heavens. His will seemed to have melded with Xingqiu's. In Qinya City, Xingqiu took one step out, and his extremely raging aura sent Yu Sheng flying, and the demonic might about Yu Sheng faltering. That scene caused many to turn their eyes in their direction. They all sensed a terrifying aura from Xingqiu. It was as if the aura had been someone else's. The mark of God of War. Everyone recalled a rumor, and their expression changed. Fighting will shot to the heavens from Xingqiu. Brimming pressure washed all over the place in a raging tide. The phenomenon caused many to recall Xingqiu's rumored background, which was related to the special ability trained by the 9th servant. That aura is probably not that of Xingqiu, but of that #1 city lord. Know your place. A cold voice came from the 9th servant's lips. Xingqiu then lifted his arm and lashed out. The mark of God of War seemed to have burst within an instant, overwhelming their surroundings as he charged at Yu Sheng. Yu Sheng shouted, and his demonic might emerged with a raging roar. His fist will tore through the space before him and continued to roll. However, that mark seemed to have overpowered everything. The great path of the world around them rumbled as if the sky was about to collapse. Boom! The demonic armor conjured around Yu Sheng seemed like it was about to shatter as he was pinned on the ground, spitting blood from his mouth. A cold-killing intent was seen in Xingqiu's eyes. Boom! A loud rumble was heard from above. Gai Huang and the star-plucking saint had both separated. Gai Huang was falling from the sky, down to Xingqiu's side. He lowered his head and said, "Sir Ninth Servant." His eyes seemed to have a hint of self-blame in it. He had intended to help Xingqiu take a treasure of Renhuang on that day, but it had ended up with Xingqiu being caught in danger and even almost ending up dead instead. "Ninth Servant, have you no shame?" a voice said from the sky. The star-plucking saint looked at the injured Yushang. Another gust of might swept over the place from another direction. It was the lord of the regional palace coming down. Extremely overbearing aura washed all over Xingqiu. Xingqiu's eyes turned to both the star-plucking saint and the overbearing lord. He looked around, extending his will. There was no way he could fight all of the holiness of Nirvana's around. The Ninth Servant only wanted to see who would have dared to make a move against Xingqiu. "So you're Yushang, the young man who went to the regional palace to train then?" The Ninth Servant took a look at Yushang, who was rising from the ground, and said coldly. Demonic might continued to boil around Yushang, as his eyes were fixed on Xingqiu. "If you dare do so again, I will kill you all the same, even if you're one who is training in the regional palace," the Ninth Servant said. His voice sounded imposing. He behaved just as arrogantly, despite the lord of the regional palace standing right in front of him. Everyone around shuddered. That was the might of the Ninth Servant of the ancient imperial city, the #1 city, lord outside of Crimson Dragon City. Rumor had it that he was only about half a step away from Renhuang Plain in his training. He was also ranked in the regional king ranking. The holiness of Nirvanas, ranked on the regional king ranking, were seemingly capable of reigning supreme over the saints. Few throughout the entire Crimson Dragon realm would be able to stand against them. "Ninth Servant, you're too much." That lord stepped forward and exerted his might onto Xingqiu. Yushang was studying in what was technically his organization, which made the young man his student. Xingqiu looked up at the lord and said, "I have no objections with sparring, but are you not going to stop him even if he were to land killing blows?" The regional palace is known as the #1 holy land for training in all of Crimson Dragon Realm. I wonder if I could pay a visit to your place? If Crimson Dragon Emperor were to allow it, that is. "You could try," the lord glared at Xingqiu and answered. Xingqiu's eyes were icy, and he was devoid of any expression. However, he still looked overbearing and intense. Everyone knew that the regional palace was a holy land, yet they were limited by their perception of planes and the extent of powers. In the eyes of the Ninth Servant, however, the regional palace was of no difference from anywhere else, so long as there was not a Renhuang in it. Anyone who dared to do any harm to his young masters, they would have had to answer to the Ninth Servant. "Gai Huang, bring Xingqiu back to the ancient imperial city," the Ninth Servant said to the Saint King of Gai at the side. "Yes, sir." Gai Huang nodded. Boom! Yushang stepped out, and his demonic might bursting in a raging manner. "Do you think you can walk away like this?" Xingqiu shot a glance at Yushang, but he knew that those were not the eyes of Xingqiu. It was the eyes of the Ninth Servant. "You think you could go about your business without regard for consequences, just because you're ranked on the regional king ranking? If anything were to happen to Xingqiu, how many in Qinya City do you think would live even if the regional palace was able to cover for you?" The Ninth Servant's eyes seemed to be about to penetrate those of Yushang, suppressing his demonic might. Both men stood off at each other. The will in Xingqiu's eyes gradually dissipated. He then said, "Gai Huang." Gai Huang walked out and took Xingqiu, getting ready to leave. The star-plucking saint and many other mighty ones stopped him. Yushang clenched his fists as his demonic might burst in a frenzy. He looked up at Gai Huang and Xingqiu, never saying a word the whole time. Futian stared at his front. The mighty ones then watched Gai Huang took Xingqiu and left. Countless watched at the battlefield and shuddered deep down. So that is the ninth servant, the city lord of the imperial city. One top-notch figure had been more than enough to stun all mighty ones around him. The lord of the regional palace came before Yusheng, seeing that the demonic might around Yusheng had yet to dissipate, showing that he was incredibly frustrated. However, Yusheng did not make a move the entire time and watched those two leave. There would be a day where you will step into the ancient imperial city, but on your journey to get there, there is still Xing Kai, who is training in the regional palace as well, the Lord said to Yusheng. He had high hopes for you, Sheng's future. While Xing Kai was also in the ranking, he was under the charge of another lord. The lord before you, Sheng, came to believe in Yu Sheng when he saw him. Yu Sheng's future achievements would eclipse those of Xing Kai. With the ninth servant taking Xingqiu away, he hoped that there would be a day where Yu Sheng could step into the number one city outside of Crimson Dragon City himself. That ancient imperial city, which had never been touched by any other. As Gai Huang left, the battle finally came to an end. Zhu Kong and his men were all holiness of nirvanas. No one would have been able to stop them if they were to insist on leaving. However, the mighty ones from their respective tribes remained. City Lord Yi, could we head back to the tribes and sort things out first? The few tribe leaders then said to Yi Futian. Very well. Yi Futian nodded. The 9 tribes were in a mess at present, and there was a need for those people to sort out the mess. Everyone flashed and left. The mighty ones from the Zhu clan were closely monitored to prevent Zhu Kong and his men from going home and throwing their weight around in the tribes. The commotion had to be sorted out. There were already 2 tribe leaders out of the 9 perished and eliminated early. Things with the remaining tribes depended on how things played out. The mighty ones left one after another while the sky was still red as if it was on fire. Vast tracts of land had been burned down. It was as if a firestorm had attacked the city. The whole place was brimming with a fiery aura. An earth-shattering battle had been fought, and things came to a close. It had been a while since a city, or even the entire Crimson Dragon realm per se, had seen a battle of such scale. Over a dozen holiness of nirvanas participated in the battles. One mighty one after another revealed what they were capable of. All of that happened due to the lineage left behind by Emperor Kwa. Qinya City survived. Not only had Yi Futian managed to stay alive, but he had also even been able to maintain his possession of Emperor Kwa's lineage. For holiness of nirvanas died on the battlefield on that day. It was believed there probably was not anyone who dared to make a move against him without at least thinking twice. Furthermore, that was the result of the mighty ones from Emperor Xia's realm being involved. It was the strength of Qinya City alone that repelled such powerful enemies. That massive battle at Qinya City changed the place. Several leaders out of the 9 tribes submitted to Yi Futian. The strength of Qinya City reached a different level altogether right there, and then, at that moment, the flames all around them disappeared in a frenzy, flowing somewhere else. Everyone looked at Yi Futian's direction. That huge, imposing form of Emperor Kwa's specter shrunk and dissipated quickly. The boundless flames seemed to have been swallowed by a terrifying whirlpool. The phenomenon persisted until Yi Futian was seen again, swallowing all remaining flames himself. Yi Futian continued to bask within the boundless flames. One mighty one after another came to his side. Yan Yuan did not leave. He, too, came to Yi Futian's side. Begin reconstruction of the city lord's office immediately, Shen Tianzhan ordered. The people of the city lord's office had only just come and proceeded to clean up the rubble around. Are you all going to stay here still? He turned around and looked at the mighty ones around who came to watch. There were quite a number of people there, but none of them had participated in the battles. No one else knew what was going on in their heads. I shall take my leave." The city lord of Flaming Prison City cupped his hands and then left. Many top-notch figures then brought their men with them and left as well. Many left quickly to prevent any unnecessary misunderstandings. None of them stayed behind for long. Many who were standing far away were people from Chinya City. Xia Qingyuan, Yu Sheng, and the others came to Yi Futian's side, turning their attention to him. Yi Futian did not say anything. Tension and concern were seen in Xia Qingyuan's eyes. Having tapped into such formidable powers must have come with terrifying recoil. "How are you doing?" Xia Qingyuan asked with a low voice. The flames on Yi Futian gradually dissipated. He then looked at Xia Qingyuan. Blood dripped from the side of his mouth, and his entire body was red hot. All of his internal organs seemed to be burning. PFFTT, a mouthful of hot blood came right out of his mouth before dropping onto the ground right away. The blood splashed onto Xia Qingyuan. It was so hot that she was even able to feel the heat. She extended her arms to pick Yi Futian up, who was falling on her. His blood had stained her face. She felt the temperature from his body and sensed his internal well-being. Xia Qingyuan's eyes turned red-hot as well, seemingly filled with terrifying killing intent. The news regarding the battle at Chinya City spread all over Crimson Dragon Realm. It caused immense commotion even at the absolute center of the realm, Crimson Dragon City. Over a dozen holiness of Nirvanas fought, and 4 of them perished. It had been a very, very long time since Crimson Dragon Realm had seen such intense battles. No one would have thought that a young man at the proving holiness level could have sparked such a massive battle. Furthermore, he won. Chinya City had repelled holiness of Nirvanas from many top-notch forces, killing 4 of them along the way. The 9 tribes were in shambles. Chinya City had achieved fame due to the battle between 2 imperial realms fought there, with many coming to know the name of the city, Lord of Chinya City, Yi Futian. That one most recent battle brought him to even higher heights. He had acquired the lineage of Emperor Kwa, summoning the will of the late emperor, making it as if the Run Huang had come back to life again. Such a member of the younger generation was unnervingly frightening. Furthermore, with Yu Sheng, who was ranked on the regional king ranking added to the list, 2 renowned figures had emerged from one city. Both of them came from Emperor Xiao's realm. The 2 of them would probably become legends who would be remembered in the history of Crimson Dragon Realm. Of course, that was if they were able to stay alive and grow further. Chinya City, a newly emerged force to be reckoned with, seemed to have clashed with the ancient imperial city, which was to be the king among cities. From that battle, the 9th servant had taken over Xingqiu's body and emerged in an extremely imposing, overbearing form. The clash between the 9th servant and Yu Sheng made it seem to everyone that it was a clash between the old and the new. Everyone wondered if the newly emerged Chinya City would be able to threaten ancient imperial city, the one city that had been unmoved for ages in Crimson Dragon Realm. At the very least, from the look of things, while Chinya City had indeed been extremely terrifying, it was still too early for them to challenge ancient imperial city's place. The 9th servant alone was able to take down an entire army on his own. There was hardly anyone capable of standing against him and emerging victorious. He was a holiness of Nirvana and one who was nigh invincible. Only a handful of figures at such levels were found throughout the entire Crimson Dragon Realm. Yi Futian and his people were still too far away from where he was at the moment. Furthermore, there were also 2 members of the younger generations boasting superb talents in ancient imperial city. Xingqiu was put aside at the moment, for he had been practically run over by Yu Sheng twice. Xing Kai, on the other hand, was also a renowned figure ranked on the regional king ranking, and a fellow student of Yu Sheng in the regional palace. If he knew that Yu Sheng had almost ended up killing Xingqiu, his younger brother, Many wondered if he would have looked for trouble with Yu Sheng in the regional palace. Other than the clash between Qianya City and ancient Imperial City, which attracted the most attention, the crumbling of the 9 tribes of the western region and the death of a holiness of Nirvana from Xiang City was just as astonishing. In the era following Emperor Kwa's passing, the western region of Crimson Dragon Realm had been ruled over by the 9 tribes, which were at odds with and competed against each other for many years. However, they were always united when dealing with anything that was not one of their own, which enabled them to maintain their status as overlords of the region. However, someone managed to inherit Emperor Kwa's lineage, causing the 9 tribes to splinter and crumble. No one knew what would have happened following that. As for the death of a holiness of Nirvana of Xiang City, many wondered what Emperor Xiang's realm would have thought of it. It was said that after Xiang Nan returned to Xiang City, he brought his men with him and left. It was speculated that he had probably returned to Emperor Xiang's realm. Xiang Nan had, of course, been worried about Yi Futian taking revenge. Yi Futian had dared to kill a holiness of Nirvana from Xiang City, after all. There was no telling if Yi Futian would go to kill him next. Without a holiness of Nirvana stationed at Xiang City, there was utterly no way Xiang Nan could have resisted Qianya City. There were several holiness of Nirvanas at Qianya City, Wu Yong and Shun Tianzhan, both of whom were holiness of Nirvanas, would have followed Yi Futian. As for the possibility of Emperor Xiang's realm amassing mighty ones to take revenge, it remained an unknown. That was probably not something Xiang Nan would have been able to decide. A formidable battle with far-reaching consequences ushered in year 10020 of Divine Prefecture Calendar. It seemed that the year would not have gone by in peace. It was also probably a sign signaling the rise of legends of another generation. Time passed, and the city lord's office of Qianya City was restored. The place had seen many troubles since Yi Futian came, and that was something rare on its own. There was probably no city lord's office in any other city that had seen so many troubles within such a short period of time, being destroyed and rebuilt again and again. Yi Futian was still asleep in his bedchamber in the palace. Su Chehan and Little Butterfly were at Yi Futian's side, checking on the extent of his injuries, while Lulan Shui was helping out at the side. How was he doing? Xia Qingyuan asked Su Chehan. While Su Shihan's plane might not have been high, he had learned the way of medicine from St. Jiang later, and Little Butterfly was quite knowledgeable as well. It is a miracle that he is alive. If it had been someone else, I'm afraid, Su Chehan said with a low voice. But then again, there is no need to worry too much, Princess. His self-repair functions are extremely formidable. While the flames have scorched all his meridians and internal organs, they are regaining life bit by bit. Su Chehan was able to sense that Yi Futian had some special abilities that allowed him to keep repairing injuries. If it had been someone else, it would not have mattered if they were at proving holiness stage. Even if they were to be a saint of true self, they would have probably died a long time ago. Tapping into the force of Emperor Kwa was dependent on how much one could have taken. Yi Futian's plane was far below what would have allowed him to withstand such a powerful force. Xia Qingyuan looked at Yi Futian, who was still in a coma, before turning around and walked outside. There were also others outside the room. Yan Yuan stayed behind. He had not left the room in days. While the battle fought previously had shocked many mighty ones, in truth, more of the shock factor came from Yi Futian summoning Emperor Kwa and doing battle in his form. Many wondered how many times Yi Futian could fight like that. That one time had almost cost him his life, and he was still in a coma. As such, things were quite shaky in Qianya City. If someone were up to no good, like Gai Huang, things would quickly take a turn for the worst. As such, other than Yan Yuan, Wu Yong, and Shin Tianzhan were also at Qianya City, guarding the place against any unforeseen circumstances. Sir. Xia Qingyuan bowed slightly to Yan Yuan. Your orders, Princess? Yan Yuan looked at Xia Qingyuan and asked, I'm getting ready to head back to Emperor Xia's realm for a bit. I'd like you to look after Qinya City in my absence, Xia Qingyuan said. Among the three holiness of nirvanas in Qinya City, she naturally trusted Yan Yuan the most. While Yan Yuan had once been on the opposing side of Emperor Xiao's realm, which technically made them enemies, Xia Qingyuan nonetheless trusted Yan Yuan more. The temperament and character of the imperial advisor of Dali and his students were all tried and tested. Despite being enemies, they were worthy of respect. Furthermore, Yan Yuan appeared on time when such a crisis hit Qinya City. Rest assured, Princess. Yan Yuan nodded. Thank you, sir. Xia Qingyuan thanked him and then left. A group of people left Qinya City without making a fuss. Few knew that they were even gone. Time passed, and many throughout Crimson Dragon Realm continued to pay close attention to Qinya City's affairs. There were rumors that Yi Futian suffered severe recoil after that battle, with a state of life and death remaining unknown. He had yet to make it through. Xia Qingyuan had probably returned to Emperor Xia's realm to get someone to treat him. Some claimed that Yi Futian would never rise again. Recoil from a feat as formidable as tapping into the will of Emperor Kwa and bringing such levels of combat prowess to bear would have terrifying consequences. Yi Futian might have even paid the price with his life. Countless continued to keep a close eye on Yi Futian despite the rumors. If Yi Futian were to perish, there would be yet another storm waiting to come. Everyone saw how things would turn out at the moment. The western region was anything but peaceful throughout the entire period. The Zhu clan, the Zhong tribe, and the Raven tribe were allied, fighting against the Nonli tribe, the Vermilion Bird tribe, and the Bailey tribe, which had joined hands. Several battles had been fought between both sides. There had been many casualties, and yet none had been able to best the other. The Zhu clan was waiting for news as well, hoping that Yi Futian would never come to this time. The alliance would have naturally come apart in that case. With Yi Futian still around, the three tribes allied with him still had hope in the future. If Yi Futian were to emerge fine, Zhu Kong and the rest knew that it would spell disaster for them. However, none of them escaped. All three tribes were huge and their industries vast. There was no way they could have all just migrated elsewhere. While Crimson Dragon Realm was a huge place, it would still be near impossible to move three tribes of such massive sizes elsewhere. That was unless all of them were to leave Crimson Dragon Realm and move to other realms. The option was not one they deemed acceptable, however. At present, all they were able to do was to continue to pressure the other three tribes, trying to take the other side down as soon as possible. The alliance of the three tribes around the Zhu clan remained in advantage. The powers of Zhu Kong and Zhong Lu were more powerful, after all. As long as they were able to defeat the other three, Yi Futian could have hardly posed a threat to them, even if he were to awaken. On that day at the Nonli tribe, massive numbers of mighty ones were in the air. Castles were everywhere below, and members of all 6 tribes were fighting there. We of the 9 tribes have always been of one entity, yet you people choose to submit to an outsider and forsake the alliance of the 9 tribes. Zhu Kong stood tall in the sky, and a brilliant light burst from his body. He then added, "If you remain headstrong and foolish, then this battle will never cease. If you remain ignorant of the alliance between the tribes, then we shall do everything and use any means necessary to crush you." To Zhu Kong and his people, time was running out, and they needed to settle things as quickly as possible. "Zhu Kong, if you confess to your crimes and ask for forgiveness in Qinya City, City Lord Yi might still probably pardon your crimes." The Bailey tribe leader then added, "We of the 9 tribes invited people all over Crimson Dragon Realm to enter the ruins. It was fate that Yi Futian inherited the lineage. It is also the will of Emperor Kwa. From how he performed in Qinya City, He might just become yet another Emperor Kwa in the future. Why stick to the old ways and succumb? I, Zhu Kong, shall never submit to another, Zhu Kong said proudly, his voice reverberating throughout the entire area. He then looked at the ones below and asked, "We are the 9 tribes. Are you telling to submit to an outsider?" He suddenly sensed something when he spoke. He turned his head around and looked. "That's so." A voice was heard from the sky. Many sensed the vast, undeniable pressure coming down on them. A figure appeared all of a sudden before long. It was as if a celestial army had emerged from the heavens. Their pressure was felt throughout the entire region. An extremely beautiful woman stood in the midst of those mighty ones. It was none other than Xia Qingyuan, princess of Emperor Xiao's realm. Emperor Xiao's realm. Zhu Kong then looked at the top-notch figures at her side. His expression turned extremely grim within seconds. Xia Qingyuan had asked for reinforcements from Emperor Xiao's realm. Furthermore, there were several holiness of nirvanas. On this day, any who refuses to surrender shall be eliminated with extreme prejudice. Xia Qingyuan's voice was icy. "Refusing to submit to another, you said." Stifling pressure loomed in the air. For holiness of nirvanas from Emperor Xiao's realm descended, with 3 being the Sword Master of Lihin, the Palace Lord of Shenyuan Palace, and the Master of the Jiuqian Temple. All 3 holiness of nirvanas were not direct subordinates of Emperor Xia. However, they received the orders and showed up to help nonetheless. There were members of those 3 major top-notch forces of Emperor Xia following Yi Futian. Emperor Xia asked personally, and Xia Qingyuan had also visited all of them, requesting their aid. There was no way they could have refused. The holiness of nirvanas who served Emperor Xia needed to fend off Emperor Li's realm. The conflict between the 2 imperial realms continued, and they were unable to be assigned elsewhere. The Sword Master of Lihin and the others would not have been on the trip for long. They would have soon returned to Emperor Xiao's realm to guard the realm against a possible invasion from Dali. Zhu Kong, Zhonglu, and 1 other holiness of nirvana turned glum when they saw the others in the air. Xia Qingyuan had returned to Emperor Xiao's realm and summoned 3 other holiness of nirvanas to join the fight. Furthermore, things were different from what was expected before. They all thought that so long as they were able to kill Yi Futian and gain the relics of Emperor Kwa, the 9 tribes would be able to reach new heights. Even without Wu Yong around, there were still the other 8 tribes. With 8 holiness of nirvanas standing together, even if Emperor Xia were to put over half of the holiness of nirvanas from Emperor Xiao's realm to work, they would still be able to resist. Moreover, the ones involved were more than just the 9 tribes. What took place next was laid out for all to see. The 9 tribes splintered right there, and then instead, all the other mighty ones had either died or apologized for their trespassing. Other than those from the ancient imperial city, only 3 tribes were taking the brunt of it all. As such, they had to deal with 3 more holiness of nirvanas from Emperor Xiao's realm and an army before they were able to take down the other 3 opposing tribes. All of that was nothing short of a disaster for them. It was 6 holiness of nirvanas against 3 by then. Worse still, those 3 tribes were not all that much powerful compared to the opposing 3, and there was no way those 3 holiness of nirvanas from Emperor Xiao's realm could have been weak. It was clear which side would emerge as the winning side by then. The 3 opposing tribes were elated instead. Zhu Kong and his people had been cornering them for quite a while, wanting to stage a showdown. With the forces from Emperor Xiao's realm there, everything would have come to a close by then. The 9 tribes of the past were destined to be in history books. The tribes would have emerged in a new form in Crimson Dragon Realm from then on out. Sword will whooshed about in the air. The Sword Master of Lihin lashed out immediately. His sword tore through the air as it came down on Zhu Kong. Zhu Kong sensed the might of that sword and burst in retreat. However, the Vermilion Bird tribe leader quickly rose from below. By then, no mighty ones would have wasted their time talking about rules of engagement. They were all out to take down Zhu Kong and his people. The palace lord of Xianyuan Palace stepped out with the footwork of Xianyuan, placing a lockdown in their surroundings. Their surroundings became stifling, and everyone was able to sense a looming, heavenly pressure. He stepped out and headed towards Zhong Lu, the Zhong tribe leader. His steps rattled the skies. Zhong Lu conjured the Chonglu battle form. All 11 layers burst at the same time. His body became extremely massive, and then he threw a punch at the palace lord of Xianyuan, who was coming down on them. The two forces clashed in the air, causing a raging current to sweep all over the place. Everyone else was sent flying. The Nanli tribe leader lashed out at Zhong Lu at the same time. 6 holiness of nirvanas were taking on 3 of their counterparts. It was 2 against 1 by then, which proved more than enough to hold those outnumbered fighters back. The fighting broke out in an instant. The army of Emperor Xia's realm joined hands with the mighty ones from Nanli tribe, the Bailey tribe, and the Vermilion Bird tribe against those from the other 3. Xia Qingyuan stood high in the air, and there were mighty ones surrounding her for protection. She stared at the battlefield with cold eyes. The incident was caused by the 9 tribes, and that was where it would have ended. The era of the 9 tribes was to end on that very day. There were spectators from afar watching the battle. It felt the skies and the earth were going to break. Their minds trembled violently, and they all knew a storm was coming. Things were about to change for good. "Grandfather, help me." A shrilled shriek was heard, causing Zhu Kong to be shaken. However, he was being surrounded by swords from the sword master of Lihin, and the Vermilion Bird tribe leader was lashing out from the side as well. His hands were full, and things looked dire. There was simply no way he had time to spare for others. Zhu Kong's face turned pale, and he felt rather unsettled. It was more than just his life at stake. It was something that concerned the life and death of his tribe. There was no way he could have just shrugged it aside. Despite having reached the highest of planes, he was unable to become absolutely cold and unfeeling. PFFTT. A sword streaked by, making a gash on Zhu Kong's body. He felt as if his soul had been cut. His face turned even paler as he found that his arm had almost been cut off. "You dare ally with outsiders and treat your fellow members of the 9 tribes like that," Zhu Kong shouted as he lashed out at the Vermilion Bird tribe leader. "If you still have the interests of the 9 tribes in mind, then you shall heed the final orders of Emperor Kwa," the Vermilion Bird tribe leader replied. Zhu Kong was rendered speechless. He was not the only one in a predicament. The other 2 who allied with him were also having a hard time. From outside came faint streaks. Zhu Kong's eyes were reddened, and they did not become like this just from the flames. Yet another flash of the sword streaked through his chest. His clothes were blood-stained, and his face was pale as he let out a frustrated roar. "I'm willing to surrender." "Cease the fighting immediately," Zhu Kong roared. His voice reverberated throughout their surroundings. Terrifying swords that streaked about stopped moving immediately, hovering around him. The Vermilion Bird tribe leader stopped attacking as well. The other 2 holiness of nirvanas knew from Zhu Kong's voice that there was no way to turn the tides. If they were to simply keep fighting, other than ending up dead on the battlefield, their respective tribes would have also been slaughtered. Xia Qingyuan was not there to bluff when she brought the army with her. She was truly there to end things. She did not bother showing mercy to her enemies, and every move she had taken was meant to deal a heavy blow on her enemies. The fighting all over the battlefield gradually ceased, then stopped altogether. However, the mighty ones from the overwhelmed 3 tribes were still being surrounded. Everyone was waiting for Xia Qingyuan's orders. Countless pairs of eyes looked up at the woman in the air. Her eyes were cold, and her face was emotionless. 7 holiness of nirvanas had led the elites from their 7 tribes and descended upon Chenya City back then. looking grand and marvelous as they were out to kill Yi Futian and rob him of his lineage. At that moment, she had the intention to let those 3 tribes feel what her side had felt back then. "Cripple them for the time being," Xia Qingyuan said coldly. Yu, Zhu Kong, and the others looked up at Xia Qingyuan. Their eyes were filled with cold anger, and the aura from their bodies was extremely cold. "Resist, and we shall take you people as just pretending to surrender, and we shall kill all of you on the spot without further consideration for surrender." Xia Qingyuan's voice was overbearing, giving no chance to those 3 tribes. If they resisted, they would not have another chance to surrender, and they would have been killed on the spot instead. The 3 holiness of nirvanas looked extremely glum. They had never suffered greater humiliation before. Furthermore, if they were to be crippled, even only for the time being, they would have been akin to meat on a chopping board. They would not have been able to even object to whatever Xia Qingyuan would have done to them. They would have been rendered utterly helpless. But then again, there was no option for objection. Xia Qingyuan had laid down the word, "Kill any who resist." The mighty ones from the 3 tribes, siding with Emperor Xia's realm, shuddered as well. The fight was against Yi Futian, and they all seemed to have ignored Xia Qingyuan's determination altogether. The genius of a princess from Emperor Xia's realm was still a descendant of a Renhuang, after all. That anger in her was about to cut off all means of escape for the opposing 3 tribes. They claimed to be unwilling to submit to outsiders. And at the moment, it was more than just submitting to outsiders from those 3 losing sides. "We have expressed our willingness to surrender." "Don't take things too far, princess," Zhu Kong said. "Losers have no right to negotiate, dead or alive. The choice is yours," Xia Qingyuan retorted in an overbearing manner and did not bother to say more. She then continued, "Do it. Now you want to talk about the dignity of holiness of nirvanas. Are you all still dreaming?" Zhu Kong and the rest of his people shuddered slightly. It was no longer simply an insult. It was, as Xia Qingyuan put it, losers had no right to negotiate. Xia Qingyuan did not bother even giving them a chance. If they chose to live, then they would have to cast everything aside. If they chose death, then they could at least die standing. The sword master of Lihin gathered his sword wills and flashed, heading straight for Zhu Kong. 2 other holiness of nirvanas acted at the same time as well, heading towards the ones they were fighting before, bringing terrifying power to bear. Zhu Kong lifted his head up to look at the sky. The sword master of Lihin was getting increasingly close, and the sword wills were towering. Zhu Kong clenched his fists, and the aura about him roared. "Leader!" A cracking noise was heard soon after. Zhu Kong felt his heart bleeding. Zhu Kong had been akin to a de facto leader of the 9 tribes, and he was about to end up as such at the moment. The sword master of Lihin was getting increasingly close. Sword wills buried his body, and the flames on Zhu Kong's body roared. He then closed his eyes, and the towering flames were snuffed out immediately, disappearing without a trace. It was clear that he had made his choice. The sword master of Lihin pointed, and countless sword will penetrated his body. The attack was not meant to kill him, and it would not have gotten rid of all his training. It was simply meant to cripple him for the time being. Sword will burst through Zhu Kong, destroying everything in his body. He grunted, and blood spilled from his mouth. His aura weakened rapidly. The 2 holiness of nirvanas made their choices as well. Like Zhu Kong, they did not choose to resist. The palace lord of Shenyuan Palace landed heavy blows with his fists on Zhong Lu's battle form, shattering it and causing Zhong Lu to feel as if his internal organs had all been destroyed. He returned to his original state, and his aura weakened just as rapidly. The same happened with the Raven tribe leader. All 3 holiness of nirvanas were cripples at that very moment. The three who attacked them did not bother showing any mercy. Haul all three of them back to Emperor Xiao's realm. All people from their tribes are to ruled by the Nanli tribe, the Vermilion Bird tribe, and the Bailey tribe, Xia Qingyuan ordered. Zhu Kong and the rest were ashen. What she did was akin to tearing their tribes apart. Xia Qingyuan intended to have them work for Emperor Xiao's realm, and she made sure that they would not have any thoughts of rebellion. It was immensely brutal. Emperor Xiao's realm was not Crimson Dragon Realm. It was the turf of Emperor Xia. As prisoners of war and people who surrendered, they were obliged to do whatever was commanded of them. Emperor Xia would have killed them without question otherwise. Furthermore, there was no escape for them at all. Their tribe members were all being controlled in Crimson Dragon Realm. Other than that, the Nanli tribe, the Vermilion Bird tribe, and the Bailey tribe have been training for years in Crimson Dragon Realm. I assume that you all lacked communication with the outside world. I now offer an opportunity for members of the three tribes to train for a time in Emperor Xiao's realm. What do you think? Xia Qingyuan then continued, "The safety of your people will be taken care of in Emperor Xiao's realm." There was no one present who did not understand what Xia Qingyuan meant. That was to say that she wanted the hostages to be at Emperor Xiao's realm. Xia Qingyuan did not trust them. But then again, that was totally within reason. The three had headed to Qinya City with Zhu Kong before, after all. They had only turned against him and sided with Yi Futian after finding out that things were not in their favor. There was no way Xia Qingyuan would have trusted them completely. No one had noticed that princess from Emperor Xia's realm before. From the looks of things at present, it was obvious that she was someone decisive and brutal as well. Furthermore, one who did not bother giving face. However, only by doing so would she have been able to ensure that the tribes would not betray her and threaten Yi Futian. From her standpoint, she was naturally doing this for the sake of Qinya City, or for Yi Futian. They had decided to submit, and it was time for them to show that they were sincere about it. Fine. The Bailey tribe leader said, "This is my son, Bailey Chuan, and he has not been a saint for long. He will bring some of his men to Emperor Xiao's realm, and I hope you will be able to look after them. You have my word." Xia Qingyuan looked at the Bailey tribe leader and nodded. "What a fox!" The Nanli tribe leader cursed deep down. The Bailey tribe had never attempted to actually do anything against Yi Futian, and at that moment, their tribe leader was also the first to express willingness to cooperate. He had to admit that the old fox was indeed cunning. Among the old 9 tribes, it would have probably been the Bailey tribe leader that Yi Futian would have trusted most after Wuyong. The Bailey tribe leader had shown that he was being sincere, and the other tribes did the same naturally, sending important figures to Emperor Xiao's realm. With that, all 9 tribes were then completely put under the rule of Yi Futian and Xia Qingyuan. The sword master of Lihin and the others brought Zhu Kong and all those with him back to Emperor Xiao's realm. Zhu Kong and the 2 other holiness of Nirvanas suffered severe damage. They lost their combat capacity, for the time being, making it impossible for them to play any tricks during the journey. When they reached Emperor Xiao's realm, their tribesmen were being ruled by those from the Nanli tribe and the other 2 tribes, which made it even more unlikely for them to do anything. Worse still, there were also many from the Nanli tribe, the Bailey tribe, and the Vermilion Bird tribe heading towards Emperor Xiao's realm. With deterrence being everywhere, none would have dared to harbor any thoughts of doing anything nasty. They simply did as they were told. The trip was more than enough to bolster the top-notch combat prowess of Emperor Xiao's realm, as they were able to force Zhu Kong and the other 2 holiness of Nirvanas to participate in the conflict with Dali. It was a 2 birds with 1 stone scenario for Emperor Xiao's realm. Xia Qingyuan naturally stayed behind in Crimson Dragon Realm instead of returning with the others. They all would have probably needed quite some time to recover from the incident with the 9 tribes. The tribes that lost their holiness of Nirvanas had only one way out if they were to rise again. That one way was to submit to Yi Futian and gain his trust, eventually having him impart the lineage of Emperor Kwa to them. Only by doing so would they be able to have a chance of seeing holiness of nirvanas rising among their ranks again. If they were to continue resenting him, those tribes would probably never be able to see their past glory return and would entirely fall apart until they were absorbed and assimilated into tribes that Yi Futian came to trust. There had been competitions between the 9 tribes throughout the ages. All of them wanted to be the one to unify the 9 tribes. Any who got the chance to be at the top calling the shots would never show mercy to the other tribes. The Bailey tribe, the Nonly tribe, and the Vermilion Bird tribe shall rule the 9 tribes of the past from here on out. You all shall be responsible for restoring order. And when you're done, core members shall be given direct access to Emperor Kwa's city and restore the Emperor Kwa's hall. Yi Futian, city lord of Chinya City, shall impart the powers of Emperor Kwa as the lord of Emperor Kwa's hall. The 9 tribes shall then follow orders issued within the hall. Xia Qingyuan spoke to the mighty ones from the 3 tribes after sending off the ones heading off to Emperor Xiao's realm. Yes, princess. Everyone nodded and did not object. They all submitted to Yi Futian, and it was only natural that he be made the lord of the Emperor Kwa's hall when the place was restored. The 9 tribes were, in a certain sense of the word, united as a single entity again. However, it was not through having one of the tribes absorbing and assimilating all the others. Still, that one person was inheriting Emperor Kwa's lineage and passing it all down the generations from that on out. It was as if everything was as fate ordained. The 3 of you shall be the first generation of elders of Emperor Kwa's hall. Any within the 9 tribes whom you find to be insubordinate, you're permitted to enforce the law and execute them. Xia Qingyuan continued. She was concerned with rebellions in the tribes, and under such circumstances, a heavy-handed approach was necessary. The 3 holiness of nirvanas naturally understood and nodded. They, too, were not merciful people. They would not have decided right away to submit to Yi Futian when things were not in their favor otherwise. All of them were very decisive and action-oriented people. Keep a close eye on those from the Wu clan who rebelled. Leave them be, and let their leader deal with them, Xia Qingyuan added. Those who rebelled and chose to follow Zhu Kong back then turned pale when they heard what she said. Wu Yong had become an absolute member of Yi Futian's inner circle then. They wondered what their leader would have done with rebels like them. Even if Wu Yong chose to spare them, there was no way they would have been placed in prominent positions and given important tasks from then on out. They would have been marginalized, standing at the sidelines as they no longer had a leader. They would probably be reduced to serve at the very bottom of the hierarchy among the tribes. Xia Qingyuan then departed right away after she was done with affairs over there, returning to Chinya City. She believed that the 3 holiness of nirvanas of those 3 tribes would be able to handle things while there. With all 9 tribes united again, they would not pose a looming threat anymore. Among those who worked against them, some died and some chose to switch sides. The only problem then was the ancient imperial city. With the city lord of ancient imperial city, the 9th servant, being lauded as the number 1 city lord and a supreme being among the holiness of nirvanas, it would be challenging to deal with him at the moment. If he were to be sufficiently angered, he might have simply gone on a killing spree in Chinya City, and no one would have been able to stop a holiness of nirvana like him, who was at the pinnacle of the plane. There were times where numbers did not matter before one who had overwhelmingly powerful training. For instance, people like Yu Shang and Yi Futian could not be dealt with by having more people gang up on them. Xia Qingyuan would not make a move against ancient imperial city. That part was left to Yi Futian. When the news about things regarding the 9 tribes at the western region of Crimson Dragon Realm spread, countless were astonished. The princess from Emperor Xiao's realm was, without a doubt, a tough character in her own right. Not only had she been able to take out all 9 tribes and dealt with them once and for all, but she had even managed to dismantle any lurking threats on the spot putting all 9 tribes securely in control and making sure everyone would play nice. She ensured that everyone would take Yi Futian's orders obediently. Many came to wonder if Yi Futian was the son-in-law of Emperor Xiao's realm. They also wondered if Xia Qingyuan was doing all of that because they pissed off her boyfriend. The rebuilding of the city lord's offices area in Qinya City was underway, making the place look even more magnificent and grand than it used to be, especially the city lord's office itself. A grand matrix was even laid in the place. It was as if the city lord's office had to be more magnificent than it had last been after the destruction it suffered. It was like Qinya City itself, where after destruction suffered, the rebuilt city lord's office would be even more powerful than before. It was no exception at that time as well. Without including forces from Emperor Xiao's realm, there had only been one holiness of Nirvana guarding the place before, Shen Tianzhan, the former city lord. At present, other than Shen Tianzhan, there was also Wu Yong. Furthermore, among the 9 tribes that Qinya City came to rule, there were also 3 holiness of Nirvanas and many more unblemished saints. Other than that, Yan Yuan was also present in the city lord's office, and there was also the star-plucking saint who aided them secretly. It was as if everything was different after fighting a grand battle. Qinya City seemed to have become the second most powerful city outside of Crimson Dragon City. Ancient Imperial City remained the number 1 city. Qinya City's current power was such that other than ancient Imperial City, there were indeed no other cities capable of standing against it. There had never been a city able to rise to such prominence in such a short period. Qinya City was seen as a miracle. Yi Futian finally rose from his coma on that day. He had been asleep all the while. All his injuries had been amply repaired, so much so that he was almost completely healed. Lulan Shui, Little Butterfly, and Zhuge Mingyue had been taking care of him throughout the time. Even Long Linger stayed by his side without doing anything funny. Many smiled when Yi Futian came to. The burden on their shoulders was finally lifted. While Su Chehan had long determined that Yi Futian would be all right if he were to stay in a coma, no one would have been able to rest easy. "Why the hell are you people looking at me like that?" Yi Futian shrugged when he saw the familiar faces around him, asking with a smile, "I assume you slept well." Zhuge Mingyue smiled sheepishly at him. "Yeah, right. For some guy who had been sleeping for months, you're the one to talk," she thought. "Yeah, second sister. It's been a while since I slept so well," Yi Futian said in a joking tone. "It'd be weird if you weren't sleeping well when there's so many watching over you," Zhuge Mingyue then quipped. Yi Futian did not say anything else, feeling warm deep down. All of those familiar faces were people he considered family. Other than feeling warm inside, he also felt a sense of responsibility after seeing how nervous they were. He knew that he was the center of everything as far as they were concerned. That meant that he was shouldering the fate of everyone there. There were many people in the world worthy of his protection. They were all looking out for each other. "I'll get some air outside." Yi Futian rose and walked outside. Long Linger came and helped him up, lifting her head and looking at him, asking, "Are you feeling all right, brother?" "Relax, I'm fine." Yi Futian smiled and said, but he swore deep down that he would never pull anything like that again. It would really kill him. If it had not been for the protection afforded by his life spirit and the imperial will, what he pulled would have easily burned through 10 lives. He came to the compound after walking out of the room. Yi Futian looked up at the blinding sun and felt he needed to adjust to things. "How are things out there now?" Yi Futian asked. Xia Qingyuan came to his side and elaborated on everything that had happened to him. Yi Futian nodded and said, "Thanks a lot." Xia Qingyuan did not say anything. She then asked after a while, "Do you think there is more to be done with the Shi clan?" The Saint Lord of Jiang had wanted to be part of the fight back then, but he switched sides and helped them kill the Zhu tribe leader. Xia Qingyuan was asking if he would like to settle the score further. "We'll talk about this later," Yi Futian answered. He turned his eyes forward, seeing a figure that stood out of the crowd like a sore thumb, getting ready to leave. "Brother Yan," Yi Futian called. Yan Yuan halted his steps and turned around, saying, "Now that you're awake, things in Qinya City would be fine, and I'd need to head back. I'm sure Fei Shiyue and the others are waiting for news from me for the past several months. Now that you're in Crimson Dragon Realm, why not stay here at Qinya City instead, brother?" Yi Futian asked, "If you're concerned with the teacher's reputation, there is no need for you to stay in the city lord's office. It would suffice if you just stayed in the city for training. Fei Shiyue would be safer here. Things at Dali Dynasty are still a threat, after all. If anything were to happen, we would be able to do something to back you up," Yi Futian said. Yan Yuan felt rather concerned. Dali was indeed a lurking threat. There was no telling who from Dali would act against them. Dali might have gotten into some conflicts with Emperor Xiao's realm, with both sides being of equal strength, unable to overwhelm the other. However, there was no telling what would have happened in the future. "I have set up Qinya Academy in the city. You could stay there in seclusion and train. If you run into any decent candidates worthy of your teaching, it would be just like how it was with Dali Academy back then. You'd still be inheriting the will of our teacher," Yi Futian then added. Yan Yuan sported a ponderous look and said, "I'll ask what Fei Shiyue thinks about this when I return." "Very well." Yi Futian smiled and nodded. Yan Yuan then left for the city lord's office. "Sir Yan Yuan is indeed someone worthy of respect." Xia Qingyuan walked up to him and said, "It was a pity that there was no way Yan Yuan would join Emperor Xiao's realm due to concerns over his teacher's reputation. Despite the regime having permanently crippled the imperial advisor and imprisoning him for treason, his students refused to admit to those charges. They would not allow themselves to confirm that their teacher had been a traitor. The imperial advisor and the students of his are all worthy of respect," Yi Futian added. News came after Yi Futian came to. They were figures from top-notch forces coming to visit him afterward. Shi Chan, daughter of the Shi clan, came to apologize personally at Qinya City and brought many gifts. Yi Futian saw no reason not to accept them in good faith. He considered the score settled, and that was final. Qinya City regained its usual calm and peace after all the commotion before. Even though everyone came to learn that Yi Futian had acquired Emperor Kua's lineage, they dared not show up and try to take it away by force. The battle on the very first day of year 10025 of Divine Prefecture calendar saw 7 tribes laying siege to Qinya City. Several top-notch figures participated in the invasion. Even so, they did not manage to take down Qinya City. The city had become even more powerful than it had been in the past, and no one dared re-challenge them. The rise of Yi Futian was probably unstoppable. Many came to agree among themselves that among the many cities outside of Crimson Dragon City, Ancient Imperial City was number 1, while Qinya City was number 2. In the area where Vice City Lord Shen Tianzhan had taken up residence within the city Lord's office's vicinity, Shen Jun was training especially hard. Other than training on his own to deepen his comprehension and understanding, he had also sparred with the ones from the city Lord's office often. Every single session saw him being thoroughly exhausted by the end, and the sessions did not stop until he was injured. At that moment, Shen Tianzhan was standing at the side of the huge platform, watching Shen Jun fight on it. He witnessed personally how Shen Jun was beaten until he spat up blood, yet he continued to fight nonetheless. The sparring stopped after quite a while before he walked toward Shen Tianzhan, bowing and greeting, "Father!" Training should always be done in moderation. There is no need to keep wanting to break one's limit, Shen Tianzhan said. He naturally realized that Shen Jun changed. His son's vista changed. Shen Jun, back in the past, had always limited his vista to merely being the lord of a city, wanting to be nothing else, and that his goal was simply to inherit his father's Chinya city. However, one's environment had a profound impact on one's outlook and growth. Yi Futian's emergence broadened Shen Jun's horizons, letting him know what it meant when someone said that there was always something or someone bigger out there. Shen Jun recalled what he had been doing in the past and found that he was ridiculous. He had only wanted to dupe Yi Futian into participating in the battle of the sleeping dragon, allowing him to win the gamble. However, Yi Futian did things in a vastly different manner when he became city, lord of Chinya City. What he did and what Yi Futian was were not even of the same level altogether, and that left a profound impact on him. After experiencing the past battles firsthand, he truly realized that the Saint Plain was only the beginning instead of the end. I understand, Father, but doing battle allows me to keep bringing out my potential and put it to good use. Shen Jun replied, I shall return to my training. Very well. Shen Tianzhan nodded. He saw Shen Jun turn around and found his choice to have been sensible back then. He thought that maybe he did not need to state his terms to Yi Futian. Being able to stay at the side of excellent people was the best condition one could have been offered. The man whom the imperial advisor of Dali had been willing to spare at the cost of his career was showing through his feats that he was meant to be legendary. Yu Sheng's name became known throughout the Battle of the Crimson River, and he was then ranked in the regional king ranking. While Yi Futian did not have a stage like Yu Sheng to show what he was capable of, he was walking his own path and achieving greatness. The brothers, together with Xia Qingyuan and the others around him, would have become frightening figures in the future. There was one thing that shocked Shen Tianzhan more than anything else. It was the fact that Yi Futian was the absolute center of the group. It was as if all excellent people gathered because of him. The eldest student of the imperial advisor of Dali, Yan Yuan, who had made a breakthrough into holiness of Nirvana Plane, joined Chinya City's ranks not long ago. He was training in seclusion in Chinya Academy. Shen Tianzhan found that he might be witnessing the rise of a legend. Two figures were training at yet another training ground in the city, Lord's office. One of them was basking in boundless flames and becoming tall and imposing as if he was a god of war of flames, clad all over in terrifying flames of the way. 4 layers, and no more still, the figure said. He was none other than Yi Futian. After things at Chinya City quieted down, he had been looking into and training in the way of Emperor Qua's lineage ever since he had awakened. He had been spending his days training quietly and stabilizing his plane. He had been at proving holiness level back in the battle before. His plane had become unusually stable, and his aura thick and solid, looking far more brilliant and refined than before. Training at Saint Plain was not something that could be rushed. The Chonlu battle form has 13 layers to it, and every single plane in sainthood had 3 layers. Now that you can reach the 4th layer, it is already something that could only be done at Saint of True Self level, the one standing opposite him elaborated. It was none other than Wu Yong, the Wu clan leader. Yi Futian imparted the ways of Emperor Qua's lineage to him as well, and they were both researching the ways together. He was there to guide Yi Futian in training many times, but Yi Futian was able to tap into the will of Emperor Qua's lineage to help Wu Yong train as well. Both men were helping each other to reach greater heights. Xia Qingyuan told him how to deal with those who switched sides as soon as she returned. He did not even return to Emperor Qua City in the western region and had told the 3 holiness of nirvanas in that city to take care of things. He did not want to concern himself with affairs on that side. Those who had followed him back then were all staying in Chinya City with him. Wu Yong knew clearly that Yi Futian intended to make him the number 1 figure among the 9 tribes, helping him rule the 9 tribes that Emperor Qua left behind in the past. As such, his only duty at the moment was to train with Yi Futian and enhance his powers. In the world of cultivators, one's own power served as the basis of everything. If his powers were to be unable to reach the top and become the strongest among the 9 tribes, others would not have listened to him even if Futian wanted to make him the leader, as his seat would have been built on sand instead. Well, you have experienced what it was like at the 12th layer in the past, Senior, Futian smiled and said. He lent his powers to Wu Yong back then, and Wu Yong had been creating the battle form at the 12th layer by tapping into the will of Emperor Kwa. That was already at the pinnacle of holiness of Nirvana plane. It would be the level of Ren Huang at the 13th layer. I couldn't have possibly done it all on my own. Wu Yong smiled and added, By the way, there is no need to keep addressing me as your senior, City, Lord Yi. It will suffice just to call me by name. The habit stuck. Yi Futian chuckled nonchalantly and continued, Keep looking into the way of Emperor Kwa's lineage, and I believe you'll be able to do it all on your own before long. You might even be able to go further than that. I do my best, Wu Yong said. Continue to train, Senior. I shall train in isolation for some time, Yi Futian said. Wu Yong nodded, excused himself, and left. Yi Futian was training in isolation. Everyone else in the city lord's office was also working hard to enhance their plane. Crimson Dragon City was the absolute center of Crimson Dragon Realm. That city was known as the #1 city in all of Crimson Dragon Realm. There was a divine mountain at Crimson Dragon City, the Crimson Mountain. The mountain was a long and winding one, making it seem like a dragon. There were castles on that dragon of a mountain, covering the entire mountain itself. The castles extended from the foot right to the top, which made it seem like they were connected to the sun in the sky. There were countless standing at the foot of the divine mountain every day, gazing upon the incredibly divine palaces and castles above. That place was the royal palace of Crimson Dragon Realm, where the Crimson Dragon Emperor resided. Outside of the royal palace, a river was found at the foot of the mountain, which was named Ganyuan. The river water was always boiling. It was as if the sun had been sunken in it. The Crimson Dragon Army stood guard the side of Ganyuan, looking majestic and holy. A long cry was heard from the top of the mountain. Countless below looked up and saw an incredibly divine scene before them. Golden ravens were seen pulling the sun carriage out on a journey. It seemed as if a divine priest sat on the carriage. They were not the only golden ravens seen. There were many of those divine birds, and they were all pulling sun carriages themselves. The divine priest rode on the carriages and flew past the crowd below, heading elsewhere. What is happening? The stunning scene before the people of Crimson Dragon City shook their minds. They were wondering if something huge was about to happen. While Crimson Dragon Emperor was known as the absolute master of Crimson Emperor Realm, he did not interfere with the affairs of the realm itself. The Crimson Dragon Realm was vast, and it was also the main realm of the Crimson Dragon region. If he were to get himself involved in everything going on, he would have worked himself to death. As such, regardless of the severity of what was happening in Crimson Dragon Realm, so long as such happenings would not tear Crimson Dragon Realm apart, the Emperor would not get involved. The carriages before the people were naturally not those of the Emperor. However, many wondered how many wielded power great enough to call for such a majestic entourage. The golden raves were the ones pulling the carriages, and divine priests were mobilized. Countless looked at the carriages, far away in different directions. They seemed to have seen golden sun petals on the carriages, which were scattered everywhere as they went. Those were golden peach flowers. It is His Highness. Everyone knew who the one who sent the carriages at that moment was. With the messengers sent out like that by His Highness, it meant one thing. Crimson Dragon Realm was all in an uproar. Countless people flashed and headed towards the carriages, wanting to know who received the peach invitations from His Highness. At the turf of one of the topmost forests found in Crimson Dragon City, the sun carriages were seen heading inside from above before long. The divine priest from the carriage looked at the people below and waved, saying, "An invitation from His Highness." A young man who looked dashing and legendary stood at a tower. He extended his hand, and an invitation was handed over to him. He looked at the golden peach flower carved on it. The same thing was happening in many places in Crimson Dragon City. Several sun carriages arrived above the Crimson River at that time. They drove into the river at the same time, heading towards the regional palace, which was at the center of the river. No one stopped them. There were also sun carriages outside of Crimson Dragon City as well, causing a huge commotion. Those carriages were all heading in different directions. The divine birds pulled the sun carriages and arrived above Chinya City before long. Countless looked up, and a piece of shocking news was heard, causing their heart to race. They all rushed to where the city lord's office was. As expected, the sun carriages were seen stopping above the city lord's office. The divine priest waved and said, "An invitation from His Highness. The recipient shall be Yi Futian, city lord of Chinya City." One figure after another flashed in the city lord's office. All of them looked up, and they shuddered deep down. Yi Futian emerged as well. The golden peach invitation hovered down and landed on his palm. An invitation from His Highness. In Crimson Dragon Realm, such a grand entourage, and from one known to be His Highness, could only be from the royal palace in Crimson Dragon City. So that battle had caught the royal palace's attention. With that, he was one step closer to his goal. There were also golden raves pulling the sun carriages at some distant places when Yi Futian received the invitation. They headed to the eastern region and entered Emperor Dong's palace, handing over a peach invitation to the prince of the place, Duan Wuji. Attend the peach banquet with the peach invitation in hand, and everyone under the heavens shall know of your name. That was a tradition held for many years in Crimson Dragon Realm. The flaming peach at the divine mountain of Crimson Dragon City blossomed once every several years. When the peach flowers filled the mountain, the princes of the Crimson Dragon Realm would have ventured out to hand the invitations. The number of people who were able to get their hands on the peach invitation was 1 in 100 million. There were only a handful of people attending the event each time. Every single person who would have received the peach invitation were legendary figures in the realm. As such, the importance of the peach invitation was second only to the regional king ranking. This explained why the saying, "Attend the peach banquet with the peach invitation in hand, and everyone under the heavens shall know of your name," was associated with the event. Even if one was little more than a nameless face, getting the peach invitation guaranteed that they would be on their way to being renowned throughout the realm. Everyone in Crimson Dragon Realm would know of their name. The event at that time was not an exception as well. The phenomenon of the divine priests descending the mountain and delivering the peach invitation was a sight to behold. Countless paid close attention to them, as well as those who would receive the peach invitations from the divine priests riding on the sun carriages. Those names were gradually known by all when the invitations were delivered. Some were expected to receive the peach invitations. For instance, Luo Yang of the Luo clan was someone ranked on the regional king ranking, as well as a figure of unparalleled powers among his peers. There was also the virgin of the Yu clan, Yu Shifei, who was a peerless woman known throughout Crimson Dragon City. Many thought her future was obvious. Many were surprised that Yi Futian was able to receive a peach invitation, but then again it was entirely within reason. Although Yi Futian had to indeed prove his mettle through his powers, he had tapped into the lineage of Emperor Kwa in the battle at Chinya City and borrowed the flames in the ruins of the late emperor. He had yet to indeed prove his worth by fighting the most terrifying of figures armed solely with his powers. But then again, his shinning record in the battlefield thus far said that he did not lack such abilities. No one doubted how extraordinary Yi Futian was. all he needed to truly shine was a grand battle. As such, it was deemed entirely within reason that he had received a peach invitation. Two people had received the peach invitation in Qinya City, Yu Sheng, who was training in the regional palace, and the city lord, Yi Futian. The future of Qinya City would, without doubt, be glorious. Other than that, the regional palace attracted the attention of many, as it was the only place capable of receiving multiple invitations. The delivery of the invitations caught the attention of Crimson Dragon City in an instant. Everyone was waiting quietly. The peach banquet was thrown on that day. A bridge appeared above Ganyuan outside of the royal palace. It was a bridge permitting entry into the royal palace. Another path was opened up outside of the royal palace, granting access to the western side of the Divine Mountain. Countless people arrived outside of the royal palace and went through the bridge, stepping into the mountain to witness the event. Peach flowers blossomed throughout the western side of the mountain. Golden, flaming peach flowers were dazzling and glittered brilliantly under the sun, making them look even more glorious as their scent permeated the place. The people walked along the path and finally stopped somewhere far away, gazing at the extraordinarily beautiful, heaven-like forests of peach trees before them. There were pavilions among the blossoming, flaming peach flowers, and there was a raging waterfall falling gloriously behind. Golden ravens circled above the waterfall, and a dazzling rainbow appeared when the rays of the sun shone above, making the scenery very dreamlike. There were also pavilions above the waterfall. Carriages were flying above the crowd at that moment. They looked up and saw one figure after another, streaking through the air. Those who had peach invitations in their hands were permitted to fly directly into the royal palace. As such, it was evident that those were the people who received the peach invitations. There was a woman at the center, streaking through the air. She looked supremely dashing while extremely elegant as well. "Yin Tianjiao of the regional palace," some below said as they recognized her. The woman was Princess Yin Tianjiao, daughter of Emperor Wu. Her combat prowess was extraordinary, but both she and Duan Wuji of Emperor Dong's palace had lost to Yi Futian on the trip to Emperor Kuo's ruins. Yi Futian was the one who had been able to acquire the lineage. However, both of them were still able to receive the peach invitation. It was a recognition for them both. "Is that Yu Sheng?" Someone looked elsewhere at a stout young man. Many nodded and replied, "That's him." "Xing Kai is here too, and he brought Xing Qiu with him." Someone noticed both Xing Kai and Xing Qiu were arriving together from another direction. Those who received the peach invitations were allowed to bring someone to attend the event. As such, the Xing Qiu's appearance was hardly surprising to the crowd. However, Xing Qiu had almost ended up killed by Yu Sheng in the Battle of Qinya City. Everyone was curious about Xing Kai's intentions in bringing his brother along. There was a group in the air that landed in different places after they arrived. They were all from the regional palace, but they did not seem to be any familiar faces among them. There was another group of mighty ones coming through the air. The auras emanated from them were all powerful, and the central figure exuded extraordinary bearing. That figure was none other than Prince Duan Wuji from Emperor Dong's palace, which was located in the eastern region of Crimson Dragon Realm. Yi Futian is here too. A group of mighty ones from Qinya City streaked through the air from another direction. The leading figure was none other than Yi Futian. Xia Qingyuan was by his side. They descended directly in the peach forest, and Yu Sheng came to them after they landed. Yi Futian looked around him and found several familiar faces. There were Yin Tianjiao and Duan Wuji, both of whom he had fought before. Other than that, there were also Xing Kai and Xing Qiu, whom they naturally knew. There was another group arriving, and they were all from the regional palace. Every one of them looked superb. There were two among them who were especially so. One was a young man who looked to be in his 30s and dressed in white. Countless pairs of eyes were glued onto him, and mumbles were heard. It was obvious that they knew of that person's identity. He was a cultivator from the regional palace, Peimin. He, too, was a figure ranked in the regional king ranking. He was not a native resident of Crimson Dragon Realm, but one who came from another imperial realm and from a place called the Sword Emperor Palace. He had traveled far and wide before coming to the primary realm of the Crimson Dragon region, and he was doing it to further his training, as he wanted to see the #1 holy land of cultivation in Crimson Dragon Realm for himself. There was yet another extremely beautiful woman in another direction. She was daughter of a Renhuang whose appearance was on par with that of Yin Tianjiao. It was said that 3 women received the peach invitations, and all of them looked stunning. But, of course, their overall powers were quite a distance away from the men who had received the peach invitation. Yi Futian quietly eyed those around him as soon as he arrived. He knew that all who came were considered the most extraordinary of their generation, and many were descendants of Renhuang. Luo Yang of the Luo clan was there as well. He caught a lot of attention and was extremely renowned in Crimson Dragon City, due to being ranked on the regional king ranking. Furthermore, he had been a legendary genius who had refused the offer to train in the regional palace, which served as a testament to the extent of his arrogance. The Luo clan was a family descended from a Renhuang. While there had not been a Renhuang among them now, the lineage left behind by their ancestors was extremely powerful. Yu Shifei. Countless people looked up at that moment. A soothing sensation was felt under the scorching sun, cooling the hearts of many and making all feel extremely comfortable. A group of mighty ones descended from above, and the leading figure was dressed in an aqua blue dress, looking clean and elegant. She was none other than Yu Shifei, a woman extremely renowned throughout Crimson Dragon City. Shifei. A figure was seen above at that moment. Many vaguely saw the dazzling ray of the sun descending. Someone was basking in holy light, and a figure appeared at the pavilion above the waterfall. His jet black long hair draped on his shoulders, while his eyes looked sharp. His handsome looks seemed to be able to mesmerize people with just a smile, making all who happened to gaze upon him be amazed by how dashing he was. That was Qishang, a prince of Crimson Dragon Realm. He extended his hand and smiled when he descended. His eyes were on Yu Shifei all the while. Yu Shifei smiled faintly as well, which looked brilliant. She then took to the air and came to Qishang's side. She let him hold her hand. Both of them gradually hovered down, and the golden peach flowers danced in the air. The scene was nothing short of mesmerizing. What a couple! Yi Futian praised deep down. Qishang and Yu Shifei were indeed a couple that was very pleasing to the eye. It was as if they were a match made in heaven. Countless below looked up at the peach forest above and smiled, sending their blessings and regards. But then again, there was no one capable of tearing the couple apart, regardless of if they were blessed by those around them or not. The son of Crimson Dragon Emperor and a virgin of the Yu clan liked each other, and there could not have been a better match for either of them. It was only a matter of time before Yu Shifei became a queen of Crimson Dragon Realm. If Qishang were to inherit the throne in the future, then she would have been the wife of the Emperor of Crimson Dragon Realm. Qishang and Yu Shifei descended before a pavilion, and a Guqin appeared before them. Both of them sat cross-legged and looked at each other before putting their fingers on the strings and began playing. Beautiful tunes danced, and the illustrated scene was stunning. It was as if they were able to sense what the other was thinking. No one bothered them, and everyone listened quietly. Despite Qishang's supreme talents, many wondered if he would be a prince who would forsake the throne for a woman. Yi Futian listened to the tune quietly, and it seemed that the tune tugged at his heartstrings. There seemed to be a tinge of sorrow within the warmth. He looked up in the sky and saw a vague figure appearing, lingering in his mind. Xia Qingyuan, who was listening to the tune beside Yi Futian, noticed his peculiarity. She turned her eyes to look at him. She seemed to be able to see the faint sorrow and dejection on his face. He must have missed her. She lowered her head somewhat before turning to look at Qi Shang and Yu Shifei again. Her eyes glimmered with a hint of envy. The peach flowers continued to dance in the air. Xia Qingyuan extended her hand, and a petal landed on her palm. She wondered if her feelings would remain unrequited. The sound of the tune was beautiful, and it was even more so when the tune was played by them both. Golden peach flowers dropped around both of them. Many saw Qi Shang and Yu Shifei smile at each other. All who witnessed that moment were able to tell how beautiful the relationship between them was. There were 18 candidates ranked on the regional king ranking in Crimson Dragon Realm, and there were 8 who were proving holiness and saints of true self. All of them were at the event. That fact alone served as a testament to the importance of the Peach Invitation. Both Qi Shang and Yu Shifei were 2 of those people. Yu Shifei stood out even more, given that she was the only woman among those 8 mentioned. The other 2 women were Princess Yin Tianjiao, daughter of Emperor Wu, who was training in the regional palace, and Xu Zi, daughter of Emperor Xu. Both of them were formidable cultivators in their own right, yet they were not ranked in the regional king ranking. It was easily seen from that fact alone just how exceptional the virgin from the Yu clan was. Her clan was currently placing all of their hope on her. Yu Shifei was the key to the future of her clan. Many were wondering just how wonderful it would be if both Qi Shang and Yu Shifei both made it into Renhuang Plain. They would probably end up like the current Crimson Dragon Emperor and his queen. Xia Qingyuan looked at the peach flower that landed on her palm and asked, "Were you 2 been this beautiful at one time?" Yi Futian turned his gaze away from the sky to look at Xia Qingyuan at his side. He smiled beamingly and nodded, saying, "Probably more beautiful than this. It probably won't take long for you to fulfill your wish on this trip to Crimson Dragon Realm," Xia Qingyuan said in a low voice. "That would be great." Yi Futian nodded. The beautiful tune gradually stopped. Qi Shang and Yu Shifei smiled at each other before turning around to look at the crowd. Qi Shang's eyes turned to Yi Futian. It was the first time the prince saw him. Yi Futian had handsome looks, yet sported silver hair. The prince wondered what he had been through. "I heard that you're good at playing the guqin, City Lord Yi," Qi Shang smiled and quipped. It was evident that he heard the conversation between him and Xia Qingyuan, despite them having kept their volume down. Qi Shang thought that the princess of Emperor Xiao's realm was with Yi Futian, yet he seemed to be able to tell that he was probably wrong from that simple conversation he heard. "I know a thing or 2, Your Highness," Yi Futian nodded and said. "Well, we're in such a beautiful place. How about you play a tune for us?" Qi Shang smiled and asked, "Sure." Yi Futian nodded. While Qi Shang was indeed a prince of Crimson Dragon Realm and the favorite prince of the emperor, he lacked any overbearing pressure. On the contrary, he seemed to be like one of those dashing gentlemen who loved flirting around. Yi Futian sat on the ground, and a guqin materialized before him. His entire being seemed to have gotten into the zone, and his aura changed completely. He felt as if he was in a quiet, tranquil place, isolated from the world. An illustration seemed to have been painted as soon as the sound of his tune was heard. Qi Shang and Yu Shifei were both adept at guqin, but then again they could not have portrayed the scenery painted by the music itself, even if they knew little about music in the first place. "This is beautiful," Yu Shifei commented faintly. The tune sounded rather similar to the one they played before. It was as if the tune itself was an embodiment of the concept of beauty itself. What differed was that the beauty in the tune between both of them was that of resonance. The beauty in the tune played by Yi Futian seemed to have stemmed more from remembrance. Everyone turned to look at Yi Futian. He was the most renowned figure in the realm as of late. He finally stood alongside the cutting edge of geniuses in Crimson Dragon Realm. There seemed to be a battle fought below the mountain. Qi Shang was hardly surprised. He looked at the ground below and saw an ancient path with a figure running on it. That figure seemed to have been blazing a trail and intended to reach the mountain, joining the Peach Banquet. That was also the rule of the Peach Banquet. Those who lacked the Peach invitation were welcomed to fight their way up there. And then there was indeed one who took to fighting their way up. Many turned to look at the trail leading to the Peach Banquet below. Someone was seen moving forward, emanating an overwhelming aura as they blitzed the trail before them. There was a group of cultivators following behind. Someone from Xiang City. Someone was able to tell who was coming. Xiang Nan, a prince of Emperor Xiang's realm, was actually among them. However, the one who fought was not Xiang Nan, as they had yet to make it into St. Plain, and as such were not included in the list of invitees. But then again, that person resembled Xiang Nan somewhat. That person was none the less Xiang Nan's elder brother. His name was Xiang Zhe, and he was another prince from Emperor Xiang's realm. The tune continued to be played, and a rumble was heard as Xiang Zhe fought as he moved. He managed to beat all who stood in his way. Defeated combatants were found all over the trail. Xiang Zhe walked up and came to the place below the Peach Banquet. He then cupped his hands and said to Qi Shang, "I'm Xiang Zhe of Emperor Xiang's realm. I have long known of the renown of the Peach Banquet of Crimson Dragon Realm. Please pardon my intrusion, Your Highness." The Peach Banquet was known as the #1 banquet in all of Crimson Dragon Realm. "Never mind, please," Qi Shang then said. Xiang Zhe nodded and stepped up, heading into the Peach Banquet officially. A wave of aura swept all over the place when he walked. It was as if there was a formless force trying to break up the tune. The peach flowers were shredded and lashed out at Yi Futian as a formless force. Xia Qingyuan took a look in his direction. She stepped out, and holy light burst from her body. Sword wills filled her surroundings, and she drew a line with her arm. The peach flowers around her danced in the air, looking very beautiful. She pointed her finger at Xiang Zhe's direction, causing the dancing flowers to streak out like swords of calamity, devouring everything in their path. Xiang Zhe did not retreat, but took another step forward. Formless waves of aura clashed with the sword wills of the peach flowers. A formless storm was formed, and the flowers were strewn the ground. Yi Futian continued to play the strings lightly. Xia Qingyuan seemed to have danced with the peach flowers. The scene was so extraordinarily beautiful, just like how it had been when Qi Shang and Yu Shifei played together. Eventually, the dancing notes gradually stopped and the music was no longer heard. Yi Futian did not look at Xiang Zhe. He looked at Qi Shang and smiled, saying, "Sorry about that." "Marvelous," Qi Shang smiled and said. Xia Qingyuan and Qi Shang both dispelled their auras, and both stood there quietly. Xia Qingyuan returned to Yi Futian's side as if nothing had happened. However, everyone was able to clearly sense the intense conflict between the two parties in those brief moments. Xiang Zhe probably had not been in Crimson Dragon Realm for long. Everyone naturally knew about the feud between Xiang City and Qianya City. Xiang Zhe stepped into the Peach Banquet with overwhelming force, with a feint of provoking Yi Futian. However, Yi Futian did not even bother responding to the prince, so much so that he did not even bother looking at the intruder. An extremely cocky one indeed. Many found such a peach banquet to be even more exciting. The expression of all the people around remained normal. Every single one who attended the banquet was a figure of legends, after all. Qi Shang turned his eyes to look at the crowd around him, before smiling and saying, All who receive the peach invitation are all the most extraordinary of people to be found in Crimson Dragon Realm. Now that you are all here, it is indeed a good chance for all to witness just how extraordinary the most formidable of cultivators are in Crimson Dragon Realm. Everyone knew that Qi Shang was only telling the truth. The peach banquet was lauded as the #1 banquet in all of Crimson Dragon Realm. All who were invited were practically the most extraordinary of people found in Crimson Dragon Realm. All beings of the first 2 levels of Saint Plain, who were also people ranked on the regional king ranking, were all present. The others were also people with the potential of being ranked in said ranking as well. Even the entourages that came with those figures were also considered renowned people in Crimson Dragon Realm. For instance, Princess Xia Qingyuan of Emperor Xiao's realm was among Yi Futian's entourage. Xing Qiu came alongside Xing Kai, as well as the personal students of the Saint King of Gai. Other than that, there were also several from the regional palace being invited. Other than those who were invited, there were also many renowned people from the regional palace present. One figure after another appeared in the surrounding areas of the peach banquet. Many of them sported extremely powerful auras, and their powers were unpredictable. They were all standing at faraway corners of the mountain, keeping an eye on the event. All of those people were the topmost ones from the royal palace of Crimson Dragon Realm. Many among them would become legendary figures themselves if they were to venture out on their own. City Lord Yi played a tune right after Shurfei, and I played one. We were only doing it for fun, of course, but I'm sure many of you have heard of the story of a magic zither showing up at Crimson Dragon Realm many years ago. Many years have passed since, yet there are still none in the royal palace capable of playing the instrument. The Guqin appeared in the past several peach banquets, and there were still none capable of playing it. Qi Shang looked at the crowd and elaborated. Many who had attended past banquets nodded in secret. Countless had heard of the magic zither's rumors in Crimson Dragon City. It was a very famous instrument. It was said that the magic zither came from a demonic emperor and was imbued with the will of the demonic emperor. Many saints were not even able to get near the instrument, let alone play it. It will work the same today as well. Anyone capable of connecting and playing the instrument will be allowed to take it away right away. Qi Shang smiled and said, "The royal palace prepared several treasures for every peach banquet. Every single piece was undoubtedly an imperial-level item. Anyone capable of wielding it would be welcome to take them away. Furthermore, things were different from those treasures acquired at the ruins of Emperor Kwa. Those items were things gifted by the royal palace of Crimson Dragon Emperor at the peach banquet. No one would have dared to take them by force afterward. There was also no need to worry about them being reclaimed. They were welcome to be taken away with no strings attached. However, the magic zither had been around for several peach banquets. Despite being the first piece to show in the banquet, its difficulty would probably eclipse all others for historical reasons. Many deemed that it remained impossible for anyone to take the instrument away. There was simply no way of taking away a magic zither that no one in the royal palace was capable of playing. "Please." Qi Shang lifted his head and said. Terrifying aura emanated from yet another corner of the mountain. The weather changed, and the place turned dark soon after. A dark object was seen flying from the sky far away. A holiness of nirvana appeared in the air. He moved his hands, and a dark item dropped from the sky. Raging waves washed all over the place. Peach flowers danced in the air before wilting at breakneck speeds, turning into black flowers. Boom! The magic zither descended and hovered in the middle of the banquet. Terrifying demonic aura formed around it, as if demonic notes danced and formless vibrations emanated from it in an extremely overwhelming manner. One formidable will after another was cast, heading straight for the magic zither. Yi Futian was also doing the same, infiltrating the instrument with his spiritual powers. However, his spiritual will was soon caught in the terrifying whirlpool, as soon as it infiltrated the instrument. Terrifying notes washed out shockingly, crushing every will that had gotten near the instrument. A Run Huang level piece. Yi Futian gazed onto the magic zither, finding the demonic will within to definitely be that of Run Huang level. It was a guqin that a demonic emperor had once used. This sure as hell is an event hosted by the royal palace of Crimson Dragon Realm, right? The peach banquet really spared no expense. The magic zither, which was hovering in midair, seemed to have terrifying music notes dancing around it. The mighty ones of Crimson Dragon City all knew that the guqin was still actually in its dormant state. Anyone who dared to pluck the strings on the magic zither would invoke demonic will power that was even more terrifying, bursting with the notes at frightening force. While there had been legendary figures in past peach banquets, none were able to withstand the pulses of the notes for long. As such, there was still no one capable of mastering and playing that magic zither. Who would like to have a go first? Qi Shang looked at the crowd and asked, other than the ones who had gotten their hands on the peach invitations, the ones who came with them were also welcome to try. But then again, those who were tagging along were destined to remain at the sidelines. The ones who received the invitations were the most brilliant there were to be found. "Go up and take a shot," Xing Kai said to Xing Qiu, who was by his side. He knew a thing or two about the magic zither and knew that the instrument was a test for Xing Qiu. All right. Xing Qiu nodded and moved, coming before the magic zither. Countless eyes were onto him in mere moments, including many leading figures of the royal palace on the mountain in faraway corners. They all locked their eyes on Xing Qiu. Xing Qiu was lauded as yet another Xing Kai before the battle of the Crimson River. He had supreme talent and would become a member of the regional palace. However, he met Yu Shang at that battle. Since then, Xing Qiu, who had once been placed with high hopes, felt as if an insurmountable ravine was right before him at all times. Many even wondered if Xing Qiu were to meet Yu Shang before the battle of the Crimson River, he might not even have been able to break into St. Plain. Yu Shang would have made him doubt himself. Regardless, Xing Qiu was a competent person, nonetheless. Many wondered how far he would be able to go. The light of the great path shimmered above his body, resonating with the world around him. He seemed to have basked in holy light. The glittering rings of light melded with the great path of his surroundings. He then stepped out and walked towards the magic zither. Demonic will rushed at him from within the magic zither. At that moment, Xing Qiu felt a vast demonic might had surrounded him. Everything in the world seemed to have changed. There were no longer peach flowers to be found on the mountain. He was in the world of the demon. There was a face appearing right before him, yet it was not the face of the demon lord. That was the face of Yu Shang. That demon seemed to have been something stemming from his heart. Crack! Xing Qiu clenched his fists tight and continued to move with a rumble, heading towards the magic zither. The instrument seemed to have become huge. The 7 strings of the guqin, which were hovering midair, looked unervingly clear within the demon island space. His arm glittered all over, and rings of light circled about him. He extended his arm when he was at the strings. The strings vibrated immediately after he plucked them with his fingers. Extremely formidable demonic might washed all over the place instantly, roaring at the image as it moved. Xing Qiu seemed to have beheld Yu Shang, who had taken the form of an overlord demon king, then threw a fist at him. Its raging demonic might was difficult to defend against. A tinge of coldness was seen in his eyes. He then shouted and stepped out again, keeping his body centered. He then plucked the 2nd string again with his finger. Boom! An even greater, wilder force swept out. Xing Qiu's body was sent flying. He rose and kept his eyes forward. That magic zither continued to hover in midair as if nothing happened. It was as if everything that he had been through mere moments ago had been a dream. Twice then, many sported solemn looks. Even someone as strong as Xing Qiu had been sent flying with only having plucked 2 strings. The magic zither was more like an instrument best used for testing the strength of one's will instead of one being played. If the goal was to use it to play a tune, no one around was deemed powerful enough to do so. Xing Kai looked disappointed when he saw what happened. He knew a little about the past peach banquet somehow, and there was no way the likes of Xing Qiu would have gotten further than that. However, the instrument was capable of attacking the will of its player. If the player had a wavering will, they would have suffered worse under the instrument's effects, making one think the attacks were stronger than they were and were very difficult to resist. It seemed that Yu Sheng had a profound effect on Xing Qiu, as he had become a solid obstacle in Xing Qiu's path to cultivation. "Get up there," Xing Kai then said to someone beside him, Gai Huang's personal student, Hua Yi. Hua Yi nodded and walked out, coming before the magic zither. Xing Qiu turned his eyes to Hua Yi, who became clad in the dazzling will of the great path of space, tearing apart the demonic while power rushing at him. He slowly moved towards the instrument, coming right before the guqin that was hovering in midair. He then pointed at the air and seemed to have grabbed hold of the string on the magic zither remotely before plucking it. The sound of the guqin reverberated in an instant. However, it did not sound pleasing at all. The sound heard was that of a howl, sending rumbles throughout the space. Golden storm of space whipped up around Hua Yi, tearing everything apart. He pointed with yet another finger, plucking the string yet again. A demonic aura that was even more raging swept through the place. Boundless notes danced as if there was a ferocious demon intruding. Hua Yi stepped out again with his outstretched finger, plucking the 3rd string. Hua Yi felt as if his spiritual will was being devoured, yet he did not let up. His finger stirred again, causing the 4th note to be heard. His body was sent flying as he grunted. His steps were faltering, and he skid quite a bit on the ground before stopping, looking rather disheveled. Hua Yi was doing much better compared to Xing Qiu. Both of them returned. Xing Qiu lowered his head somehow. He knew what his brother was doing. Xing Kai was deliberately getting Hua Yi to stir him up. "I reminded you last when you fought in the battle of the Crimson River. If you're unable to overcome that obstacle of yours on your own, you probably won't be able to move even a step further in your training. You won't even get to the level of true self, let alone run Huang Plain," Xing Kai said to Xing Qiu. Talent was not the only thing that mattered in cultivation, after all. Mighty ones from all sides tried their hands one after another afterward, with the strongest of them being only able to pluck the strings 5 times before giving in to the pressure. However, those who had received the peach invitation had yet to make their move. Yin Tianjiao was the first among those who received the invitation to try it out. She managed to pluck the strings on the magic zither 6 times, breaking the limit seen before, earning her praises from all sides. Those who received the invitations were indeed different. Xu Zi, daughter of Emperor Xu, basked in an extremely dazzling purple glow of lightning when she stepped out, looking overbearing as she resisted the pressure. The place howled. Devastating aura formed around her. However, she was only able to pluck 6 strings as well. Duan Wuji of Emperor Dong's palace made his move, and he was only able to pluck 6 strings. Xiang Zhe of Emperor Xiang's realm made his move after that. The man who had been fighting his way up to the peach banquet dazzled all over when he moved. However, like those before him, he too was only able to pluck 6 strings, earning him the praise of many. It seemed to them that Xiang Zhe was also someone who was of superb talent. He shot a glance at Yi Futian after he was thrown back, looking rather spiteful and provocative. No one from Yi Futian's group made a move. Yu Sheng shot a glance at Xiangzhe. His eyes were overbearing as he stepped forward. He knew little of the way of the Guqin, but if it was only about plucking the strings, he thought he would be able to do the same, given how others before him managed to do so. Boom! Demonic might rolled as he stepped out. Every single step he took caused the ground to shake. His eyes were terrifying. It was as if they had become those of demons. He was affected when he had gotten near the magic zither, entering a mystical, demonic space. It was as if many great demons were charging at him. However, as someone who trained in demonic ways, a shadow of a supreme demon seemed to have manifested on him as he stepped out in overwhelming force. He came before the instrument and played. Demonic might rolled, and howls were heard. He continued to pluck the second string as if he felt nothing. Demonic auras roared and howled. His eyes were cold. He then plucked the third and the fourth strings, not flinching even a bit. The fifth string rumbled, and the place was filled with raging roars of the demons. Terrifying waves swept all over the place. Yu Sheng stood tall like a mountain and plucked the sixth string. He felt an irresistible demonic will power bombarding him afterward, causing his brain to rattle. However, indomitable, overbearing will seem to appear in those eyes of his. The wind howled, and the peach flowers all over him wilted quickly. A terrifying demonic storm appeared around Yu Sheng. Clang! The seventh string rattled. There seemed to be a supreme demonic shadow appearing on the magic zither. Yu Sheng shouted and looked it in the eye, remaining unflinching as he did so. However, his body was nonetheless thrown back afterward, rolling on the ground as rumbles were heard. His body continued to sustain the striking force as skid marks marked the ground. Some power indeed. Many shuddered. Yu Sheng was the first to have plucked all 7 strings. However, he remained utterly incapable of genuinely mastering and playing the instrument. Mighty ones ranked on the regional king ranking were indeed a cut above the others. There is no way anyone could master the magic zither just by plucking the strings alone. A voice was heard at that moment. Everyone turned around and saw yet another who was ranked on the regional king ranking. Xie Qingshan, a prince from an imperial realm, a descendant of Emperor Xie. Xie Qingshan looked dashing. He had a lithe figure and looked supreme. He said, "That has been the case with the peach banquets in the past. 7 chords have always been the limit. The end was the same, even after that. How could the will of the saintly path resist the will of a demonic emperor?" Yi Futian nodded deep down, agreeing with what Xie Qingshan said. If one were to pluck the strings, there was no way one could be able to master the magic zither. Since it was a guqin, mastering it probably required resonance in the way of the guqin. However, it was apparently not easy to be acknowledged by the magic zither. Qi Shang was a good player of the guqin, yet there was no one in the royal palace capable of accomplishing the feat. It was obvious that he was one of those people. No matter, brother Xie, limits are meant to be broken. There has indeed been no one capable of accomplishing the feat in the past, yet that is not to say that there won't be anyone capable of doing it in the future. Although it is known that mastering it is impossible, one can still try, someone said at the side. The one who spoke was Pei Min, who hailed from the Sword Emperor Palace from another imperial realm, and he was currently training in the regional king palace. He was also Xie Qingshan's elder brother in training. You're correct, brother. I'd like to see if you have the chance of breaking the limit of 7. Xie Qingshan then smiled and said, Sure, regardless if I succeed or not, there is indeed no harm in trying. Pei Min smiled nonchalantly and stepped out. Sword wills filled the air as he moved, shrouding his surroundings. The Sword Emperor Palace was known as the #1 holy land of the sword in all of Crimson Dragon Realm. It was where Emperor Jian, the Sword Emperor, resided. Pei Min hailed from the Sword Emperor Palace, and was currently training in the regional king palace. He was also a figure who was on par with Xing Kai. Pei Min walked up to the magic zither, surrounded by towering sword wills as he moved. Sword aura and demonic might clashed within an instant. He extended his hand, and sword will howled. Something was then dropped onto Pei Min's hand, a terrifying sword conjured from the sword will. His palm shook, and he pointed his finger. The sword tore through space and broke through the terrifying demonic aura currents, heading straight for the instrument. He did not try to pluck the strings. He tried to stab the instrument with a sword instead. Clang, the sword landed onto the string, and it surprisingly held. Notes that carried terrifying demonic aura rolled about in the space, rushing at Pei Min. Pei Min stepped forward and tore through the space. Sword wills once again coalesced right before him. He flicked his wrist, and yet another sword streaked through midair. That blade was sharper than the one before, bringing about a sonic boom as it moved. The blade hit on second string and rang. Both the sword and string vibrated. There were then 2 swords on the strings. The strings continued to vibrate, and terrifying demonic power gushed out, howling. The swords on them continued to shake and ring. Yet the towering sword will continue to rain down and meld with the swords, enabling them to stick on the strings without breaking off. The 3rd sword was fired. It was then followed by the 4th and the 5th. Every single blade was stronger than the one fired previously, getting increasingly powerful. The space seemed to have been drowned by demonic aura, and Pei Min seemed to be trapped within. However, he remained standing like an unbreakable sword. Terrifying demonic shadows appeared and howled, corrupting the swords and making them pitch black. However, Pei Min continued to shoot the 6th sword, which stuck to the string without flinching. Towering notes continued to dance, and the 6th sword stuck on the strings shook with even greater force. Pei Min's aura was incredibly strong, and he then fired the 7th sword. A dragon of the sword seemed to have appeared on his body as the sword was manifested, tearing through everything in its path as it stuck to the 7th string. All 7 strings on the magic zither vibrated violently. Boundless notes were unleashed as if a devil was howling. The 7 swords rang and unleashed terrifying light, shrouding the instrument, trying to pin the retaliating demonic will power down on the instrument. Pei Min stepped forward and fired the 8th sword himself. His surroundings roared and howled as everything turned dark and severe. The peach flowers in the forest wilted quickly and everything seemed dead. Pei Min seemed to have seen an overbearing figure playing the instrument. All 7 strings sounded as that figure put one finger down. A crisp sound was heard as all 7 swords shattered at the same time. The suppressed demonic will was unleashed within an instant, bursting with harrowing might and banged into Pei Min, who was moving forward. Boom! Pei Min grunted as a rumble was heard. Sharp, ringing sounds were emanated as he was thrown away like a sword flying straight, leaving a deep gash on the ground. PFFDT. Pei Min spat up blood, yet all that was seen in the eyes of those watching him was solemn respect. While it was still only 7 notes, the effort was nonetheless very commendable. He had wanted to break through the limit of 7, which drove him to suppress the demonic sound with his swords. That was seen to be an impressively overwhelming feat. Pei Min intended to suppress the tune of the demonic emperor with his swords. While he had failed, his resolve remained apparent. It was just like what he said to Xie Qingshan. While his chances of failing remained, he had tried. A figure headed straight for the magic zither before anyone was able to react after Pei Min was thrown back. That figure was moving at extreme speeds. It was as if he had burst right through space itself and appearing right before the instrument. He extended his arm, and the powerful will of the great path of space burst forth. He waved, and the instrument resounded within an instant. Jiang Tai. All who saw him turned their gaze forward solemnly again. Jiang Tai of the Jiang clan of Crimson Dragon City was known to have a body inherently suited for practicing the ways of the Great Path. He was proficient in space abilities, and it was rumored that many years ago that the Jiang clan had descended from a Renhuang. Jiang Tai was extremely renowned in Crimson Dragon City. He and Luo Yang were both known as the two geniuses of the city, and both of them were ranked in the regional king ranking. Powerful will of the great path of space burst around him. Rings of space shone around him. The raging demonic might seem to have shot right through his body. He extended his hand and then plucked the string on the instrument remotely. A sound from the magic zither was heard once again. The feat of manipulating the instrument remotely spoke volumes of Jiang Tai's space powers. It was a feat seen as no less than terrifying. If that had been an opponent instead of an instrument, he would have been able to attack his opponent directly from a distance without any regard for the distance between them. The rings of the great path of space continued to circle him. He continued to pluck the strings on the instrument, with his body getting increasingly close to it with every attempt. There seemed to be an image of the great path of space right before him when he stepped out. Demonic aura bombarded him, yet it was all devoured by that image and broken. Those powers enabled all to sense the extent of his powers. However, despite Jiang Tai's strength, the raging demonic power brought forth when he plucked the seventh string shattered said image right away. Jiang Tai had failed as well. Luo Yang, Yu Shifei, and Xie Qingshan made their attempts after he was done. However, while all of those ranked on the regional king ranking had been able to make the instrument produce 7 tones, none of them were able to make it further. It was as if 7 notes was the limit of the instrument itself, and that limit was something unbreakable. Xing Kai emerged as well. The aura on him gushed with great force. He looked like a god of war when he walked imposingly to the instrument. He attacked the instrument without reserve. The rings of the great path bombarded the magic zither, causing it to produce notes while shaking furiously at the same time. However, Xing Kai disregarded the instrument's rattling altogether, continuing to attack with imposing force. He was also thrown behind after 7 attempts, and he had truly been overwhelming and unforgiving. So the magic zither continues to dominate in this year's Peach Banquet, many noted to themselves. By then, every single person who had received the Peach invitation had attempted, except for Yi Futian. Even if Yi Futian were to try, everyone thought the end result would be the same as all the previous attempts. The magic zither was deemed a lost cause. Everyone wondered what kind of treasures would be presented in the banquet instead. Many turned their eyes to Yi Futian, who was sitting, seemingly without any intention of getting up. So he's not even going to try then, some thought. While all of them who tried had done little but pluck the strings on the instrument, the attempts nonetheless gave the spectators insights. For example, those who were ranked on the regional king ranking were apparently more exceptional than everyone else. As such, many wanted to see how many times Yi Futian would be able to pluck the strings, wondering if he would be able to make it to the 7th string as well. "You want to give it a try, City Lord Yi?" Qi Shang asked. "Your Highness, what Xie Qingshan said is sensible. If one were only to pluck the strings, 7 notes would indeed be the limit. While every single attendee here is an extreme genius, it remains an impossible feat to resist the will of the demonic emperor through the will of sainthood," Yi Futian said. Qi Shang was thinking the same thing. The magic zither had remained a puzzle for many years, after all. "So you're saying that to master the magic zither, one has to be at Renhuang Plain then, City Lord Yi?" Qi Shang asked. That seemed to be the only way to overwhelm the will of the demonic emperor. If one were to use the magic zither to play songs, I'm afraid it would be extremely difficult for anyone who is not a Renhuang. Yi Futian then continued, "I would, of course, not be able to do so as well. I would be able to play a few notes at most. Mastering the instrument would be impossible. Your words hold true. A guqin left behind by a demonic emperor holds the will of said emperor. It is indeed difficult to go about mastering it. Qishang then added, however, even if one was unable to truly master the instrument, being able to play a song, even if just a few notes, they would be considered as having solved the puzzle with the magic zither. If you are capable of that much, you're welcome to take the instrument. I'll give it a try, Yi Futian said. He then walked towards the magic zither. Countless pairs of eyes watched Yi Futian at that moment. Everyone made their attempts, and they deemed him to have been unnecessarily flamboyant. Is he saying that his attempts will be different from the others? They wondered. Yi Futian walked towards the magic zither. Overwhelming demonic aura washed all over him, drowning him in it and eating away at his will. He seemed to have been sucked into the demonic space, arriving at yet another world. A giant demonic guqin was seen hanging in the sky. Yi Futian approached with his will, which was then encroached by the demonic will. He extended his hand, intending to touch the strings. Everyone intensely watched Yi Futian. Everyone saw him making his move, putting his hand onto the magic zither, and yet he seemed to have no intention of plucking the strings. He had rested his hand on it. What is he doing? Everyone's eyes were filled with a peculiar expression. They were unable to fathom what he was trying to do. Yi Futian clearly knew that since the instrument had a will of the demonic emperor left within it, it was utterly impossible for them to simply overcome it with their willpower. The recoil would definitely be immense. As such, even the most powerful of those who tried had only been able to pluck the strings 7 times, and that had been the limit. That was unless the one plucking the strings were to be a renhuang. If he were to repeat what everyone else before had attempted, it would not yield much of a result, despite the effort being useful to temper his spiritual will to a certain degree. The end result would be the same. The sound of the guqin was something imbued with the emotions of the one playing the instrument. Every single note had an expression, illustrating the inner feelings of the one playing it, that had nothing to do with status, as well as if one practiced demonic ways or not. The magic zither had a spirit, and mastering it required one to be able to comprehend the instrument's will itself. Yi Futian did not resist the flowing demonic will power within the magic zither. His spiritual will was quickly encroached by the demonic will, as demonic might envelop his entire being. He seemed to have been encroached by demonic powers right there and then. Dark demonic light shimmered on his face. Demonic aura slithered and coursed all over his body. Qishang was baffled at the scene. He and Yu Shifei, who was by his side, looked at each other. Both were able to see the surprise in each other's eyes. Both of them were proficient in the art of the guqin, so they were able to tell what Yi Futian intended to do. Yi Futian did not pluck the strings right away. He listened instead. He was listening to the will of the magic zither itself. Nobody had tried to so in the past. Yet at that very moment, both Qishang and Yu Shifei came to a realization. It was as if both realized that they should have done so a long time ago. Demonic sound howled and circled his ears as it continued to invade Yi Futian's will. Terrifying demonic aura flowed around his body. It was as if his entire being was about to be controlled by that demonic will. Dark demonic aura coursed about on his handsome face. Dark light shimmered around his pupils as if he was about to be turned. His robe billowed and dark peach flowers dropped. His hair remained silver. That handsome face of his seemed like that of a devil, shining with a feral grace as if he was no longer himself. Countless pairs of eyes found on the mountain were all glued to Yi Futian. Everyone seemed to have felt something. Is he sensing the will of the magic zither on his own? He is not afraid of being devoured by the demonic will instead? Duan Wuji of Emperor Dong's palace lowered his voice and asked, seeing his change. He chuckled and understood why it was Yi Futian who had been able to acquire Emperor Kua's lineage back in the ruins. He dared to venture into territories no one dared to. What Yi Futian pulled was extremely bold. Terrifying demonic willpower was imbued within the magic zither, capable of encroaching and even attacking the will of others. Saints, who were all-powerful beings, would not have tolerated the thought of having their will affected and controlled. So their first instinct at facing the magic zither was to fight it, cutting down on the demonic will's influence on them and even suppressing the demonic will to master the instrument. That was the most common method, after all. Even any wanted to reach out, they would have instinctively shunned such thoughts soon enough. The result of doing such a thing would probably be something out of their control, after all. An example being, what if one's will was encroached so badly that one was left with a permanent, unrecoverable trauma? There was also the concern of recoil from the demonic will affecting them. Such methods of wading against the current were totally against human instincts and extremely risky. However, that was what Yi Futian did. Although many present would not have done so themselves, they nonetheless vaguely felt that he might be doing the right thing when they saw Yi Futian putting such thoughts into action. They, however, wondered if he would be able to bear the will of a demonic emperor. "This is interesting," Xie Qingshan said. While Yi Futian had not gone to directly suppress the demonic will and pluck the strings as they had, what he pulled was something that had more thought in it and was more daring. It was no surprise why Yi Futian would emerge to become the most brilliant young man found in Crimson Dragon Realm. Everyone knew that if Yi Futian were to be the same as they were, he would not have succeeded, and he knew that much. As such, he did what he did. However, what enabled him to do so was the backing of his imperial will. If he were to run into any accidents, he was still confident that he was able to shake himself free from the demonic will instead of completely succumbing to it. Demonic will coursed about Yi Futian's body, which was at the central region of the Peach Banquet, held in the vast divine mountain. He looked as if he was turning into a demon himself. The demonic light became increasingly intense, and Yi Futian felt as if he was on the verge of being enthralled by the demonic will. He seemed to have heard ancient notes within that demonic world, which sounded like they came from an extremely faraway place, while at the same right beside him. Those leaping notes seemed to be out to completely control his will. Yi Futian maintained a sliver of consciousness, as the demonic might, which was getting increasingly terrifying, rolled about. Yi Futian seemed to be on the verge of turning into a demon. His pitch-black, demonic eyes glittered with a hint of comprehension. He lifted his hand and got near the magic zither. His fingers were slightly curved. Terrifying, stifling aura was felt in his surroundings at that moment. "Look out!" A figure at a faraway corner of the mountain was seen. Everyone seemed to have sensed something, and all gathered their powers to resist. Yi Futian's fingers then struck the strings on the instrument shortly after. When the demonic sound was heard, formless demonic light washed all over the place. It was as if devastating demonic rings shot out all around. Boom the mighty ones brought their towering auras to bear. The demonic might washed all over the place. Gales swept their vicinity, and the peach forest wilted in mere moments, turning into a pitch-black, demonic world. Many were thrown several steps back. Rumbling sounds were heard as they unleashed their own will powers to resist. However, all of that hardly lasted for a single moment. Everyone then turned their gaze back to Yi Futian. His fingers were moving away from the magic zither. He backed away, and the demonic might on him gradually subsided as if nothing had happened. The bit of demonic sound was totally different from the simple notes produced when everyone was attempting to pluck the strings before. That was the true tune of demonic sounds. It was apparent that he did it. Although it lasted for only a brief moment, He had played the magic zither for what it truly was. Furthermore, he was able to make it out in one piece. Everyone turned to look at Yi Futian. If things were to proceed according to the conversation between Qi Shang and Yi Futian, then the instrument that had been around for many peach banquets would no longer remain. It had finally found its master. The magic zither has been in the royal palace for many years, and there has never been anyone capable of fathoming its workings, or should I say, there had never been anyone capable of such metal. City Lord Yi, you have succeeded in finding out the secret of the instrument and playing it. Per what I've said before, this guqin shall now be yours, Qi Shang smiled and said. Yi Futian did not refuse. The guqin of a demonic emperor was a Run Huang level treasure, and there was no way he would have rejected such a precious item. Furthermore, there was not any catch to taking the magic zither. Thank you, Your Highness, Yi Futian cupped his hands and said. A holiness of nirvana dropped from the sky. The guqin case materialized and emitted dazzling light, shrouding the guqin and containing it within. The case itself was a treasure as well, evident from the fact that it was capable of containing the will of the magic zither within. He waved his hand, and the case flew towards Yi Futian. Yi Futian took it over and then stored it within his storage ring, before turning around and going back to where he stood. The magic zither was officially his. The magic zither has been around for several peach banquets, and it finally found its master. I'd call this a case closed one way or another. Qi Shang smiled and said. It was as if giving away a Ran Huang level treasure was something worth celebrating to him. We shall have the second gift prepared for the very next day. The 1,000-word tablet, Qi Shang said. He then looked far away, ordering, Please! Rumbles were heard in the sky as soon as he finished. An item flew from the mountain, zipping past the heads of the crowd and coming to the center of the banquet. Boom, a booming rumble was heard, and everyone saw a huge tablet appear before them. The tablet looked like a chessboard, and ancient symbols coursed on it. The piece looked mystical, and it seemed to harbor immense power. The 1,000-word tablet, per its namesake, has thousands of maxims carved on it. It is meant for supplementing one's training, and one is able to store powers of the great path within. A Run Huang created it. Qi Shang's voice was heard again as he addressed the crowd. If there is anyone in the crowd capable of comprehending the maxims within and melding what is learned into your own methods, we shall have sparring sessions within 2 hours for anyone who is capable of developing what they have learned. The one who is capable of developing the deepest comprehension will be welcomed to take the tablet away. Things were different than with the magic zither previously. The guqin had never found its master in the past several banquets, and it was finally taken away by Yi Futian. The tablet itself was not a precious, but the inscriptions on it were of extreme value, as they were creations of a Run Huang. Furthermore, someone would definitely be able to take it. However, taking such a piece away would not be an easy feat. All who had attended the peach banquet that day were all renowned, formidable figures. All of them were top-notch geniuses in Crimson Dragon Realm. Anyone intending to take it away would be required to overwhelm others through their power of comprehension. Such formless competition was what the peach banquet was truly meant for. It served more than a gift to a worthy person, as it was also a piece enabling all present to see just how extraordinary the top-notch geniuses of the realm were. Furthermore, all top-notch figures present were people who willingly attended the banquet. In all the past banquets held, only a handful of the invitees chose not to attend the event instead. The banquet was of such prominence that those who did not receive an invitation intended to fight their way up, just like how Xiangze did. Please help yourselves, Qi Shang said with a smile. The tablet stood before them, and one figure after another shot into the air, heading towards the huge tablet. Yi Futian did the same. He came before the tablet, and everyone behind him followed suit. That was an opportunity to further their training, after all. Of course, it would have been delightful for Yi Futian if he were to be able to bag the tablet, as it would have enabled him to study the inscriptions in detail. But 2 hours was what he had for now. Yi Futian gazed at the huge tablet before him. Ancient symbols spun around the tablet as if they were about to shoot out of it. Dazzling light shot from his eyes as he activated the freedom meditation, seeping his spiritual will into the tablet. He seemed to have immersed himself within the world of the tablet within an instant. He stood inside, and countless symbols danced in the air. Every single symbol seemed to have been imbued with might of the Great Path, yet none had the will of the Great Path in them. It was as if the will was meant to be something to be immersed in them by the one studying them. The symbols were meant to be infused through his perception. Sword, Yi Futian willed, and he looked at the Maxim inscriptions as if they were swords. In an instant, those inscriptions seemed to have ceased being just inscriptions, and they looked like sword-shaped ancient symbols instead. Over 1,000 sword-shaped ancient symbols circled in the air and looked extremely sharp, pulsing with terrifying sword will. They felt as if they were a towering, frightening sword matrix, while at the same time feeling like a waterfall of swords gushing at his will. Damn it! Yi Futian was alerted deep down all of a sudden. The inscriptions of swords dropped vertically and attacked his spiritual willpower within the tablet, shattering it on the spot. It was as if they had torn through the tablet and rushed inside his head. Yi Futian shut his eyes instantly, intending to shake the attack off. However, that scene seemed to have lingered in his mind. He retreated immediately and grunted, finding blood at the side of his mouth. Everyone around him was frightened. Xia, Qingyuan, and the others flashed and came to his side, asking, "What happened?" They were not the only ones doing so. Many before the tablet turned their eyes to Yi Futian as well. Their expressions were puzzled. The ones standing far away at the mountain were rather baffled as well. While many were thrown off instantly, Yi Futian was the only one who showed that much of a reaction. It seemed as if he was severely injured. The case did not seem to meld well with his prior performance. He should not have looked that weak. However, none of them knew that the huge reaction from Yi Futian was a result of reaching planes higher and more intense than the others. That had been his advantage over the others, yet that advantage almost ended up injuring him severely. Yi Futian stood firmly and shook his head. "It's nothing." He looked up, and his gaze fell upon the stone steel. Once he received the will of this 1,000 proverb steel, he would be able to form proverbs of pure will and integrate them into his sword. When he did that, it would be much stronger than if he was relying on his own spiritual willpower. If he could fully understand it, then he could store his own will inside the 1,000 proverbs. Once he released it, would it burst forth with a power far beyond his own spiritual willpower. This time he intended to visualize all of the 1,000 proverbs directly, but he could not withstand such a high-level endeavor. It looked like he would have to go a little bit slower. He walked forward. There were many people around him. Xiangzhe was in front of him. He squinted at Yi Futian, then averted his gaze. He looked back at the huge stone steel and whispered, "You should not be doing this." He was currently a celebrated figure in the Crimson Dragon realm. He had been named Lord of Qinya City, and his name echoed throughout the realm. He had even killed a Nirvana-level figure from Emperor Xiang's realm. He had made Xiang then have to leave the Crimson Dragon realm and return to Emperor Xiang's realm to ask for help, and made him cross over a vast distance to see what was going on. Even given Yi Futian's previous performance, he had not been able to see his true power, but the fact that he was able to obtain the magic zither proved that he was brave and mighty. From what he could see, Yi Futian would be a thorny opponent indeed. And the previous scene had been slightly different than he imagined it would be. Yi Futian looked at Xiangzhe. He smiled but did not respond. Instead, he continued walking towards the huge stone steel. The ancient words on the stone steel were mysterious and intriguing, and contained fantastic rule power. Yi Futian spiritual will entered it once again, but this time he did not receive the will of the words. He only saw the endless characters that they were made up of. Is this a matrix of the Great Path? Yi Futian wondered. Ran Huang had probably carved the 1,000-word proverbs on the stone steel. A Ren Huang-level figure had carved the steel, and now the power of the Great Path was contained within its characters. It seemed that every character contained a powerful will. There seemed to be some similarity between this and the sword of Cassiopea. But what was different was that he had formed the revolution of the Great Path rule power out of the ancient words. It was extremely frightening. Yi Futian perceived the 1,000-word proverbs and tried to form a sword of Cassiopea. One of the swords did form inside his life palace. Yi Futian felt its will and frowned slightly. Something was wrong. The will that this character contained seemed ordinary, not extraordinary. It seemed kind of like the three brothers' 9 seals of spiritual power, but it was a little bit different. Every single ancient character had a special mark on it that could attract will. Thinking of this, Yi Futian did not try and perceive each of the 10,000 words. He just perceived one among them. Ren Huang had created the 1,000-word proverbs. When someone reached the Ren Huang level, they had already proven themselves before the Great Path and transcended. The Tao begets the heavens, the earth, and all things. In the space of a single thought, the Tao of all things could make a full revolution. The union of humans and Tao created unlimited vitality and endless potential, as vast as the world and as bright as the sun and moon. Since Ren Huang had created them, these 1,000-word proverbs contained true will within them. Since they contained endless potential, these ancient characters were suitable for any law power. Yi Futian was completely lost in self-perception, and he forgot everything in the outside world. He was immersed in the 1,000-character proverb steel. Many powerful figures were standing in front of the steel as well, cultivating and perceiving it. All of them had different understandings of it. Below the place where the peach banquet was taking place, everyone was gazing up at them. And many eyes were watching from Divine Mountain as well. Half a day was too short a time, especially when trying to perceive a 1,000-character proverb. It was impossible to get all the details of it. Everything that had been created by Ren Huang had been done so through the Great Path. Even the things that he had created so easily would be difficult for even a Nirvana-level cultivator to create. However, the people at the peach banquet were all top figures. Even if they could not understand all the will within it, they could still comprehend a lot of it. But they did not know who among them could understand the most. Those who had received a peach invitation naturally attracted a lot of attention. Luo Yang, Jiang Taiyi, and Yu Shifei are the most outstanding talents of Crimson Dragon City. I wonder what kind of performance they will give at the peach banquet, said an old man on Divine Mountain. He looked out at the stone steel. He saw that a fiery mark appeared before Luo Yang that radiating brilliant light. On the other side of the banquet, there was an incredibly powerful swordsman's aura. It was Pei Min. Ancient characters in the form of swords formed around him. They looked like they were sword marks. An ear-splitting noise came out of the air as terrifying sword will roared. Pei Min was even able to control the sword marks flowing around him. It seemed like he was trying to simulate the great path rule power of the 1,000-word proverbs. A terrible halo appeared in front of Xingkai. The will of Great Path was within it, and it was extremely overbearing. The halo seemed to be filled with destructive power. Everyone was trying to work as hard as they could to perceive the steel and use it in their cultivation. They knew that they could not completely perceive the 1,000-word proverbs in such a short amount of time. But as long as they could perceive more than anyone else, they could take it with them and work on slowly understanding it. That would be equivalent to Ren Huang level combat magic. Moreover, it could make any of their law powers much stronger. Qi Shang was sitting there satisfied. He was the only one drinking. All the figures in front of the stele were standing or sitting on mats on the ground. The will that was forming around them was growing stronger. As time went on, the will of the great path flowed between heaven and earth, whistling without end. He took a sip of wine and looked at Yi Futian, the one who had gotten the magic zither. He saw that he was the one who was moving the least. In fact, he was not moving at all. This made him a little suspicious. Was this guy even still perceiving? Could it be that he was not interested in the 1,000-character proverbs at all? Beside Yi Futian, many different wills had formed around Xia Qingyuan, Yi Wuqian, and the others. They were obviously all still perceiving. He shifted his gaze and looked back at Yu Shifei. A look of warmth came into his eyes. Without anyone realizing it, half a day passed. Qi Shang smiled and said, "Time is up, everyone." Everyone still seemed to be immersed in the stone stele, but when they heard Qi Shang's voice, they gradually came out of their cultivation postures. Whoosh! There was a loud noise as the 1,000-word proverb stele flew away. Everyone returned unhappily to their original places. It seemed like everything had returned to how it was at the start. Anyone interested in the 1,000-word proverb stele may exchange views. However, we are only looking at how much of the 1,000-word proverb you have perceived. So this is just a simple exchange, not a true battle. You may only make simple attacks through the power of the 1,000-word proverb stele. Moreover, if a saint of true self faces a doctrine saint, you must control your strength and keep it to the level of a doctrine saint, said Qi Shang. Only this way can we truly test how well you have understood the 1,000-word proverb. Everyone was silent as they looked at each other. Qi Shang watched this scene with a smile. Everyone here can participate. He was naturally referring to those that the guests had brought with them, the ones who had not received peach invitations. But the ones who had received peach invitations were the most outstanding figures. It would be impossible for someone to be more outstanding than them. The one who finally won the 1,000-word prover stele would be one of the ones who had received a peach invitation. Him letting the others participate was just for his amusement. After all, the peach banquet was just a banquet, so there were no rigid rules. Here you could see some of the most powerful figures in the Crimson Dragon realm of this generation. At that moment, a figure strode forward from behind Xing Kai. This person was officially the Saint King of Gai's younger brother Huayi. Even though he had not received a peach invitation, he was still one of the top talents of the Crimson Dragon realm. It was just that compared to the heroes who had gathered here, like Xing Kai, that he came up a bit short. Who would be the worst among these people like Huayi and Xia Qingyuan? Hua, Yi looked over at Yi Futian. He had come from the ancient imperial city. He wanted to see just how powerful Yi Futian truly was. His teacher was the Saint King of Gai, one of the top figures of the Crimson Dragon realm. He was naturally incredibly proud. The only one that he was willing to follow was Xing Kai. I hope to find out just how much Lord Yi has understood, said Huayi. He had been perceiving the stele for half a day, so he could use it in his attacks. He wanted to know whether Yi Futian would be able to withstand his attacks. Everyone from Qianya City looked at him. Yi Futian was just about to go over there when another figure stepped forward. He was dressed all in white. His hair was tied back, and he wore a feathered crown on his head. He strode forward, looked at Huayi and said, "You did not receive a peach invitation. You just came here with Xing Kai, and yet you directly challenged someone who did receive a peach invitation. First, you must prove that you are worthy." He swept his gaze over the man. He did not recognize him. Other than Yi Futian and Yu Shang, who were both very famous, Princess Xia Qingyuan of Emperor Xiao's realm was the only other person from Qianya City who was well known. "Who are you?" asked Huayi. He looked a little bit indifferent. His teacher was the Saint King of Gai, and he was famous throughout the ancient imperial city. He was an outstanding talent. How could someone who had come along from Chenya City compare with him? I am Gu Donglu of Chenya City. The white-robed figure continued forward. The two of them came to the empty space in the middle of the banquet hall, but they did not stop. They continued forward. Hua Yi stepped forward with a cold expression. He had been perceiving for half a day and had formed some 1,000-word proverb law power for his attacks. He only had enough for one, and he had hoped to use it on Yi Futian. He wanted to see how strong the Lord of Chenya City was. But some unknown person from Chenya City had challenged him. This was most displeasing. However, if Gu Donglu wanted to take this attack in Yi Futian's place, he would have to give it to him. I hope you can bear it, said Hua Yi. As he went forward, a powerful spatial storm swept up from his body. Brilliant spatial law seals floated around him. He lifted his arms slightly as if he could launch his attack at any moment. Gu Donglu did not stop either but continued forward. Ancient characters formed all around him suddenly. They were ancient characters of the Great Path, and they resonated with heaven and earth. There was a hint of the will of the 1,000-word proverb within them. This made many people look on with surprise. Divine light was shining from Gu Donglu as well, making the will of the Great Path flow wildly through the ancient characters. His aura was getting stronger and stronger. As the two of them drew nearer to each other, a wild windstorm whipped against them. A group of seals appeared beside Hua Yi, and each one seemed to contain an incredibly powerful spatial storm within it. They were filled with space-tearing will. The seals all flowed along his body, all the way down to his arms. Suddenly, the incredibly brilliant light of the Great Path bloomed on his arms. A terrible spatial hurricane swept out from him. He pointed forward, and all the energy that had appeared seemed to gather together on his finger. The people on Divine Mountain could only see a destructive hurricane sweeping out, and the air before it appeared to be utterly destroyed. Gu Donglu was in the very center of the storm. Could the man from Chenya City withstand it? The ancient characters wrapped around Gu Donglu and resonated with the worldly Great Path. His white robes whipped around in the wind. Even facing the destructive storm in front of him, his expression was unchanged. He stepped directly into the storm and clapped his hands together. In a flash, an overwhelmingly loud rumble filled the area. The vortex destroyed the ancient characters, but each character was like a giant palm print. Even when it was shattered, the fingers continued forward. However, the light from the ancient characters that surrounded Gu Donglu continued to shine. A terrible airflow rose around him. The Great Path howled as it flowed through heaven and earth. The ancient characters turned into seals, and they grew stronger and stronger. Boom! 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 Hua Yi felt a series of blows that felt as powerful as storms. He ripped through space itself with his finger, causing vortexes to appear in the air as he pushed it forward, destroying the palm prints of the Great Path. But his opponent's palm prints were growing stronger and stronger. Finally, a row of ancient characters lined up and slashed down at the same time. His finger slammed into them, and he felt like he had hit a might divine wall, so firm it could not be destroyed. Hua Yi saw that this was the final barrier. The ancient characters that were around Gu Donglu had merged into one in preparation for this single attack. If he could break through them, he would be able to destroy Gu Donglu himself. Hua Yi pulled back his arms, which were trembling slightly, and then thrust them forward again. An ear-splitting screech came from the ancient characters. Gu Donglu moved forward at the same time, in harmony with the world. He slammed his hand forward, and it resonated with the heavens and the earth in all directions. The noise made Hua Ye's eardrums tremble and his blood boil. Bang! There was a loud noise as the ancient characters shot down, slamming into Hua Ye's arm. There was a crisp snapping sound. He was sent flying backward, eventually landing on the ground. He spat up a mouthful of blood. A look of surprise came over everyone on Divine Mountain's face, except for one old man of the Nirvana level who had a delighted look. Gai Huang's disciple had actually been defeated. Even though this was not a full-fledged battle, it was not possible for the two opponents to purely use the power that they had just perceived. Some of the power they had used had been their own, such as the strength of their will. They had put this power into their attacks. The point was, Gu Donglu of Chinya City had not been recognized before and was not famous at all. At that moment, everyone at the banquet saw that he was shining with the brilliant light of the Great Path, and the will around him seemed to be affected by his aura, producing a certain resonance. This was obviously no ordinary man. Chinya City seemed interesting. Gu Donglu walked back. The two of them had merely been exchanging views. They had not truly been competing for the 1,000-word proverb steel, and so they would naturally not stay in the center of the banquet hall. Hua Yi stood up. He said nothing as he walked back, but he seemed a little bit desolate. He would never have thought that, as someone who had studied under Gai Huang and who had a little bit of fame, he would be defeated in his first battle by some no-name cultivator from Chinya City. This battle had been a bit of a loss of face for his master. Qi Shang had been watching the battle with some interest. Even the very first battle had been full of surprises, so the next ones would be exceedingly brilliant. At that moment, a figure strode forward to the center of the banquet hall. A look of surprise came upon many people's faces. They had clearly not thought that she would come out so soon. This person was one of the 3 women who had received a peach invitation. It was the proud daughter of Heaven Shuzi, who cultivated in the regional palace. She was often compared to Yin Tianjiao. One of them was a princess of Emperor Wu's realm. The other was Emperor Shu's daughter. Both of them had overwhelming attack power. They were in no way weak women. The princess of Emperor Shu's realm was really going to start fighting so soon. But who would she fight? She pulled out a card with a golden peach on it. It was a peach invitation. She had been directly invited here. "May I challenge the lord of Chinya City?" said Shu Zi. Hua Yi had tried to challenge Yi Futian, but Gu Donglu had called him out for not having a peach invitation and had stood in his way, finally defeating him. But both Shu Zi and Yi Futian had received peach invitations. Yi Futian looked at her in surprise. This was the first time that he had seen the princess of Emperor Shu's realm. He only knew who she was by reading her name on the peach invitation that she pulled out. Now, why did she want to exchange views with him? Was Chinya City really this famous? Emperor Shu is known as the Thunder Emperor. His accomplishments in the way of thunder are extremely impressive, said someone on Divine Mountain. Ah, yes, he is named after his overwhelming style of attack. It is said that the princess has perfectly inherited her father's talent. She may look weak, but when you see her fight, you won't think that at all, said someone else with a smile. But why does Shu Zi want to challenge Yi Futian? I heard that when the princess had just entered the regional palace, she was very arrogant, but she was taught a few lessons by Xing Kai and became much more honest. She threw herself into cultivating and restrained her violent temper a little bit. She even asked Xing Kai to train her, said someone who knew a little bit about the regional palace with a smile. A look of profound interest came over the faces of everyone on Divine Mountain. These noble-born princesses were very high-spirited and would normally not deign to notice ordinary people. They had cultivated themselves to be very powerful and had outstanding talent, so the only people who could make them notice them were people who were stronger than them. But some of the people who had been cultivating at the regional palace for longer than Shu Zi did not think this was strange. It all seemed straightforward to them. Pei Min smiled. Shu Zi had directly challenged Yi Futian. There was a high likelihood that she would be humiliated. Yi Futian may not have really gotten involved up to this point, but everyone still had high expectations for him. Yi Futian was about to step out, but at that moment, someone stepped out in front of him. looked at Shu Zi and said, "I will fight you." Shu Zi looked at the one who had stepped out and frowned slightly. "Yi Futian is the one I want to challenge," said Shu Zi coldly. The one who had stepped out was Xia Qingyuan. Everyone looked on with interest. Shu Zi had challenged Yi Futian, but Xia Qingyuan had been the one to come out. Shu Zi may have just emphasized that the one she wanted to challenge was Yi Futian, but based on their status, these two were much more suitable to fight each other. The daughter of Emperor Shu and the daughter of Emperor Xia. Two princesses of great Renhuang realms. Xia Qingyuan did not get involved in much in Qinya City. Yu Sheng and Yi Futian were so famous that the princess of Emperor Xia's realm did not get many chances to display her abilities. That was until Xia Qingyuan took over the 9 great tribes. Then people all saw how decisive she could be. "He does not know how to go easy on women. He won't show you any mercy," said Xia Qingyuan coldly. Yi Futian's face was dark. What did she mean by that? Shu Zi frowned as she watched Xia Qingyuan come closer to her without the least bit of propriety. She did not keep asking, but instead, a terrible airflow erupted around her. A roaring sound exploded all around, and the light of purple lightning seemed to be everywhere. It seemed like it would cover the entire area. Lightning bolt seals appeared all around Shu Zi, each one containing frightening amounts of destructive power. Endless lightning appeared between heaven and earth and shot directly into the seals. These seals were formed from her understanding of the 1,000-word proverb, but she was putting her own will into them as well. Everything in the center of the banquet hall changed. It seemed that terrible lightning covered everything, filled with destructive power. A terrible storm whipped up around Xia Qingyuan at the same time, a storm of catastrophe swordsmanship. Catastrophe sword seals appeared all around her body. Each catastrophe sword seal seemed to be made up of a single character, the character for catastrophe. These catastrophe sword seals seemed to all be one as they flowed continuously around Xia Qingyuan. Crack! There was a flash of purple light as the sound of thunder rolled throughout the hall. Lightning bolts suddenly appeared and cut through the sky. A lightning seal exploded and shot towards Xia Qingyuan. A thick, destructive bolt of lightning tried to destroy Xia Qingyuan. It was extremely overpowering. But Xia Qingyuan did not flee. She stepped forward amid all that destructive lighting, and her catastrophe sword shot out with a roar. Endless light of catastrophe appeared as the terrible catastrophe sword will descended. The destructive lightning smashed into the catastrophe swords. The two powerful attacks intertwined, and the very air seemed like it was about to shatter. The power of the lightning seals and the catastrophe sword seals were equally matched in strength. Shu Zi's dress fluttered in the wind, and her dark hair flowed wildly. She stepped into the air, and another lightning seal shot out, fast as a bolt of lightning, pulling endless bolts of lightning towards where Xia Qingyuan was standing. Xia Qingyuan pointed forward, and a catastrophe sword seal shot out, blocking the attack of the lightning seal. Afterward, everyone heard the seals that had formed around Xia Qingyuan and Shu Zi roaring continuously as they shot towards each other. For a moment, it seemed like the destructive energy would completely shatter the banquet hall. The earth itself opened up, and the sky looked like the end of days was coming. Everyone at the peach banquet threw up their defenses to block the terrible storm. Even just the aftermath was enough to let them feel the terrible, destructive atmosphere. Shu Zi stepped forward through the lightning like a thunder goddess. She looked overbearing to the extreme. Her eyes were filled with purple lightning, and her fragile-seeming body was bathed in the lightning's light. She stretched out her fingers, and the purple lighting wrapped around them as well. An even more terrible destructive power surged. At that moment, the oncoming lightning seals seemed to resonate with her will, and she now controlled all the lighting power in the area. The area where Xia Qingyuan was standing seemed to be locked down by the endless lighting. "Destroy her," spat Shu Zi. As she said this, thousands of lightning bolts descended, turning into destructive light as they fell. That is, everyone trembled as they looked at Xia Qingyuan. Beneath thousands of bolts of purple lightning, the place where she was standing seemed to have turned into a matrix of purple stars. The might of the thunder in the sky gathered together in this matrix, seeming to form a huge cylinder. It descended from the sky, containing immense, destructive power. Even those who were standing far away could feel the shocking, destructive energy. It ripped through the very air, destroying everything. All of the lightning seals were agitated to the very limit, and it could even be said that they were no longer just lightning seals. Shu Zi was truly fierce, and she was holding nothing back. This noble princess was truly decisive once she decided to act. She left nothing in reserve. A look of surprise came over the faces of many of the people on Divine Mountain. Shu Zi was no doubt powerful, but she had gone against the rules for fighting that Qishan had set. However, everyone also understood that it would be hard to avoid doing so in this kind of battle. If you only used the power that you had gained from understanding the steel to fight, you would be extremely limited. If you used your true power to fight, it would be much easier. And in some sense, Shu Zi's attacks were still based on her perception of the 1,000-word proverb. Amid the brilliant column of purple lightning, all of the lightning seals exploded with power at the same time. It seemed that she was using her magical powers to strengthen her attacks. Would Xia Qingyuan be able to withstand attacks like this? Countless eyes fell upon Xia Qingyuan. The destructive light seemed like it would swallow her up in an instant. Her fragile figure seemed like it would be destroyed in that purple light. However, the top figures watching from Divine Mountain were not worried in the least. Xia Qingyuan was a princess of Emperor Xiao's realm. Emperor Xia had allowed her to come here to train, and she had followed Yi Futian and the others here. How could she be weak? You must have extremely powerful tricks up her sleeve. Even if she could not withstand this destructive attack, she would have no trouble protecting herself. All the great figures on Divine Mountain had great faith in the princess of Emperor Xiao's realm. As for who would win and who would lose, if she could block this blow and retreat, that would be another story. At that moment, brilliant divine light bloomed on Xia Qingyuan. It looked like Renhuang light. Lotuses that were full of brilliant holiness appeared in the air beneath her feet and wrapped her whole body within them. At that moment, Xia Qingyuan was dazzling. She looked like a goddess. Everyone felt dazed watching the blinding light. Time seemed to stop as they watched the two of them fighting. Shu Zi seemed like a goddess of destruction. She was noble and overwhelming, and held lightning in her hands. Xia Qingyuan was more like a goddess who had left the sins of the world behind. In fact, she seemed not even to have come from the human world, but was instead a celestial being. The brilliant lotus will bloom, and suddenly the catastrophe swords that had formed around Xia Qingyuan began to increase in number. The Tao begets one, begets two, and begets all things. Shu Zi was drawing upon her power, and so was Xia Qingyuan. But unlike Shu Zi, Xia Qingyuan had not completely detached herself from her understanding of the 1,000-word proverb. She was still using the forming catastrophe swords as the base of her power and was making more and more of them. The many catastrophe sword seals seemed to form a lotus pattern that bloomed in the air above her head. The will of the great path flowed towards the pillar of destructive lightning that was descending. The blooming lotuses covered the sky, blocking anything from striking her from above. It was stunning and left people dazzled and stunned. No matter who in this battle was stronger or weaker, at the very least, it was beautiful to watch. Boom! The terrible pillar of lightning descended, and at that moment it seemed strong enough to destroy the world. The heavens and the earth went dark as endless lightning fell from the sky. It covered all of Divine Mountain. The purple lightning was everywhere as it struck downward, and everyone on Divine Mountain called forth their power to block it. The people watching below the mountain could all clearly feel how terrible that destructive power was. A Nirvana-level figure stretched out his hand, and suddenly a light curtain appeared all around Divine Mountain, cutting off the attacks, except for where the battlefield was. The dazzling light fell, and everyone had to squint to watch the battle. What kind of destruction would such a devastating attack bring? The divine, brilliant lotuses were still blooming where Xia Qingyuan was forming out of the catastrophe swords. Even though numerous cracks had appeared in them, they were still not broken. What was more frightening was that, at that moment, more catastrophe swords were still forming. Destructive was flowing up into the sky. Xia Qingyuan's clothes danced in the wind, and her long hair flew behind her. She looked heroic and overpowering. She looked up into the sky. The lotus light curtain was still dazzling. She raised her hand and pointed into the air. Go. As she said this, the lotuses bloomed, and catastrophe sword seals continued to form. It seemed that they would form a 1,000-word proverb that shot toward Shu Zi. Shu Zi's expression changed a little bit when she saw this. This kind of attack had not been enough to defeat her. Her destructive lightning seals had already been used up. Boom! The thick column of purple lightning descended, slamming into the catastrophe swords and destroying them, but she was also shaken and forced to retreat. Xia Qingyuan stepped forward. She wanted to fight more, but she saw Qi Shang smile and say, "That's enough, princesses." When she heard him say this, she stopped. She destructive catastrophe swords around her were gradually extinguished. There was still a roaring sound as the purple lightning around Shu Zi still flashed, full of destructive power. She looked at Xia Qingyuan, and her lightning also gradually dissipated. The lightning in the sky lessened until it completely disappeared. Everything became calm. Everything stopped. The winner and the loser have already been decided. There is no need for the princesses to keep fighting. If they have a chance, they can exchange views later, said Qi Shang with a smile. The two of them had been about to destroy each other for real. Xia Qingyuan and Shu Zi were still looking at each other. Which one of them had won and which one had lost had already been decided. The people on Divine Mountain were watching both the brilliant figures. Shu Zi's attack had been destruction. It had destroyed everything in its path. But Xia Qingyuan's attack had been life. Destruction was, after all, limited. Life was not. Shu Zi had not been able to defeat Xia Qingyuan, and so she had already lost. The daughter of Emperor Shu had received a peach invitation and come to the banquet. She had tried to challenge the lord of Chenya City, Yi Futian, but before she had been able to, she had been defeated by Xia Qingyuan. In that case, there was naturally no need for her to fight with Yi Futian. Shu Zi had already been eliminated from the struggle for the 1,000-word proverbs. From now on, there would be 4 great women in the Crimson Dragon realm. Xia Qingyuan may not have been fighting Shu Zi, but she had proved that she had the strength to do so and that she was not any weaker than her. 3 powerful women of the Crimson Dragon realm had received invitations to come to the banquet. Yu Shifei, the saint of the Yu clan, Yin Tianjiao, the princess of Emperor Wu's realm, and Shu Zi, the princess of Emperor Shu's realm. Now, Xia Qingyuan, the princess of Emperor Xiao's realm, could be counted among them. The 2 of them returned to their original places. Chenya City had emerged the victor in the previous 2 battles. Many people cited this. In the future, Chenya City would probably challenge the ancient imperial city's position as the most significant city besides Crimson Dragon City. Xing Qiu had already been crushed by Yuxing twice, which had caused great enmity, and Gudong Lu had just defeated Gai Huang's disciple. And Chenya City also had people like Yi Futian and Xia Qingyuan. If Xing Kai could crush Yi Futian, that would be good for him. If he could not, then he would be dominated by Qinya City. In that case, once Yi Futian and Yu Shang reached full maturity, they would directly threaten the ancient imperial city's position. As everyone was thinking of this, a figure walked forward from within the ranks of the people from Qinya City, making a look of surprise come over everyone's face. Qinya City would participate in 3 successive battles. But this time it was someone from Qinya City who was actively coming forward, rather than one of them receiving a challenge. That is the youth who broke through to the Saint Plain at the Battle of the Crimson River. Everyone looked at the man and saw that it was Yi Wuqian. The great figures on Divine Mountain all looked at him. They did not recognize him at all. Did Qinya City have even more geniuses within it? This man seemed to be a swordsman. Those who knew about the people at the Battle of Crimson River knew that Xiangnan had wounded Yi Wuqian at the battle, but now that he had broken through to the Saint Plain, he had transcended the weaknesses of the flesh. However, on such an occasion as this, it seemed that stepping forward to fight might put him in over his head. What kind of people were here? The Peach Banquet was known as the foremost banquet in the Crimson Dragon Realm and was much more important than the Battle of the Crimson River. Yi Wuqian walked forward. When he reached the center of the banquet hall, he looked in a certain direction. I am trained in the way of the sword. Might I trouble someone to teach me a little bit more? Said Yi Wuqian. The person he was looking at was someone on the regional king ranking, Pei Min. Pei Min was from Sword Emperor Palace. If Yi Wuqian was asking him to fight, he was certainly not seeking victory. He just wanted to learn more about Pei Min's swordsmanship. How stupid would he be if he was seeking victory in a fight with Pei Min? Not only was Pei Min very famous, but he had also cultivated to the level of a saint of true self. Even if he suppressed his power, he would still be far superior to Yi Wuqian in terms of his understanding of swordsmanship alone. Pei Min naturally knew precisely what Yi Wuqian wanted. For him to challenge him in a situation like this, seeking the way of the sword, meant that he was a good swordsman indeed. If they did not do this today, Yi Wuqian would spend his days blocking his way and asking him to fight. If Yi Wuqian would not be polite, then neither would he. Fine. Pei Min nodded slightly and walked forward. He stopped not far from Yi Wuqian and stood there calmly. Yi Wuqian looked at Pei Min. At that moment, he seemed to see Pei Min standing there like an insurmountable sword mountain. This was a marvelous feeling. It was like Pei Min himself was a Lingtian sword. Those who cultivated on the divine path had already transcended the mortal world, and their temperaments had changed. They were in harmony with the way of cultivation. Once they intentionally revealed their temperament, it would immediately be felt by others. Pei Min was like this without a doubt. He seemed to already be in harmony with the way of swordsmanship and had found his true self. He had a deep understanding of his swordsmanship. As he stood there, he was like a sword that could be pulled from its scabbard at any moment. Although there was only one step of difference between a doctrine saint and a saint of true self, there was still a huge gap between them. In fact, the distance between any 2 levels on the Saint Plain was like a gaping chasm. As Yi Wuqian stood there not moving, he could feel Pei Min's marvelous aura. He had sought out Pei Min to fight for this battle. He was not thinking about victory or defeat. He just wanted to test the divine path swordsmanship of one of the lower-ranked members of the regional king ranking, thus improving his swordsmanship. He may have reached the Saint Plain, but that did not mean that he had reached the end of his path. There was no end to becoming a better swordsman. Now, as he stood before the famous swordsman of the regional king ranking, he would naturally not miss the chance to learn from him. Please teach me. Yi Wuqian saluted with his sword. Very well, replied Pei Min. In the instant that he said this, Yi Wuqian had the impression that the entire area was filled with swords. The aura that flowed through the area seemed to have transformed into Pei Min's swords. Anywhere his will moved would turn into a sword. And he seemed like a mountain of swords, the source of all these thousands of swords. Yi Wuchen's sword will roared as sword seals appeared in front of him. Each sword seal seemed to have been formed out of his will. An incredibly powerful stream of sword will float out of him. The endless sword will stretched out through the vast area. It flowed around Yi Wuchen, putting him at the center of it. Another flow of sword will appeared upon his body. The sword seals continued to increase in number, which made the sword will all around Yi Wuchen even more terrifying. He seemed to have the power to smash through the great path itself. Even as he watched Yi Wuchen's forming sword seals, Pei Min still seemed unperturbed. With a single thought, countless sword seals appeared around him as well. However, they seemed to be the most simple of sword seals. They had only been formed out of sword wool. They were nowhere near as powerful as the ones that Yi Wuchen was forming. Otherwise, he would not have been able to form so many in such a short time. I have two different perceptions of the 1,000-word proverb. One is the same as what all of you had. The other is what you see now. I have combined it with my own cultivation, said Pei Min as he looked at Yi Wuchen. If your sword can break mine, I will count that as a victory for you. Yi Wuchen did not say anything. He suddenly stepped forward, and in a flash, the figure of a sword formed. He pointed forward, and all the sword seals melded into his finger. Suddenly, the sword will began to roar as it rushed forward. Heaven and earth seemed like they would be torn apart by the sword will. His terrifying sword slashed out as Yi Wuchen shot straight towards Pei Min's sword will flowed wildly through the air, all of it melding with his body and turning into a shattering sword. The creation of this sword would break the great path itself. Everyone upon Divine Mountain was watching this scene with rapt attention. It seemed like Yi Wuchen would win the whole battle with a single stroke. One sword stroke would separate victory and defeat. He wanted to see Pei Min's sword. Pei Min was still standing there, his long robe flapping in the wind. There was an ear-piercing noise as sword will shot out of his eyes. His will covered the earth and the sky. He had not moved, but his sword was now drawn. When one was at the saint level, there was one with the great path. Their every thought gave birth to Tao. He could create a sword from his own self. Pei Min stepped forward, and the thousands of sword seals around him transformed into a horrifying storm of sword that swept out like a brilliant wave of light towards Yi Wuchen. This seemed a bit like an attack using the power of the proverb on 1,000-word stone steel. However, there had to have been a difference. Pei Min could not have uncovered all the mysteries of the 1,000-word proverb in so short a time, but it still seemed like it. His swords reached their destination, and they clashed with Yi Wuchen's. Yi Wuchen thrust his sword forward, cutting through the air. The oncoming swords were shattered as if they could not block Yi Wuchen's. But more and more swords were flowing towards him. They seemed to be endless. An ear-piercing sound rang out without end as everything happened in an instant. The shattering sword cut through the oncoming swords like a knife through butter. It seemed like it would pierce through the flow of swords in an instant. But the wave of sword chi was affecting the momentum of Yi Wuchen's sword. The flowing swords were not only not weak, in fact, their momentum was growing. Piercing sword light shot out from Pei Min's eyes. His spiritual will filled the area, and each sword seemed to have a will of its own as they continually smashed into Yi Wuchen's sword. This left a clear impression in his mind. Bang! 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 The swords shattered one after another, but their momentum was growing. Yi Wuchen felt his sword slowing down. It was a very subtle feeling. His sword was moving so fast that it should have been able to pierce through anything. But at that moment, Yi Wuchen felt like he was in a sea of swords. Each sword had become very clear as they blocked his sword one by one. He continued forward, but it was getting harder and harder. Pei Min took another step forward. As he did, his flow of sword qi grew stronger. Each of the swords was more terrible than the one in front of him, and they shot towards Yi Wuchen. Yi Wuchen's forward momentum was stopped. It seemed that his sword would be blocked. He stretched out his left hand and pointed forward. Endless sword will flowed wildly towards the sword in front of him. The worldly great path returned to his sword. Boom! The very air seemed like it would break in two. But there was an even more powerful flow of sword qi ready to meet him. Bang! A sword fell, smashing into the shattering sword. Then a second one, then a third. They seemed to be endless. But it seemed like Yi Wuchen had still not given up. He was only a few steps away. Pei Min took another step forward, piercing light shooting from his eyes. Whoosh! A sword swept down from above his head towards Yi Wuchen. Crack! There was an ear-splitting sound. Yi Wuchen had finally made it to one step away from Pei Min, but the air in front of Pei Min was filled with swords. The shattering sword was finally itself shattered, and all the sword seals that Yi Wuchen had formed dissipated. Read the next chapter on our VIP novel. Come, whoosh! Pei Min stepped right in front of Yi Wuchen, and a wild flow of sword will blew into Yi Wuchen. He groaned, but he bore it and did not retreat. He looked up at the swords and the figure that seemed to be insurmountable in front of him. He knew that he had completely lost this battle. Pei Min had not even really used his powerful will. He had only used his most simple swords to fight with him. However, this in and of itself was his way. "There's no artistry to his swordsmanship," whispered Yi Wuchen as he looked at Pei Min. "There is no artistry. The strongest swordsmanship of Sword Palace is one sword overpowering another until you have destroyed your opponent, or they had destroyed you," Pei Min said to Yi Wuchen. "How can one sword overpowering another be considered swordsmanship?" Yi Wuchen did not understand. "Because of your will, your conviction. Every time you draw your sword, your will and conviction are stronger than the last time you did so. Thus, your sword will naturally be stronger as well," said Pei Min. Yi Wuchen thought of the last sword that had burst forth from Pei Min. It had indeed been one sword overpowering another. That was why his sword will grow stronger and stronger. "Thank you for the lesson," said Yi Wuchen with a bow, showing his respect. The battle had been simple. Both of them had only made a single full attack. But he had learned a lot from it. The two of them walked away from each other. Many people on Divine Mountain watched Pei Min. He was indeed worthy of being on the regional king ranking. Both his power and his bearing were extraordinary. He may have known that Yi Wuchen was no match for him, but he still took him seriously and had even taught him about swordsmanship. He had done this to fulfill Yi Wuchen's request to learn more about swordsmanship. The people of Qinya City had fought many times in succession, and they had finally lost. However, this was all very normal. If Yi Wuchen had been able to defeat Pei Min, then the regional king ranking would have to be dissolved. After all, Yi Wuchen had not been the top figure at the Battle of the Crimson River. No matter what leaps of logic you did, he could never be stronger than a figure like Pei Min. Yi Wuchen knew this, and thus he had no feelings of disappointment at his defeat. He walked back to his original place. He was not thinking about his defeat. He was thinking about Pei Min's swordsmanship. Unfortunately, he was not powerful enough to make Pei Min display his full power. If they had fought an actual battle, he would have been able to learn a little more. At that moment, there was the sound of footsteps. As soon as Yi Wuchen and Pei Min had walked away, someone else stepped down and walked to the center of the banquet hall. The ground there was broken, and the traces of battle were everywhere. The man turned around and looked in a certain direction. Once again, it was someone looking in the direction of the people from Qinya City. But everyone was already numb to this. They were no longer surprised. Moreover, This person had a grudge against Chinya City. He had been at the Battle of the Crimson River and had probably come here specifically to oppose Chinya City. He was Xiongzhe, the prince of Emperor Xiongzhe. Before he had come, it was Xiong Nan who had been stationed here with a Nirvana-level cultivator by his side. The Nirvana-level cultivator had died in the battle at Chinya City. Yi Futian had killed him. Xiongzhe had not been in the Crimson Dragon Realm and thus had not received a peach invitation, but he had fought his way up here. Several people have already sought to test Lord Ye's power, and they have all been refused. Will you come out now? Asked Xiongzhe. Yu Sheng, Xia Qingyuan, and everyone else was all staring at him. This time, Yi Futian did not have them fight for him. He stepped out himself. The handsome, white-haired figure walked to the center of the banquet hall. A fierce look of expectation came over everyone's face. Would they finally be able to witness the true power of this man who was famous throughout the Crimson Dragon Realm? Yi Futian had fought several times and even had the blood of a Nirvana-level cultivator on his hands, but that had not been done by his own power. And at Emperor Kwa's ruins he had been drawing upon the power of the flames of the way to fight. Now, even if he were only using what he had just barely perceived from the 1,000-word proverb to fight, they would still be able to see him fight for real. And his opponent was very strong. He would be a great test of his power,